Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this great show. It is week 7, day 1, and we have some exciting and thrilling games ready for you to cook them up, put them on a plate, and devour and get that sweet taste that it is the Northern League of Legends Championship. My name is Alexandre Archaron-Maia, and we're talking about cooking. We're talking about the best of the best, and this is why I brought in the Arcane roster, Nymictor and Heimerberg.
How does that taste like? I was gonna
say, are we preparing for Hell's Kitchen? Do we need to pick Kindred for Wolf and Lamb?
Is Gordon Ramsay coming by as well? Like, what's gonna happen?
I did my best.
I like the analogy. It was great. It was great. You've been watching cooking shows lately. Is that why? It was great.
I don't have a kitchen, so I have to do something.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So, while we're talking about voices, we need to talk about the voices that are going to bring the action inside of the game and the analysis when you get lost on what is happening. This is why we have the one wonderful and beautiful Triple Link alongside with the return of Initialize. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Excited to be here. Banger games.
I know. I'm so ready to get through some of this. Such an exciting week. I'm glad to be here with you, of all people. We're going to kick it off.
I gotta say, the hairstyle on those two guys are top of the notch today.
I mean, at the end of the day, they've got us to look up to, so they had to learn at some point.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're starting to learn.
Okay, so if you didn't get a chance to see or watch on YouTube the previous day, we got you. So this is why we're going to take this opportunity to talk about day 12. And we're going to start with Vanir and Dusty. Dusty, with a beautiful game.
Absolutely, because this was such an important game for them. Vanir, you know, we've been talking about for weeks. We know that they've solved some of their inconsistencies, but Dusty have now done that as well. They're no longer just a mid-jungle team. They're starting to fire on all cylinders, and they're looking scary.
They definitely are, and I think as you said yourself, it's not just one part of the map suddenly showing up. It's multiple of these players finally showing up on different calibers. I think Venser is finally being facilitated in a way we expected him to be when Dusty first came into the roster. They had a lot of unsure issues to deal with, but they finally cleaned them up a little bit.
Also, Eminem versus Astralis. Astralis taking this week. Are they back, Goldberg?
It's too early to realistically speaking say if they're back. I'm not going to go that far because they were actually looking very different in what we're usually used to seeing from them. Because quite often Astralis is an early game team that kind of drops the lead in the mid to late game. But this time around, they were a team who dropped the ball already from the get-go in the early game, but managed to crawl their way back into the game through great team fight and specifically through Chris Berg.
Okay, yeah, I mean, then we go into this next game, JDXL looking to up the ante again, but on the other side, Bifrost, they've had a couple of tough games now. We have praised them for most of this split, but it seems like things are coming off the rails a little bit. JDXL, obviously no slouches in their own right. It's always okay to kind of lose a game to them, but Bifrost would have loved to have a better game there.
The finish it up, well, we had Singularity. It's not finished, but Singularity versus Riddle. Talk to me. This is a tough game.
Well, for once for Singularity, they finally had a good early game, a decent mid game, and then towards the late game when Baron became available, kind of dropped the ball a little bit. And honestly, they just had a superior draft as well, where we had winning lanes across the board. And this was more their game to lose than it, realistically speaking, was for Riddle to win.
Be prepared to see that clip like a lot, by the way. Wonderful Baron steal. And on the other side, Riddle had a difficult game, but they pulled it out themselves.
The standings as they are is X7 on the top, uncontested. JDXL looking at the shadow, and then Bifrost still securing the third place. But Vanir is looking for blood, and they want that spot. And then you look into the middle of the pack. Obviously, it's like 5 and 7th, but still, they're really close in terms of games. And like a bad week or a good week will allow almost every single team to go into the
100%.
middle.
Because while this, like, the 5th spot is 2 wins up on the next people on the table, I mean, there is 1 spot for everyone in this part of the table right here. That is 4 teams fighting 1 spot. Math says that doesn't quite add up. 1 good week, that can start bumping up the table. 1 bad week, and you're effectively out of the race.
Yeah, and that just also goes for Dusty and Riddle as well. They need to get their wins right now, because if they start dropping the ball, your competition, they're extremely close by, and they're fierce and they're hungry for it as well.
And since we're talking about good weeks, we should debate about the teams that actually shined in the previous one. We don't have a lot of time to talk about these specific teams, so that's why we wanted to talk about teams that actually, it is the schedule before that. I was jumping the gun because I really want to talk about that. But this is, to me, one of the best schedules so far, because if you look into the middle of the pack, everybody is going to fight against each other for the same spot today.
100%. So you've got all these mid-pack ones, but then even the last 2 games of the day are ones which we might have written off at the first week. And yeah, Singularity still going to be in with a very rough road, but suddenly Nulikki against XL, it's not as far out there to imagine a win there.
And not only that, multiple of these teams are going to be preying on the downfall of Dusty, preying on the downfall of Riddle, despite if they're not playing against them or not today, because those are the teams that you need to catch up to. The more Dusty and Riddle lose, the better it is for the bottom M teams.
So now we can actually talk about what I was going to talk about, the 2-0 teams.
Yeah.
Because these are teams that are stepping up and showing us that they can get into the playoffs. And who knows what happens on the playoffs when you're not playing on the best of 1. That is really important to take into consideration. But let's start off with Astralis.
Okay, go plug. Do you want to
Finally, with Astralis, they get a 2-0 week for themselves. The only other time they got this was in the first week of the NLC. And then after that, it just never happened again. And for once, it felt like Astralis came in with a different style that finally gained them some of the wins. A lot of their issues throughout the other times had been that they really didn't know how to get the ball rolling in the mid to late game. They would always drop it. So yes, they did have issues with their early games, and that's fine. Working on the early games is usually something that's easily facilitated through the draft. Get a winning lane, let's learn how to play towards it, and then you can start applying what you've learned from the mid to late game. And I think they really held themselves nice together by playing for Chris Berg, essentially. Finally getting Vendel and Chris Berg together as a threat was something to me that was very new and good to see.
And what I found really interesting about this was actually a couple of Twitter comments that came out from the coach saying, we took 1 step back in the early game, 2 steps forwards in the rest of the game. It's still progress. It's not quite linear, but it's great to see them stepping up.
And we love progress here in the NLC. It's also just the fact that, once again, like, Chris Berg had been this feared AD carry in the Nordics for so long, continuously dived against when he was playing, continuously banned against, and it just didn't feel like he showed up this split. It didn't feel like the normal Chris Berg we've seen in the Nordics for so long. But yesterday, or not yesterday, but last week on the Jinx, he had a stellar carry performance. And if you can get more of this from Astralis, from your AD carry, you can relax a little bit. You can draft the scaling aspect of the game, and you know you have individuals you can rely on when the situation gets dire then.
And not only that, the entire team is showing up as well. They solved those problems. They were talking with us on the post-game interviews. They were having some strugglings inside of the game, and apparently they're solving that. We don't know if Astralis is back, but obviously they're not the only one. It is Riddle. We don't get a lot of time to talk about Riddle.
That's okay.
Here they are.
Because actually, a lot of what we just said about Astralis kind of applies to Riddle too.
Yeah.
Because everyone is now performing. However, bit of a roadblock in that Singularity game a bit after, because as much as they had some hero plays, particularly from MC, Baron Steal, kicks back into the team, they really had to work for it. They had solo kills going against them in bot lane and in top lane. They had to play themselves back into the game. Great to show they have the capability for that, but it sucks that they had to do it.
Yeah, I will say, though, they really limited themselves in the draft phase as well, where they essentially had no winning lanes, so they had to come back through the mid to late game. So that win condition, that small favorable win condition they did have against Singularity, they did manage to find it, albeit it was a little bit on Singularity's mistakes. So once you go up against a team that plays the situation a little bit better, you might struggle, but hopefully they learned as well from the struggles they had against Singularity and can apply that now moving forward.
Now they have a clean road to actually get into the playoffs, but the last team is the team that can defeat anyone if they're on a good day. At least that's what they told us. It is Dusty. We now finally get to see the entire roster playing.
And we did talk about it a lot in the recap, right, in terms of it's not just Viking and Backland pathing off, and particularly Viking, let's be honest, on the rec side and the likes of that, but actually we're now looking towards FGG. Fantastic rel game to take down Bifrost. You look at Venza alongside them, you're thinking, hang on, this is a bot lane we can play around now. This is a lot of resources and another carry threat on this team. More strings to the bow.
Yeah, and I also think, I mean, Venza, we've been talking about him for the longest time as well. And Dusty, he's the guy that came in with a lot of experience, had already played the European Masters, did super well at the SLO as well, the Spanish League. But it just seemed like he struggled to transition that to any significant lead here in the NLC. Like, quite often, we would find him in the enemy backline. But as Alex also mentions, finally all of Dusty is showing up. Aleph is performing as the weak side of Vikings. Pathing is finally making a lot more sense with the players he's playing for down towards the bot side. And all in all, it just seemed like they fixed their issues they had in the mid to late game, because I felt like, once again, Dusty was one of these teams that were good in the early game, but then would drop the ball later with the macro. But let's just have a look at the Venza stats, because kill participation doesn't say all too much about an AD carry. It's unique to every team. It's more about the playstyle you have, and having a high kill participation as an AD carry means that quite often you are the one that's played around. You are the catalyst of the team. You take a look at the damage percentages as well. Absolutely absurd to have 37% as an AD carry, but it also just speaks to the aggression that Venza has as an AD carry that you can also just see in the damage per minute. Like, he loves trading on these AD carries.
I feel like an auctioneer, like, and option 1, option 2. They're just all great. All fantastic items on this list. I mean, Venza, we had a lot of criticism about the consistency. None of that now.
37% is ridiculous in my opinion as an AD carry, but if you're going to get that damage, obviously someone has to tank it, someone has to protect you, and the unsung heroes of the top lane, yeah, I'm talking about my lane, we actually deserve a little bit of attention, is the Gragas. Gragas is appearing out of nowhere, and specifically Aleph.
Yes, so lots to be said about this pick in general, but Aleph, for the side of Dusty, while they did give up a solo kill or two in the laning phase against Singularity, when they got to those team fights, was hyper disruptive, hyper tanky, using the mobility incredibly well, finding the right targets and being that bulwark between him and the likes of Venza.
A lot of that goes into as well the playstyle we kind of have to change, because Gragas didn't change throughout the patches, but I feel like a lot of our teams decided to say either we B1 Jinx or we go Caitlyn in a response. And because of this, a lot of the teams just were playing bot side and could not give a lot of resources up towards the top side of the map. So finding that disruptor like the Gragas was great, and I gotta say, Aleph, he played it into perfection in the Dusty game.
He was not the only one pulling the Gragas card. Cries also did it. And what is so good about the Gragas? I think Cries showed this.
I think he's showed that. He's pulled out a lot of different picks over this split. We talked about his Gangplank and his Vladimir, the only person to play that. But looking into the specific picks which he did here, you know, multi-man Bifrost, just being someone on the flank thread as well, getting onto the carries. Cries played out these team fights in such, again, disruptive way.
Yeah, especially because like it's quite often a pick where you either use it as a disengage or you use it as a facilitator,
Cancel
like we just saw. But then canceling the Realm Warp here, like he finds ways to utilize these Gragas in the perfect scenarios. I think a lot of them did. Aleph, Cries as well. Just all in all, the Gragas plays we saw throughout all of last week were phenomenal, and I think it's only going to get better with more teams playing for a spot side, moving towards future weeks as well.
And if you talk about disruptive, usually you pick the Gragas early into the champion select. So this means that you can be on the losing lane. But even on a losing lane, you don't need to lose the lane. So this is why Tattoo showed us what he can do with the Gragas.
Exactly, because just because you're weak side doesn't mean you're actually weak. Because
yes.
While we talked about Aleph, giving up a couple of solo kills and whatever. Well, I mean, people who were solo killing with that pick was Tattoo for Singularity, and of course we saw him in week 1 and stuff like the Wukong and a couple of things, being a bit more of a bright spark for this team. It's taken a while for him to really come back online, but as you can see here, you know, just timing everything very well, playing around his waves, punting people back into towers, and finding these openings to get those individual leads, which, you know, we were talking about Riddle, they had to play themselves back from a deficit. Well, this is exactly why. Look at what he's doing to the poor Ornn.
Exactly, and he just continues with it as well. Like, they found themselves in good positions from the laning phase, but once we came to that mid game, you still needed to accelerate yourself somehow, and they did that throughout the Gragas. Like, they found a lot of insanely good picks from Tatooine, who facilitates your backline to move forward, or just disrupts the enemy in a good disengage that allows yourself to move back from either mistake or an overstep. So all in all, it was great to see the Gragas plays come out, and I think we don't often talk about the top laners we have here in our league because the meta is so tank dominated, but I gotta say, last week, all our top laners that did pilot this Gragas showed us how good they can be and their understanding of their role once they've been put on the Gragas.
It's a good way to see every single lane evolve, even without patch notes, so you can adapt. Obviously, we're getting a little bit flustered with the Hulkbreaker on the top side, but the Gragas could be an answer to that. What do you guys think about that?
Not Hulkbreaker in general. I mean, I think Hulkbreaker, so what you see with Hulkbreaker is one person build it, and the answer to Hulkbreaker is another Hulkbreaker.
Yeah,
you just got to build that. I mean, we've seen even Jace build it. And I think, you know, I was seeing a couple of games the other day, it's like, oh, Graves is really good into Jace because he can't build a Hulkbreaker. What are you talking about? And of course, they build it anyway. It's
Well,
just,
they did lose as well.
they did lose, but they still built it.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
proof
fair.
of concept, and just knowing that it exists is a dangerous thing. And we
It
need
is.
to like Men in Black everyone here. Just like, yeah, just forget about this item, thanks.
It is a dangerous item, but then still again, I haven't seen games be completely decided by just the split pushing winning the game. It's that extra appliance of pressure, the fact that sometimes you need to send 2 members, and that's really where it starts to flourish. And I think that's why we see it so often on Graves, because it's one of those top lane carries that really doesn't need a lot of resources, but just takes control of a lane itself, comes back with Hulkbreaker first item, and then you had an issue dealing with the waves before, you're just going to have more issues now with the cannon as well.
And what it does is it makes laning phases much less volatile. So when you have very high damage fighter champions where you're playing stuff like Aurelia or Camille or the Graves or the Tryndamere and stuff like that, right? Hulkbreaker just kind of evens out the volatility and says, look, you're unlikely to get much here, which is also why it's kind of great to see the Gragas and, you know, people like Tatooine on Singularity being like, yeah, I can still take over this lane. This is still something I can do, find my own advantages, because Hulkbreaker's even that out a bit.
But I also think Hulkbreaker champions are harder to pilot from a macro point of view because it's more about playing with how you're utilizing side lanes. Now, that's great in the early game to just move it out around the outer turrets. Once tier 2 turrets becomes a part of it, once the inhibitor turrets becomes a part of it, sometimes we see teams just default to let's group instead, and let's try and move around the objective to gain some vision rather than utilizing this set pressure, because sometimes they don't always have the correct fundamentals for it, or not fundamentals, but I guess they're just not as
Instincts.
secure for in how they want to play these sites. So it's more easy to just go for the default, let's group and try and out team fight our opponents, which is why we often see the Gragas and the other tanks as well, because it's easier to play that team fighting style.
The thing that's funny about that is, honestly, we haven't seen like dedicated split pushes really since about season 8. So when you think about like the G2, which took down RNG, a lot of that was through Wonders Camille, like base racing and like with 30 seconds demolishing towers. Ever since Tower Plates came in, Dragons came in and stuff like that, actually a lot of people's like ingrained muscle memory for pure split pushes has kind of gone. So it's interesting to see these players kind of flex those old muscles again.
So, while we're talking about getting other tactics to move on, a team is struggling to get a victory inside of the NLC. But there's one person on the research team that is working day and night to try and find a little bit of a dim light to allow this team to put themselves back on track. It is Nymictor with his take on Singularity.
I triple-checked every calculation. I ran through every scenario. It should have worked. They should have gotten at least one win. That game versus Riddle was in their hands. If only they had the power to seize it. That accursed Baron throw was outside of my calculations. Was I wrong? Was my faith in Singularity misplaced? No. My Hex drafts are the future of League of Legends, and I'll prove it. I'm gonna push harder, go further beyond. And with my guidance, Singularity will make playoffs. We'll show them all. We will show them all that X7 and XL are teams of the past. And that it will be Singularity that leads the glorious NLC evolution.
Nymictor, where have you been? What are you... No. You promised me you would stop with this research. Your obsession with Singularity making playoffs, it's dangerous. And your experiments into Hex drafts? They've led to inting, not progress. I know that since Professor Heimerborg has left, things have been different, but that's no excuse for this rampant disregard for reason. The chances of Singularity making playoffs are next to nothing. You need to let this go.
But Inisha, Jason, whatever your name is, you don't understand. It's not working and it should be working. I need to work harder. I need to understand
What you need is help. I'm getting you out of this room and onto a course of X7 VODs. Maybe Haru's jungle pathing will help clear up this
what about
mess.
Poppy Vigar?
No, Kokime. Kokime, come on, out of here.
I'm sorry, my dear student, but there was another team that needed your research more, and thanks to your hex draft, Astralis, they will reach playoffs. Now the only obstacle is that, say, some initial ace. We'll deal with him too.
The second season of Arcane is looking good. Good job, everyone. I really don't know what to say. In this, I don't know how to actually
Who are we?
classify this.
Who are we to argue with science?
This is progress.
This is progress. Okay, so obviously we found ourselves another character. It is Jace with Initialize, but we have no name for this character, so we need you to help us. So head over on chat or social media or see the poll we're gonna put out on chat, and you guys need to vote on what do you think the name should be.
We're not that creative.
Give us your
can't figure
ideas.
that
We
out.
have no
We're
idea.
actually not creative.
It was like Initial Jace? How-
Initial Lace is my
Initialize.
favorite one.
Sam.
Jacealize?
Something.
I don't know. Something like that, so...
Obviously, we need help. I mean, he said it in the video.
We're
hit
like
us up.
progress, just backwards.
So this was lovely, but now we can move on to something special for today. We can play a game of Who Am I?
What?
I don't know. I'm
was
a Power
that?
Ranger right now. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we don't have buzzers this time, but it's going to be
Okay.
fine. So you raise your hand when you want to give us an answer, and I'll give you like a clue. So let's start off.
No bosses?
No buzzes today. I'll give it like a champion, an item, a player, or a team, and I'll give the first
Okay.
clue. The first one to raise the hand will be able to answer. If you get it
I'll
incorrectly,
do a sound effect as well. I'll do my own sound effect.
there we go. You
Okay.
do the
Yeah.
and we'll get it on. If you do not get the answer correctly, we'll move to the other person. Okay? Yeah. If you don't get it, we'll reveal the second clue, the third clue, and this is going to be points. Let's move on.
Okay, so is this a player? Is that what you said?
No. I'm going to start with the first one, and I'll tell you what it is.
Okay.
It is a team, the first one.
Okay.
The first clue is I have the lowest heralds per game score.
Wait, if I answer now, can I not answer on the other twos?
You can, but...
Okay, well, I'm just gonna say Singularity.
Okay, that is a nice try, and it's incorrect.
Ooh.
What do you want to guess?
Do I get a guess?
You want to take a one?
Lowest heralds per game. I'm going to say Dusty.
Dusty?
Yep.
It is not correct again.
I was gonna say.
Well, that's two out of them gone.
I was gonna say Dusty's
Okay.
pretty good early game, so I wasn't.
Let's move on for the second clue. My top and bot laners are the same nationality.
Wait,
Okay,
wait. This
Goldberg?
could be Astralis.
I mean, they are the same nationality. It's just what you think about the stats.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Is it Astralis?
No, it's not.
Damn it.
No, it's not. Nightmare, you want to take a shot, or you want to reveal the third clue?
Same nationality.
You got to hit it.
I mean, if it's a free guess. No, you know what? That feels unfair to have a free guess.
I love it.
Why does that feel unfair? I already took
Because-
my guess.
Because, well, no,
That is literally fair.
No, but there are 10 teams in the league.
Moving
We've
on
guessed
to
three
the
of them.
third clue, it is going to be my team colors are blue and white.
Nulikki.
Nulikki, there we go. He got
my
the first point because you only answered on the third clue. So
I was
1
being
point.
fair. Maybe.
That is not being fair. I get.
Why am I so honorable?
Okay, moving on to the next one. It is going to be an item.
Okay.
First clue. I'm obtained through alternative means. There you go.
Seraph's Embrace.
No. It was close, but no.
Okay.
The others just.
Nectar, yeah.
Muramana?
No, not even close. Second clue, it's going to be a revealing one, okay? Minions hate to see me.
What?
Wait, what? Okay.
Minion dematerializing.
There we go. He got it. He got it.
See, I was thinking it was gonna be a support item, and I can't remember any of those names.
I was gonna
He
say I was gonna say Vigilant Wardstones. That was
Yeah.
what was
Oh,
in
that
my
would
head.
be lovely. Yeah. A pack of 3 would be the third clue. So you got 3 points until now. Good
Lovely.
job, Nightmaker. Moving on, it is a player, the third one. I'm the only player to have played Zaya this split.
He hasn't made the sound.
It didn't buzz. It didn't buzz. It didn't buzz yet. So Nightmare, you can still take this one if you want. So far, go.
No, I'm trying to remember because
We'll
the only
find
person I can remember playing Zaya is Kobe in the LEC.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm like, wait, okay.
It's not a
NLC. Okay.
Chris Berg. It's because two Australians, maybe they played together. Saya, Chris Berg.
Nice. I was not expecting him to get this one because it's incorrect. It's not him.
I was just gonna say it.
Last one. Moving on.
Nata.
No. Moving on, I have multiple quadra kills. Gotta be faster. We gotta be faster.
But it's not the one which I think with all the quadra kills.
Same.
Yes.
Is it Odie?
I'm so sorry, Nightmare. It's not.
Just move faster. I don't need them all.
Okay, there we go. Third one, I have the highest death percentage
Oh.
of any player.
Is it Venza?
It is Venza.
I was gonna say Venza because I knew he got a lot of quadricles, but I don't remember.
I was thinking, is it Zamulek? No, it's not Zamulek. It's Azator's
should
not
just
played
say
it.
that
Odie.
one.
So I was like,
Which means you have 4 points. Oh.
I'm used to this. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fourth one, it is going to be a champion.
Oh, if I get this one, I
Gary.
win.
No. First clue is I have the highest CS per minute in the league.
wait. I feel like you asked this before.
Oriana.
No.
Okay, because I knew Muta played that quite a bit, and there's not too many Orianas.
No, I'm fairly sure you asked this the last time we played this, but it's going to have changed. That's why he's asking it. And the last time I feel like it was Jin. No. You know what? I'm not risking it.
Okay, moving on.
Nothing to risk. What do you mean?
my
Only been
dignity.
picked 2 times. Once by Petoska, once by Cries. This is a given.
Is it Jax?
Jax, Nightmare, it is not.
God damn it.
Goldberg, you want to take a shot?
No.
Third clue, it is helicopter, helicopter.
But he said Jax. No, what?
But it's not Hecarim.
No.
It's not Jax.
No.
It's not Corky because it's been picked more than
Trouble
twice.
was here. She would get it by now. with
Who
the
else has a helicopter?
Who does spin on the top lane?
Huh?
What's the what?
No, it's not Wukong.
It's Trinamir.
Oh, is that
helicopter?
He spins.
No. You know what? We stand united on this. It's
And
not
therefore,
Shen,
we
but-
call this a draw.
See, there we go. Last one. See, she got it. She was not even in the room. Okay.
Where did you come from?
Last one.
Where are you going?
It's worth 5 points, and it's the hardest one.
Oh, brilliant. There's more.
If you get it on the last clue, you'll get it 5 points.
The last one.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
But
It's an item. You need 3 long swords to build me.
Sorry. Wait. Dustblade. Well, that at least.
no,
three.
Dustblade has 4.
Yeah, but that is 3 parts of that. Yes, of course it is. So it could be a cheating answer.
Is it Eclipse?
No.
God damn it.
Can I say Dustblade just for the sake of it? I know
You
it's
can,
4.
but it's not.
Yeah, but it's 4, so it's also 3. It's also 1.
Second clue, this is a serious one. If I touch you, the boo-boo stays longer.
Excuse me, what?
It will make sense in the end.
If you touch the boo-boo,
Now, if I touch you, there's a missing eye. No, don't worry. If I touch you, the boo-boo stays longer.
boo-boo. I mean, what is it?
Yes.
Is it Death Stance?
So close, but it's not.
But the wording is if I.
Third one for 5 points. Production.
What? What?
Ding, ding.
What do you mean?
You need help. Do you guys want help?
In
Yes.
many situations, yes.
The
but in
third
this-
clue is quite easy. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh no, you can. No.
Oh, go on.
Is it Chempunk Chainsword?
There you go, man. Good job.
Tech chain.
Why is that? I'm done with this game, honestly.
In the world's worst game show, I feel like I am victor. For the participants,
Let's
you
take
did
a look
fine.
at the predictions of the casters. I'm feeling I have a boo-boo now. I have a boo-boo.
Boo-boo. What?
Let's look into the predictions. What the casters think is going to happen today.
I feel bad now.
Eventually, the casters will show us what they think is going to happen today. There you go. Okay, everybody is... Oh,
I've heard Rune is a lad. Mostly.
okay. Aside from the last two games, X7 and JDXL, everybody is having second thoughts. Obviously, Astralis hype train is still going and running.
I'm so sorry. It's a participant thing. What I will say is, I think that, particularly this one, I'm surprised so many people have Bifrost so high up, actually. I feel like they've had some really tough games. I think that Vanir, while they lost against Dusty, it felt like it was a bit of a lesser loss in some ways, because Dusty did play really well, which is also why they've been rated up here so highly. I think that Bifrost are in serious potential of being upset here.
Yeah, I actually agree, and I think it comes into the form as well they showed. But I think that goes for the same with the Dusty Astralis. Both teams showed a bit of form. I will say though, I'm biased. I don't know why Perun here, and I think Dusty showed still a better form in terms of their involvement. So I think all games coming in today can be really competitive.
So, it is
he could have just
time
copied
now
mine.
to move on and along, because the first game, Astralis and Dusty, we're going to talk about it on the analyst desk, which means bring in the light show. Let's go. Give me the lights. Back into the analyst desk. I had to hear that sound throughout the entire light show. But we don't have a long time to actually talk about this pregame. We're about to jump into the champion select. Predictions beforehand.
I mean, I think that Astralis want to pick themselves against something that really powers up in the mid game. They found their team fights very well. Getting the Jinx first pick, it seems like, as much as we've memed about it in the past, actually no one's got a great answer for it anymore. I think that it should be an easy first lock or just a straight ban from Dusty. I don't think they should risk it.
So in Denmark, we actually have a saying, and it basically goes, vi er røde, vi er hvide. And if you translate that, it basically translates to, we are red, we are white, we are Danish, dynamite, which is why I think Astralis will win today against Dusty.
Okay, the bans are coming out hot. It is Shinzao alongside with Zeri on the side of Dusty, followed up by Caitlyn. So the two hypercarries are still available. And also the junglers for Viking, those early junglers are still available.
I mean, Viking has been such a power player. His Jarvan has been another one. I don't know if that would be first pick worthy from Astralis. It doesn't seem like junglers are of that level right now. I mean, I'm a big fan of picking junglers later into the draft because there are quite a lot of powerful junglers which can counterpick, sort of. But either way, we can see that actually both of our powerful ADCs have got through. Jinx first pick, easy.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, when you take away the Sensao, it's most of the time not because you want to pick a jungler for yourself. It's more like, okay, we know they're going to have a rotation on 2. Viking has been quite fond of the Sin, and that's just why you take it away. And all the others, they're just standard. And I can respect the fact that they actually decide to take away the Thresh, because that also means we can go Lulu on 3 if that's what we want to do. They opt in for the backline dive. Hecarim is the champion we saw in our league before we started seeing them in the major leagues. Yeah. So this is still something we love to see, and we love backline against the likes of Jinx. But it does also allow Astralis to go for something like the disengaged Lulu for themselves with Thresh away now.
Okay, but then one of the things about Hecarim is that you need a dive buddy, really, especially into a Lulu alongside the Jinx. A lot of the time you're going to be running in and you're going to be dying for it. So the question is, you know, are you going to lock in something like a Vex? Backland, I can't remember if he's actually played that champion. He's been more towards the LeBlanc, and the Vex Hecarim combo has been more of an X7 and more of an Eminem combo. Are they practiced enough to pick it up against? I mean, even the Lee Sin kick is good disengage. It feels like Dusty need to pick a lot more to go in with it, and FGG's Rel was so good, that'd be great to lock in there.
That is something that I'm surprised it actually went through. We talked about this. We had this segment for FCG and the way he plays with Rel. And you have a Lulu. Can you disengage that Rel when she jumps at you and stuns you?
If Vendel is good, yes, you can use your ultimate at the time she actually jumps in. But that's not only something you can get by the level 6 mark as well in that regard. So once again, as Nightmare mentioned, with a Hecarim, you want to dive body. There you go. You have one now with the Rel. Although you will still be pushed in the early game, it is a double range bot lane against only one and a melee. So therefore, the wave control should be in Astralis' favor, at least for the early game going. And then moving in to the second ban phase, seems like the name of the game for them is just going to be mid laners. Quite often we see that pick on fourth.
I think that Astralis have already messed up. They didn't ban away Lilia. You're going to get a third horseman. They're going to get horse synergy. I mean, there's just too many legs.
You need 4 for the 4 horsemen of the account.
Doesn't work.
Who do you bring?
I don't know, maybe if you just like really messed up Rek'Sai, it could be kind of a
Clipped?
horse. Okay, no, that actually makes a lot more sense. This is why we have you here, honestly. I mean, there you go. Pick Clyde, pick Lily.
Great. I love to be here for the sake that I could just mention horse.
Yep.
Which is
What
not
do you
really
wanna
even
say
horse. Where are you picking up as the host here? What do you do to bring the conversation back in a normal flow?
About that, mid laners are still being banned away. Veigar is one to look out as well, appearing on the LCS, LEC as well. So this is a good pick, and it's been being removed. So mid laners, control-wise, it's a little bit standard now.
I love the Veigar and the Syndra bans out because they both punish low-range compositions. They're both really good disengage. The Scout of the Week, the Cage would have done very well on that front. Now, Backland has played a lot of Zoe. I haven't been that impressed. The hit rate on the skill shot hasn't been awesome, but the times when it has popped off, there was one game last week. I'm trying to remember which one.
It was the game with Venso and Caitlyn as well.
Yeah,
they had Alif on the Gragas. So
that was a really good one. It's been a bit hit and miss. Want to see a good game out of him. It's a very important game for both these teams, he was saying, and Backland's given themselves a lot of responsibility.
Now, the response for the side of Astralis will most likely just be, I mean, they can go for one of the Orns if they'd like to as well for that disengage against, you know, the low-range carries. Could also look for that Camille instead. This can be dangerous. We've seen a lot of time where you fall behind as Camille and then you want to dive into the enemy backline and it just doesn't work out. And Carlson, just a little bit traditionally, haven't done all too well without resources on the map. So if they play the Jinx and Lulu as the kind of weak side, let them scale just in laning phase, they give Carlton resources and play a little bit for him, that could be great.
So that's going to be the Poppy top, which is really good into stuff like the Lisa and the Camille and the Ahri. And the saddest thing about this game now is that this is going to be an Everfrost Ahri because there are like 3 high damage champions, and people are going to start using that as more ammunition to post Everfrost on my timeline and say it's a good item. Don't build it on Ahri, go Ludens instead, it's a better item.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what your game plan is as well, because now
just build Ludens.
Because now you have a Jinx you also want to play for, having that Everfrost as the
never play for my team.
Well, now, that's why you are sitting here, and they're up there.
Take this man away from me.
Wireless at his best. And meanwhile, you have Astralis with a team that wants to go into the backside. Although on the other side, you do have the same. But Poppy is going to be the most relevant lane in the late game to protect.
I actually feel like Astralis can't really play for the backline dives. I think like Chris Berg is going to be the one that peels. I don't think they have the best team to peel it. Once again, Camille feels a bit awkward. Lee Sin, yes, it's into a Poppy, but you can still kick people away. So it's going to be interesting to see how they pilot this one.
As the violence is getting bigger on the desk, we also have violence inside of the rift. So with that in mind, we should pass it over to the caster's desk with Initialize and Treble Link.
As a Katarina main, there's a lot of violence on this one.
I know. I was going to say as well, don't listen to what Nightmare is being said. That's what he says on broadcast. What he really likes on Ahri as a build is Liandry's into Lich Bane. It's his absolute favourite build. Tweet about it to him. I promise you, it's exactly what you should build in solo queue. It's his recommendation every time.
Nah, I think Putrefier is his favorite one.
Putrefier, that's right. Putrefier on Ahri. I'm looking at his face right now.
Okay, he's doing like very violent moves.
That was a man who's...
I feel threatened.
I know, like genuinely quite angry. All right, we are actually onto the Rift and awful Ahri build aside.
So,
yes,
I'm really excited about this particular game because we have a lot of iconic champions for particular players. I'm looking at the side of Astralis, where they have yet to give us a very decisive win, but there was one thing that came back last week for them, and that was Chris Berg stepping up. The Nordics champion on the Jinx as well, stepping up big time. Now, the other one on our screens is FGG on that Rel, because he had one of the best subpar performances, arguably, on that champion.
Nice idea there. Use the crash down to get over the wall into the back end of that jungle. Does force Carlson to store on the hook shot. There'll be nothing like a tactical sweep to try and control the wave a little better. But does avoid being ganked there. And yes, I'm glad you brought up FGG because I remember casting some of this guy's first games in the competitive scene around the UK last year in the UKEL and did just unreal things on the rel. It's the champion I have as synonymous with him. His angle for engages, his angle for backline access is just unmatched on that champion. And even if it's a little out of meta, I trust him to be a dangerous threat.
Now, here's the thing, right? If we want to talk drafts, if you will, and what they do. So I think right here, Astralis have a pretty decisive, not decisive, sorry. They have a pretty 1-3-1 composition that can turn into a team fight composition. You've got a bunch of backline access with the Ari jumping in, with the Camille locking in a target. You've got Taxa on his infamous Lee Sin as well. And you can play the 1-3-1s split if you want, but you can also try to play the fights and pill for your Jinx together with the Lulu. On the other hand, Dusty have a much more calculated front to back. They've got the 3 tanks up front, they've got the nades with the burst, and they've also got the hyper carry in the likes of Aphelios. So if we're looking at team fights, if we're looking at setup, for Dusty, it's much easier to execute that composition. And why I'm saying this is just because Astralis have not showed us signs of being able to coordinate their moves very well on the map. So when they're reliant on making these individual plays to make their team fights work, this is where my question marks come. And I think I'm gonna leave the question mark there for when we see later on fights to come and how Astralis actually execute them.
Yeah, because I think that's fair on the other side. For Dusty, their last week was a 2-0 week versus Vanir and Bifrost of all people. They did a great job last week, really showing up. In fact, they're going to try and make it a show up in the bot side. A flash forward from FGG forced the flash out of Chris Berg. Vikings here with a ghost. He's got a rampage to secure one more, gets a flash out of Wendell. It's all summoners, it's first blood, and it's over to the bot lane. And FGG's Rel finds 2 with that.
Yet again, and you can see that this Astralis bot lane was actually scared. They're lacking combat summoners because Chris Berg is going for that cleanse to make sure he stays safe from the Fae coming in from the Hecarim, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble later on, Rel stun and all the CC that's coming through it as well. And they actually end up going down. All summoners blown for the side of Astralis. And honestly, first blood on Hecarim is also extremely scary. Now, here's the problem here. Chris Berg and Wendell have mismanaged their wave is pushing, but the jungle is on the top side of the map, so he cannot cover for them to shove in that wave. Dusty had absolute control on the bot side of the map, so Viking got a very, very, very easy gank on an Astralis that was somewhere between a rock and a hard place. And again, these are the things that we're talking about when Astralis mismanage things on the map. You know your jungle is going to be towards the top side of the map. That means you cannot have your wave state at that point where you're like, I really have to shove this, I really have to crash underneath the tower, I might die for it. Well, you did die for it, but the consequence is that you also lose all of your summoners, so now you have to be double careful.
And this is after a guy who we said...
It is on the same
flash, grabs him with the binding eclipse. Viking is straight back here. Chris Berg about to die for the second time in 4.5 minutes. Such good, consistent pressure from Dusty here.
Am I watching? Is this deja vu? Because Taxa was at the exact same spot last time this happened. We mentioned how Astralis do not have summoners, so they cannot push past halfway through their lane because they're going to get instantly punished. What does happen? They get instantly punished. I think this is like the past ghost from Astralis still haunting them. Their bot lane hasn't been the strongest, and when it has been, it's usually been Chris Berg showing up in these fights and showing the caliber of player he is. It's rough because we saw what happened when Haru played against Dan and Haru got ahead on the Hecarim. It is so difficult to fight when the opponent gets ahead, when he gets so tanky that your team cannot necessarily deal with him.
No, and this is not a Hecarim that's going in by himself. He's got FGG's Rel that we have highlighted and will continue to highlight. Again, that is still a lot of that danger. The 4 horsemen they were joking about on the desk, it stands true. You got Aleph on a Poppy as well, who can follow in the heroic charge. this is such a big deal, and the continued focus towards the bot lane, towards the engage ops, towards FGG's rel is paying dividends right now for Dusty. Taxa is finally back around this bot side and might be around to help support another gank.
Because it's at the same exact position. They've built up their wave, they're trying to crush it underneath enemy tower, but the problem again is that they don't know where enemy jungler is, and Viking is yet again down the bot lane. Taxa is there, but he's a little bit too far away, and there's still no summoners.
There's no way out. He gets crashed down on, and the Ferromancy will do its work. It is just like cutting through butter with a hot knife. They land the Sonic Wave into the engage, but they can't do it. Another turnaround with the Ignite is here. FGG going in, but wait, it's Cress who's come roaming down, and they'll be able to trade this one back. Surely they've gone a little deep this time, and Astralis get 2 back.
All right. 3rd time's the charm, they say.
Literally.
3 kills for Viking and a charm from Crest to actually get 1 kill back for Astralis. Lovely pushing his mid-wave, started roaming towards the bottom of the map. Again, Astralis, yes, you have Taxa. He's doing the golems. You don't know where Viking is. You've done the same thing. You've built up the wave. You're trying to crush it underneath enemy tower. But yet again, you do not have the safety. You do not have the summoner spells. And Viking is yet again to punish that play. Yes, Crest comes down to get 1 kill. But in the process, this is a 3-0 pony roaming the map. He's about 1 whole level ahead of Taxa. And at this point, what we're saying, this is so hard when a Hecarim gets ahead is because when you go straight towards that chem tank, it's so difficult in these mid-game fights when you don't have your entire mythic item, when you don't have penetration to go through his defenses. It's so hard to take the Hecarim down.
And last week, we saw a lot of Dusty step up to back up Viking, who's been so critical to their earlier week wins. But this time, I think it is right. We turn our eyes back towards Viking, who is absolutely leading the charge.
You know what? I will agree to disagree because I think this is bot lane kingdom.
True.
This is FGG and Venza being like, look, these guys don't have summoners, repeat gang. They're doing the same thing with the wave, repeat gang. They're doing the same thing, and Alif
gets a knockout away from the Lee Sin, but Carlson still got him locked down to the Hextech Ultimatum, and he murders the Poppy.
This is a roughie though, because it's a wave and a half. Crashed underneath Alif's tower, and yes, Viking is going to soak even more experience and CS in his own, but Alif is going to lose on that one. So really good stuff right there from Taxa, and honestly, we've been meaning to talk about Taxa, but we've had so much action happen in the first 8 minutes. We've got 6 kills already, that we've kind of neglected that, and honestly, I think I've been a little bit critical with Taxa because he's generally had a very quiet split. For somebody whose favorite champion is the Lee Sin, he likes to make these early game plays, playing the Volibear and whatnot. I think he has been going a little bit under the radar, but right here he seems to be picking up 3 kill participation.
Clutch ward hop there as well. The mechanics are down, but it's still going to be the recovery of that the Herald, I apologize, but there's a good charm in, and Crest gets that kill. So it's at least a 1 for the Herald trade. Nice follow-up there from the Ahri, who's now 2-0. Much, I'm sure, to Nymera's pleasure.
Really nice rotation from Astralis as well. They're pushing the bot wave, and then they transition their Jinx to the mid lane, so she stays safe, whilst the rest, 4 man from Astralis, are trying to go towards the Herald. They do not manage to get the Herald, though, so even though they are showing up in the fights, and Crest does show up and ends up taking the kills, a lot of objectives are being lost on the way. You do take the Rift Herald, yes, you give one kill back, but this is not much of a problem, because once you start opening the lanes, it's going to be much harder for Astralis to walk in, since all of them are squishes. So I think it is very important for Dusty to start taking these objectives like Rift Herald, start taking the towers and depriving Astralis of a vision and then catching them off guard in their own jungle. Whilst in the bot side of the map, Venza was pushing wave after wave after wave on his own and also managed to bank on 2 tower platings.
I do want to call this out as well briefly. The FGG was in that Herald fight at level 4, a long ways behind some of these other members. That's part of the price.
Is level 6.
Exactly, and that's partly because he's not been in lane. He's gone for some of these. He's had to back a couple times because he's taken damage going for the big plays, but it kind of hurt him there in terms of Rel isn't the tankiest champion in some ways and got a little bit punished perhaps for the lack of experience that's the price of some of the plays he's been making.
Yeah, and I would like to say it is worth it at this point, because Ahri is a champion that you can very easily stop in the fight because we have this type of team. You've got the Poppy, you can stop Ahri from coming in. You've got the Poppy, you can R the Ahri out. Ahri dives in, you can insta-fear her with the Hecarim by ulting in. There's just so many safe zone abilities for Venza's Aphelios that I feel like, yeah, okay, give some kills to the Ahri, it's fine. We can deal with her later on, especially again, since you've got the Rift Herald, you can deprive Astralis of a bunch of the vision and then just cuts them on the transition when they try to go for these dragons, when they try to go for these objectives and just lock them down. And talking about locking people down, Chem Tank.
Yeah, it's in.
Already completed for Hecarim, and this is where we're like, okay, this becomes difficult because once you start fighting for these dragons, who's going to take the Hecarim down? There's a lost chapter on the Ahri who supposedly fed. There's like a bunch of junkyard boot sale on Carlsen.
It's a polymorph though, because Wendell's here, but Viking's coming around to do some damage, and it's
2v3?
skirmishing just around this dragon spawn because both teams look like they want to start it as Backlund goes over the wall. And that was an attempt there from Crest to get on top of the Zoe. Can't quite make it happen. Neither team feel quite ready to start off the Dragon, but they are moving around.
Honestly, we've been saying that Astralis has really bad vision around objectives. Their vision for this one is absolutely fantastic. They've got 2 wards behind enemy lines. They've got the Scuttle Crab as well to know if the Dragon has been started. And even though Dusty are really looking for them, they're trying to get some sort of priority in the mid lane and the bot lane to try and turn it into that objective. They have so much vision from the side of Astralis that they can actually contest because
wow. They're just going in this deep. That was an attempt by Viking to go over the wall.
It's becoming a little bit desperate, right? Again, we talked about this. They're trying to go for that dragon because all the lanes are pushing, but they cannot find an opening from the side of Astralis. And they're going to pop down the Rift Herald, take the rest of the tower that's going to be shared between 4 members right there, and possibly turn that, towards the dragon. It's just so difficult because playmakers in the mid game, in the early to mid game, like Ahri, like Lee Sin, can really hurt you if you play wrong against them. And again, I think the vision from Astralis has been really strong to keep them in the game so far.
0-0-4 right now on Taxa. 100% kill participation has managed to turn around those early plays from Dusty in the bot side, where both of these AD carries had a pretty stellar first week as well, so a lot of attention has gone towards the likes of Venza over the last few times. He went 11-2-6 on the Aphelios last week, 13-4-6 on the Kate. Massive improvements from earlier on in the split, where he was dying a huge amount. And this kind of continued bot focus from both teams has led to this kind of scuffle for vision. It's still Dusty to secure that first dragon, despite maybe burning a couple ultimates in some failed attempts from Spix in the jungle. And they are, at least at this point, up a few hundred gold, even if it's still close.
Yeah, and I really liked also the over-aggression from Viking because he knows he's ahead. He had the Chemtech versus a bunch of like half items from the side of Astralis, so he knew he wasn't gonna go down that easily. Also having his summons available and his ultimate. So yeah, you're gonna try to get advantage of what you have at this point, and what he had was the Chemtank, and he tried to take advantage of that. But they took a bunch of turret platings again for Aphelios down the bot lane. He's already got his Galephos. Aphelios has been falling a little bit behind because FTG has been roaming so much on the map, so he's been punished when it comes to the CS department.
Sure.
But when it comes to neutral objectives, Dusty are on point. And when it comes to Venza losing because FTG is fighting for these neutral objectives, Dusty makes sure that they return the neutral objectives to Venza to feed him everything that he's missed so far.
Absolutely. My only question right now for Astralis is, yes, you've got some good options in your side lanes. Ahri plus Lee Sin, or Lee Sin plus Camille can definitely pick up someone in the side lane pretty well. But come to these 5v5s, I think I probably agree with what Goldborg was saying on the desk, that actually Hecarim, Rel, plus this Poppy have such an easier time of getting to Chris Berg and making his life absolute hell in this game. I need to see how well Astralis can coordinate around these objectives the later this game goes to keep their Jinx alive.
I'll raise you my own reverse card. They don't even have to dive Chris Berg, because if you look, Carlsen, Taxa, Cress, Wendell, they're all squishy. Whoever tries to dive in first and reach the backline, you just kill them. Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, a bunch of CC from Poppy, the W from Poppy, Fierce coming in, FTG with a bunch of CC in his kit as well, and the solo bowler from Carlsen coming in the top lane. Okay.
Well, that's a good way to potentially stop it. You start getting some this Camille to a point where Poppy can't stay alive.
MNS needs to step up. We already have one solo bolo.
One solo bolo down, MNS on that 2.5 a game, so a little ways to go. But I appreciate Elif for trying to step up another man who has been playing, or rather not Elif, Carlsen, rather, who has been a consistent member for Astralis, at least within the lane, and doing very well to start up this game.
And this time, we have another bot lane attempt They're looking at this tower. It's going really low. It's past 40 minutes, which
on
means
vision.
it's much squishier, and they're pulling on the TP.
Here's a teleport, there's the Magnet Storm, it's on to Chris Berg, rooted in place with that Attract and Repel tower is gone. Chris Berg has flashed away the Polymorph to keep Aleph back. That will now be the attempted turnaround, but that's not the best Onslaught of Shadows I've ever seen. Gonna have to pull away, and the heal was popped by Venza, was not hit by the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Astralis...
He found Chris Berg!
Where'd he go? Aleph just gets in on the back, I was looking at the other side of the map. And Aleph managed to pick up the kill. That is something at the end of it all. And Chris Berg falls for the 4th time this game. He is 100% of Dusty's kills right now.
That's not a good start to have, man. That's not a good start to have. Another time, Carlsen booling on that Yodel up the top side of the map. Aleph is trying to go for his shield, but once an opponent champion steps on the shield gets destroyed, and then he flashes for the Cho'Gath R right there, which is actually his Q on a much shorter cooldown to finish the deal. And again, because they see that this top lane has been falling for the side of Dusty chooses to pull the trigger towards the bot side of the map. They bring in the Poppy, FTG dives forward, they take every single summoner again from Astralis' bot lane, and what we didn't see is while Dusty was trying to retreat because they were getting flanked from the other side, Chris Berg with no mana walks over a wall, and Aleph with a beautiful E locks him down. We take no prisoners.
None at all, and Jinx struggling a bit in this game. As we said, 100%.
We have a struggler, Captain.
Indeed. Fortunately, though, for Astralis, they've still got Crest at 2-0 on this Ahri, got the Everfrost, got that needlessly large rod in a pretty strong position. I'm sure Nightmare will be upset it's not the Ludens, but the setup is nice to help pin people down, and I don't mind it in this comp at all.
Actually, I agree with you. I much more like the Everfrost right here, because I think somebody's going to have to play defense for the setup. Astralis, Taxa, you're all alone there. Woof.
Managed to buffer his way out there, but now Carlsen going in, but it's still pretty deep. Does force Dusty back away, but there's no wave really to play with right now. There is a Herald up, but Astralis don't feel comfortable going for that right now.
All right, so the Dragon is also coming up really shortly. I can't see the timer yet, but it will pop up anytime soon, I'm pretty sure.
There we go, 25 seconds.
And we need to look around at the setup because Crest has his teleport available. It's past 40 minutes, so he can channel it wherever he wants. He's pushing the top of the map. Nobody's replying. Crest has been getting free CS and he's been getting free experience, and he's one level above Buckland right now. And that is a problem because, yes, he does have the Everfrost and he has a needless large rod. And why I'm mentioning the Everfrost here is because I think it's a very crucial item, especially who they're playing against. The Poppies, the FTG on the row, the Hecarim diving in. Somebody needs to help Chris Berg's Jinx, because I don't think at this point the Lulu is going to be enough of a pill. Also, you need to make sure you keep people stunned and locked down in one place enough to be able to put down the damage, because they are so darn tanky.
And Astralis decided against competing when Chris Berg had no flash, had no cleanse. It was always going to be dangerous anyway. Instead, they take the opportunity to get some solo lane experience for Carlsen and Cress. Taxa is hunting around in this bush and could try and get on top of Backland. Good stopwatch, immune to the Hextech ultimatum, but can they escape? It's a kick into the wall, flash forward. Taxa secures the kill. Still doing exceptionally well this game on the Lee Sin, one of those iconic champions.
Yeah, and he has been everywhere. We raised the question mark about Taxa. What can he do? He's been a little quiet the entire split, even in the early game champions. He doesn't seem to have much impact. Well, here, he's been in almost every single kill for Astralis, 5 out of 6. He's initiating the plays, he's finding the flanks, he's finding the kicks, and he's finding the dives, and he's also playing towards the strong side of the map, because we've mentioned over and over again, well, Carlsen is left without many resources. It hasn't necessarily been his best games. Right here with the Camille, he's got a little bit of Taxa's attention. They punish the Poppy, and then Carlsen has managed to snowball that effect. It is going to be top side of the map for Astralis versus bot side of the map. Can you reach Venza in the backline? Is Carlsen going to be able to find these flanks to lock down Venza and kill him together with Crest and Taxa, or is that trio going to die first by getting locked down?
It's just the battle of the divers, right? And who can get to the right targets at the right time? It's Dusty who is starting up the second Herald, and the gold is still pretty close, about 1,000 in the favor of Dusty, but that's not a huge amount at the 20-minute mark, still very playable for both of these teams. And The right people for Astralis have got the damage right now to murder somebody, particularly in those side lanes. The Camille, the Ari, as we've said, doing very well. Hulkbreaker complete for Carlson. That's one of those items becoming increasingly popular. And this Camille, very difficult for either of Dusty's side laners to deal with, right?
And this is what we said at the start, right? We said that if Astralis do wish to do so, they have the 1-3-1 composition that they can play. They can have the Ari in the side lane, they have the Camille on the side lane, and luckily for them, like you mentioned, they both have gotten ahead in their lanes. They both can lane versus the Poppy and the Zoe pretty easily and just push down a lane until somebody comes to stop them. Now, this is the perfect timing to do so because Dusty is pushing in the mid lane. The only problem that he is, we mentioned, Lulu is not gonna be enough to save you from a 4-man dive. So they have to instantly recall Cress, get him back into the mid lane, especially since the Herald has been spawned, and probably get Tax's attention too. So I really like what Dusty is doing here. They're like, cool, you want to split push us? We're going to put pressure on your Jinx. Because at the end of the day, it is going to be the Jinx versus the Aphelios. Which one of these two hypercarries is going to be able to kill each other's teams? Because when all is said and done, it always comes down to these two.
I'm also going to pull this out. I appreciate Cress here with the confidence. That's not a Shadow Flame second. That is a Death Cap that's coming in likely for
That's
this
where your
Ari
damage is coming from, man. You don't need the Ludens.
He's got the Dark Seal in inventory as well. There's a Medjai's potentially available. That's what I like to see. High damage, Ari. Okay, so about a minute and a half until this next dragon. That would be soul point for Dusty. We've said that maybe not the easiest front to back.
Infernal as well.
Yep, that's some people who've been pretty scary with Infernal. So anybody who's played against a Zoe with that knows how dangerous it is. Question is, what do Astralis want to do with this time? Do they want to continue the pressure on the side lanes? Are they even going to be in position to fight the 5v5, do you think?
So the thing here is, the problem that Astralis are facing right now is that, we mentioned that the first Dragon, they had stellar vision. They had pink wards behind enemy lines, they had blue wards behind enemy lines, they had everything they needed for possible flank TPs. Right now, because you have two split pushes coming in on one side, Ari's gonna be on the other, great, they have teleports. Who's gonna go deep enough to put down the wards for the Ari to join, for the Camille to find the correct flank? Taxa can walk a little bit in, but that's as far as he can do, and the wards are getting cleared straight away, which means now that Carlson and Cress have to join the good old traditional way, which is through a lane.
And that's always pretty risky when your Lulu's a support as well. She doesn't have the easiest time face checking, and for both of these mid laners, Ari and the Zoe, you both want to play around vision, right? You want to be throwing charms, bubbles from out of vision.
Very crucially, I think Carlson has found himself in a pretty good flank, and I don't expect him to be leaving that bush anytime soon before Dragon gets started. It's only going to be 20 seconds anyway. Astralis are going to look to push in that mid lane wave. I think they have spotted Carlson. Maybe they're looking for Viking or maybe Buckland because he's pushed a little bit further forward. If they can kill Viking here, there's no smite.
Throw the ghost down, so that is a Hecarim.
You don't want to engage on a Hecarim, yeah.
No. And you know, it does at least get the ghost out of Viking, which could be potentially pretty big now that the Infernal Drake has spawned.
Oh, look at the ward. It's been pinged at the red buff. It's been pinged. Poppy could be TPing there, and she is.
It is, but the dragon has been started down to 2,000 HP. In goes Viking, gets 3-man fit. It's gorgeous. FGG pulls it off again. You just can't stop it. Drowsy goes Carlton. It is the sweet sleep of death that he finds. Venza finds a triple, and Dusty. What a glorious fight. 4 for none. They lose the Infernal, but who cares?
And when it's all said and done, baby, it's gonna be the Jinx versus the Aphelios. And the Aphelios has beautiful setup, so much CC in front of him, so many locked down targets for a large amount of time to be able to output all of that damage. And Venza comes out on top again. They are gonna lose the Dragon, but they didn't care about the Dragon to begin with. We mentioned that they have the strongest and easiest to execute front to back composition. Their carries are more fed, their Aphelios is more fed than this Jinx, therefore he can output so much more damage. And honestly, props to Viking, props to FGG for a fantastic setup, and Dusty just do it again. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned that their front to back is beautiful. Viking locks in 3 members into a 4-man stun ultimate from FGG. Venza presses his R button, and it's just easy as that.
It was a thing of beauty. I said it before, I'll say it again. Who needs 4 horse for the apocalypse when 2 just fine? So much work to do, and you manage to pull the split pushes into the fight, and you get to win it.
here's the question, right? Because Dusty have always had the better teamfight composition, they've managed to grab all of these dragons and start stacking them, which meant that Astralis had to be pulled into this fight to stop the soul point from going down. And yes, they've managed it, but they've also put themselves on a 5,000 gold deficit. Now, we've mentioned how this composition from Astralis is made out of more playmaking champions. The Ahri that has to land the skill shots, the Camille that has to find the correct target and the correct flank to delete someone. And that someone is either Buckland or Venzer. You don't have much choice. Now the problem here is, in this composition, Ahri has two ways she can work. One, you either work like the CC bot for your Jinx and you keep people at bay while putting down the damage. Two, you choose to dive the backline together with Carlsen and you either die trying or you kill the opponent carries.
And the problem is right now for Astralis that you might be able to kill Venza, maybe, but the problem is
so tanky.
Exactly, everyone else is still doing enough at this point, and bluntly, Chris Berg, this carry that Astralis have been so reliant on to do a lion's share of the damage, honestly. I think he's something like 70% of the kill participation for this squad. He's so much of their damage percentage, about 30.5%, as they're going to try and get a kill in the side lane, though, and that's a pretty big moment. Good moment for Cress and Taxa to shut down a bit of this Baron shove.
I think they shut down a big part of this Baron shove because Backland is all alone. He has no vision. Taxa with another great play, 6 out of 7 kill participation. But the most important thing is that Carlsen is unbothered in the top lane. And yes, if you have 2 pushing lanes for Dusty with Baron buffs available, then it becomes a problem. Carlsen has to back up his team. But if you kill one of these members, that means that your 4-man core cannot split through 2 lanes because then you can get picked up. But again, the Ahri and the Lee Sin that want to catch you and want to be making these playmaking style plays towards whoever is alone in the side lane. They pull this off on backland and instantly Dusty has to call off the push.
They do, and all the while Carlsen got a tower on the top side. So this kind of maybe slightly different from what we've seen from Astralis, a more split map approach. Still has some teeth to it right now for Astralis, and yes, Tax's Lee Sin that has been a little bit quiet this split, but so historically good for him. Still dangerous in this game. 2 items, 204. Again, the only kill he wasn't involved with was Carlsen's solo kill.
It's just so difficult to play though because everyone is so slippery. You definitely don't want to be engaged on a heck rim. You can't get onto Poppy because she has W, and whoever is within Poppy's range, you can stop Lee Sin from jumping onto. Buckland has both of his summoners, he also has his ultimate. FTG you definitely don't want to be engaging on because you'll get stunned in place. And then Venza is literally going to be playing from his fountain because everyone is in front of him. So it makes Taxa's job that much more difficult. And everyone else is at least on the top side of the map for Astralis.
And you're going to be forced into another 5v5 potentially here in 30 seconds because it's Infernal Drake.
Hear me out.
What do you do to convert these things into a win?
You give the soul away if you're Astralis and you're waiting for 3 items on your Jinx. I think if anything is going to save you at this point is 3 items on Jinx and maybe an hourglass on your Ahri so she can survive a little bit longer in these fights and provide more CC and damage as you also have the death cap. I don't think if you're Astralis, you walk into the bot side map because it's just so point. Give them that. The Baron buff has also run out. Give them that soul point. Do not fight it right now. Wait for 3 items on your Jinx. Try again.
You're half an item away. Maybe I tend to agree with you. I think you can wait 5 minutes for that item breakpoint to be through. Chris Berg has struggled in this game, but the moment you hit 3 items, all past sins can be forgiven because your damage is online at that point. Dragon is started, Cress is around though, and so is Carlsen on the flat. They can still think about doing this, but Tax has already been stunned. Dragon goes down, but can Astralis find a way to pincer? Venza flashes, Carlsen gets in on top of him, but he's hammered out by Poppy. Keeper's Verdict does its job. Cress roots Viking in place, but now they have to go away, and that is no Ahri available. The fight is here, the charge comes through. It's a stopwatch, but it will not be enough for Carlsen, maybe until he goes away. That's Cress dead on the side. It's going to be another 4 for none, and Astralis, you did not have to fight it. Tax is going to try and get the mid lane waves. He knows how devastating this would be, and it's a clean ace for Dusty. Side lanes, they struggle, but the fights have been clean.
Oh my god, again, I think Astralis just overstepped the boundaries right there. They also split up. They tried to pull the assassination technique right there with Carlsen on the Camille and Ahri, Crest on Ahri, but it just didn't work. Dusty just have the better teamfight composition. Astralis did not yet have the item who said give this up and try for soul, and it just didn't work. Astralis wanted to go for it, and now they will most likely lose the game for that.
And you called it, look in the inventory for Chris Berg. 3 items now, but it's too late. It's too little. It's another kill to Venza. It's 100% kill participation for the rookie, for FGG on his Rel, and the Horsemen of the Apocalypse do it with half their number.
What can I say, man? We mentioned at the start, we're like, there's some very important champions, there's some very important players, and FGG's Rel was one of them. Really? His first appearance was monumental. This appearance right here, he was all over the map. He was getting very key engages. 3 and 4-man ultimates were absolutely fantastic. And again, in that last fight, even though Astralis did have the better setup to try and go for it in a pincher move with these champions that they had, they just lacked the items. You said it yourself. After this, everyone had items to buy the 3rd item. Just wait and go for Soul.
Astralis 4-9, Dusty now to 7-6. Their climb up the table continues, and this show will continue after this break. Stick around and we'll see you in a few.
Welcome back after a stellar victory by Dusty versus Astralis. The winning Well, the winning spree of Astralis is over apparently, and Dusty are taking it away. 5th place right now for Dusty, looking at Vanir on 4th, just 1 game away. Who knows what's gonna happen until the end of the day? But I know Dusty are looking firm, are looking steady, and are looking for the playoffs. And now I'm looking for my interview guy. It is Viking on the Dusty part. Hello, Viking.
Hello, man.
Welcome back with the victory. How you feeling?
It feels good. It feels better than the start. We had a bad start, right? And but I kept. I mean, I told my team like we're way better than our 0-3 start, and now we're 7-6, so 7 wins, 4. I mean, whatever losses we have, but less losses at least. I'm completely dizzy sometimes because I scream a lot in game. But yeah, no, I'm a bit dizzy.
You guys are looking stellar inside of the game. Obviously, there has been some changes, probably mentality-wise, strategies-wise as well. You're playing more champions. You don't look for the early game alone. You're looking for more as well. You took a lot of kills on this game. Was this intended for you, or was it like whoever grabs it takes it?
I mean, I could give 1 or 2 kills to Aphelios, but it's whatever. We will win. I was pretty confident we would win this game. We had good draft and like, yeah. I mean, I think I don't like when we go like full early game. It's good to have a good early game, right? But it's more about getting a working comp and stuff like this. And I felt that at the start we had really bad drafts, so I myself put a lot of effort into talking with other good players like outside our team and just looking what like other people draft and stuff like this, because I felt our drafts, like, I mean, we had good drafts, but we had 1 or 2 bad drafts too. We actually lost a lot from gameplay as well, you know. But draft is very important. Draft is extremely important. That's all I'm saying.
And this leads me to another question that I have. I know you put a lot of hours into League of Legends daily. You work a lot in League of Legends. Can you run me by how is a day for you, like a working day as a player in League of Legends?
I mean, I live here in France because I have a brand in France, and I mean, I could live with some really nice people here that are streamers, and I mean, I wake up, I scream, maybe do some warm-up game, and then I just play solo queue. The last 2 weeks, I think I play 15 or 16 solo queue games per day on different accounts, and I watch LPL too, and I work out for me, which is not others, but I work out almost every day, 1 to 2 hours at the home gym we have here. But it's not the typical gamer, but for me it's typical, and I just like to work out and buy Uber Eats and chill.
Man, that is one heck of a day. Like taking that every single day, it shows work, and it's also showing inside of the NLC. So congratulations on that one. Last question for you. It's a different one. We asked you, who would you bring into an island if it was deserted? Like, who was the player you would bring? You chose Aleph, and I want to tell you that Aleph said, I would pick anyone except Viking.
I mean, he's just trolling. He obviously loves me, so yeah.
So that's the takeaway. Obviously, I still want to know what's your most hated food. I'm going to use that, by the way. You can't type like, nobody's going to use that. I'm going to use it. So eventually I'll ask you for one and you'll have that answer ready. Okay, Viking? It's a deal, man. Thank you so much. And good job, by the way. It was a stellar game for you guys. Good luck.
Yeah. You too. Bye-bye.
And there we go. Dusty taking with the win, and Viking putting more than 50 games a day. Was that what he told us? That is way too much. Like, how can you do that, by the way? Those are like 10-minute games, probably 15 FPF go next. This is the side of Dusty. They're taking a lot of victories and winnings. They're working on the team as they should. On the other side, though, Astralis, Chris, I know you are with me right now. There he is. Hello, Chris.
Hey.
Tough game, obviously, but I have to ask about the champion select. Obviously, allowing Rel to go into FGG was something that you guys were not expecting, or can you guide me through that one?
No, I mean, we expected it. Like, they played it a couple of times, so it wasn't like something surprising. We just didn't mind them having it, to be honest. And yeah.
Okay, then I want to talk about, obviously you had to prepare like an emergency plan. if the bot lane didn't work because you guys were working for the Jinx picks, the hyper carry ADC. Did you guys have any plan if things fell through on the bot lane?
I mean, it's not like we planned that it would be going this way, so I don't know. I don't think you can say yes to that question. I mean, Carl had a pretty good game up in top, so yeah. I mean, we definitely had chances still to win this game, but especially on the third Drake, it was a bit of a disaster. So
Yes. That is something that I also wanted to ask you about that specific dragon. We were talking on the green room, and we were debating, okay, you guys can actually look through the sidelines. You have the Camille, she was winning versus the Poppy on the 1v1. They can use it and not go for the objectives. What was the mentality to actually go for the third dragon?
I think the third Drake should, like, I mean, we got the Drake as well. It wasn't that there was the biggest issue. I think maybe the fourth one you can discuss that we should maybe give and get some more gold. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I didn't watch the game, but maybe it would have been better.
Obviously, you guys came out of a double victory on the previous week. You guys start now on a bit of a hickey. Let's call it a hickey. What are your plans for this week? Do you feel comfortable for the next day?
Yeah, I mean, it should be better this week. I don't know. Like last week, I was pretty sick and we still won. So I don't know. I believe.
Okay, but you're feeling better right now, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I gotta say, the team is looking better right now. So you guys are obviously working on the scrims as well. Do you feel that the team is going places that you want it to be?
Yeah. I mean, I would have liked for it to be faster, obviously, since we had to lose so many games. But we do still have some good days. Right now, it's just really inconsistent, I would say.
Is there a way to work around that until the playoffs? Because obviously it's right around the corner. Do you feel like the team can work around that until the playoffs?
I mean, we need to try, you know, like there's nothing else to do. So, yeah, I hope so.
Well, I hope so too, because I want to see Astralis at the top of their game. And thank you so much for the interview and good luck for the next day, man.
Thank you.
Obviously, Astralis wants to take another victory. They want to step into the playoffs, but every single team on the NLC will be able to get to the playoffs if they work hard enough. And these games are going through the middle of the pack, so these points are really important for every single team. So this is why you cannot miss the next game. It's going to be Riddle versus Eminem. You cannot miss this one. It's going to be a banger, and I'll see you right after this break. And welcome back to the desk. We're about to jump into Eminem versus Riddle. Another game where both teams are looking for the same spot, but only one of them will be able to take it. What's your take on this?
Some are Joker fans. I'm a fan of the Riddler, and I think that Riddle has been doing really, really well recently, and they're starting to really catch my attention.
Yeah, is that why you're wearing green today as well? You're kind of the Riddler. Is that the outfit you're going for?
Yes. Exactly.
You were asking us questions.
It was you all along.
Yeah.
Who am I? He's been asking
Batman.
questions all along.
Good
Keep
take.
moving.
So Eminem is struggling to get the results that have been showing us until now, but on the other side, Riddle are stepping up. What is this?
What is this? I mean, what?
I think it's an interesting case of you are falling a bit behind again on the basic, because I think Eminem, they all surprised us with the sudden win streak they were suddenly able to develop for themselves. I think a lot of that came from their mid to jungle. I think a lot of that came from new picks as well, but that's why we always see the action band come out against Royal Cannon as well. I think a lot of it needs to be on Cannon. I think if they move back to something that's easy to execute as well, then Michiku can show up as well. But I think Eminem can find their strides in the early game. I genuinely think, and especially against a team like Riddle that has been a bit slow to the start, I think it needs to come from that mid-jungle synergy.
The difficulty is that they started their win streak by playing those hard-to-execute comps, actually, by playing the Vex Hecarim, the Vex Jarvan.
But Vex Hecarim, it's still like the dive it is we're talking about here.
But you still have to. But then the problem is actually recently they've gone back towards that again.
Okay, if Easy's execute can be hyped to back, then I mean the one where we go like, you can find enemy carries, especially when it's so AD carry positioned at the moment.
So yes, I agree with that in terms of like, as long as everyone's on the same page, it should be much better, right? But the thing is that they've tried their bread and butter. They've tried to go towards the heavy dive and they haven't pulled it off. Like they've just been failing on the coordination aspect of things, which means that for me, there's some real fundamentals which need to be cleaned up. There is no easy solution to that.
No, for sure. And that's also why, like, I always think that going back to something that is easier is because you don't have to worry about your fundamentals.
Yeah, worry about something else, yeah.
If you draft scaling, you can always make mistakes and still have leverage in the late game. So, or at least something to play for. On the other end of the coin, though, Riddle, I think a lot of their core members have started to show up. I think that bot lane at times were incredibly inconsistent, but they have decided that, or started to show up in the early game to put their team in a more favorable position towards the mid to late game. But I think Riddle, to me, and for a long time, have been about the solo laners.
Vanguard is one to look out for on the ban phase every single day, so expect that to be banned non-stop throughout the day. MC Nidalee will not appear again.
Look, I mean, there's a real problem with the Riddler sending all of these poems and this stuff, but no one can read. How can the Riddler exist in a world which has no literacy? No one can read the coach's name of Riddle.
I was going to say, we finally get a Gwen coming through, and we see so many power picks being up and available. The Gwen, the Jace, Jinx, if you want to go for that side as well. There's so many power picks available. The jungle pool, you talked about it last game as well, is ginormous. You don't necessarily have to go for anything yet, but by going for an early Diana here, Renekton is up, and it's something Kex had played quite a bit. So now I'm wondering from Eminem's side, you can already now say, okay, we flex the Gwen into the jungle, we make a takeaway on the Renekton, but even if you do that, then a counter matchup can be ready from the side on 3 as well. So I like the Diana pick in terms of setting up an AD laner here.
But my problem with the Diana pick at this point is that it's already into the Gwen, and Diana can struggle against Gwen because you pop the W and you can't press E on them because they're technically untargetable. The Q is also out of range too, so you're not even able to dash in and kind of get within that range because as soon as they pop W, you can't dash in. So that's my problem with trying to lock in the Diana at that point. For me, it says that MC really wants to play towards mid-jungle instead, maybe. Maybe you can pick in something. I mean, it's okay against around a lot of stuff. You can obviously lock in with the Yasuo, very easy to play around that. But I feel like you've already limited some of the options of what this champion's best at in terms of like hyper-ganking.
And now the picks coming through from Eminem once again. They're super good as well for that disengage or that on-target ability that you talk about. You get the Hallowed Mist, you got the Crescent Strike on Sinsao now as well. And all in all, these are going to be frontliners that's going to be difficult to deal with, even if you find find that easy to execute composition, easy to execute team fight if a Yasuo were to come in, or even if you want to play for topside with a Renekton now.
Okay, so the only reason I could see you picking this, because I see that face and I'm like, what the heck, is that if you pick a Yasuo Diana, it's such large single target damage that the Zilean completely neuters it. Now, once he gets level 6, Diana is just going to be rolling through. You just keep looking for those ults, keep trying to like chain all of these plays together. So like a Zilean can very much stop that. But I feel like by not locking in some of your choice combos with that now, you're going to lose actually a lot of what the power of the Diana is, which is comboing with someone.
Yeah, but I think the Zilean is going to be going down towards the bottom side. I think that's why we're also seeing the support line come through here. So you want to make sure you're putting the Zilean in a position where you can finally get in a position to free scale and don't, because that's the thing quite often with Zilean is that you need to survive laning phase. If you survive laning phase, then you're put in a really comfortable position where Zilean's kit is very broken by being able to revive a carry.
So we see the flexibility from the side of Riddle. On the other side, Eminem lost that flexibility with the jungler in the mid line, in the top line. Now you know where Gwen is. Now you know where Xin Zhao is. So they're straight up to the point. They can probably bring something to lock in on the bot side, an additional support with engage potential. On the other side, you still don't know what's going to happen.
So another thing which I'm briefly thinking about as well, remember we saw one Zilean top, and I'm just thinking about Gwen, who has 0 engage potential, no CC really. They're going to run at you. What happens if you get hit by like a 90% slow? Is that, I mean, am I being mad here, or is that an option?
It is an option, but I still at the same time feel like you being immune is going to be...
I'm just saying.
Yes. Hey,
it's up there.
You did say it.
Yeah,
but I feel like being immune on the Gwen as well, like these bombs are not going to do much to your laning phase, and you are quite easy to dive as well, especially because Zilean will have wave clear at some point, but Gwen being able to stack up the Q quite fast will also be able to find some shop, especially if you can chase them out of laning phase immediately by just waiting level 1 in a bush, then Zilean really can't do much. So
is that Jarvan support? Are we getting Jarvan support and Zilean solve?
What a crazy draft already.
So
this
not only
can
we don't have literacy, we can't read don't ban Nidda, we also have don't draft normal. This is becoming a very large problem here.
It's if we wanted to dive in, and that's what we were talking about. Now you can dive in with Sin. You got a Cataclysm as well. Are you just gonna get a Galio from the mid lane, or what are we getting here? Silas stealing away Zilean's ultimate is actually not a bad move because you have good synergy with taking away a Solar Flare. It's good with the Diana ultimate as well. So
No.
Guys,
don't talk about them.
Stop. The Janna is not happening, okay? We're definitely getting AD here. If we're not getting AD, you're very AP focused on the side of Riddle.
That's one way to get AD. It's a hover.
Talk about it? No, you're going to talk about it.
Hover.
Yeah, he's going to talk about it.
Hover. Okay, all right, it's AD. It's not quite as spicy. Okay, I know it's the cardinal sin of casting champs likes to not talk about the hovers, but okay, right. So now you have, so it's not a Yuumi in terms of speed ups, in terms of buffing, but the Zilean does have a lot of ability to give someone like a Diana or a Leona or the Aurelia that extra move speed to then be faster than an opponent. So you just have to sit there, watch them get close to you and like, oh no, I should probably flash now. I should probably get away. Yeah. And then you have to flash before the move speed buff is over. You've got all of these really dangerous gap closing champions which are going to run straight at you and use their abilities very impactfully with the Zilean.
I don't know what's going to happen on the top side though, because it's Zilean top. And I think if you put yourself immune, you don't even catch the bombs if you go through them. So I don't know what's going to happen on the top side. Okay, final words before we jump into the game. Love it.
Batman.
There we go. It's chaos on the champion select. It's chaos on the draft, and it's chaos on the desk as well. I'll send it over to the Casus desk to actually look for some lucidity.
I'm not sure you're going to find that here, because I was pretty clear in the pre-show that we need to get rid of these hex drafts. They were dangerous and were leading to inting, and what have we got here but two absolute wackiness going on? Zilean v Gwen and the Jarvan support. It's been a while.
It's been a while, but the first thing that came into my mind when I looked at Eminem is like, you've drafted 4 melees.
Yeah.
4 melees into a champion that can put down on you a 90% slow.
Yes.
Into an Aphelios that can draft out Graviton. Into a Leona that can stand you in place not with 1, but with 3 of her spells.
Yeah. I hear that. I'm also thinking Aurelia.
Also, Aurelia really loves it when you dive towards her because then she can cage all 4 of them in her ultimate and just dance around.
She's just a babysitter. It's just throwing you inside, you know, that nice little baby cage, keeping you nice and safe. It's all good.
I'm gonna be honest. I think one of the biggest criticisms that we've had for Eminem, after their successful 4 wins that they've had, is that the early to mid game has been very sloppy. It was one of their very strong fronts. When they were going into the game, we had Royal Cannon on the Vex, we have Cannon on the Hecarim, playing this aggressive early to mid game, where they were chaining up their CCs, they were playing together. Yeah, that was thrown out the window. The early mid game, very sloppy. Even though Eminem is trying to make plays, things are not going the way they want them to. And I think, as sad as it sounds, I think a lot of that pressure falls onto Royal Cannon's shoulders.
Yes.
Because he has been underperforming the last few games that we've seen him, especially onto the Vex.
Yeah.
And now playing a melee champion in the likes of Sylas is going to be really hard to reach the backline. We're going to have to see how he plays later on in these fights.
I agree, because this is the guy who, alongside Canna with the Hecarim, that Vex Hecarim combo that nearly got the win against X7 in early weeks, we've not seen those highs again since. I mean, like, you called it out. Eminem are now on a 5-game loss streak. They've gone from 4-3 to 4-8, and they have really slipped down the tables. They are, as of today, currently tied with Astralis, who we'd said who was struggling a while. And Royal Cannon, unfortunately, has been one of the pain points for this team, who has been struggling a bit. And we want to see, on a fresh champion, whether he can pull it up. Because at the minute, he is the lowest damage share of any mid laner in the league. Like, he is 10th in terms of damage share. And I want to see him on something like the Sylas, with all these melee carries, with all the setup, to try and make something on this champion with so many good ultimates to steal work.
Yeah, also this is going to be really difficult, right? Because Aurelia loves playing melee one-on-one with you, especially when he has stacked her passive all the way to number 4. She just loves trading with you. And yes, even though Sylas does have a bunch of sustain, especially with his W, the burst that's coming out from, and the sustain from an Aurelia is just really hard to withstand. This is why you see Royal Cannon, he's taking a little bit more of a defensive stance. You allow Sloggy to push through, and then you fall under the tower and farm there. Because the good thing is that Sloggy cannot necessarily harass you under tower.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to call it out as well. That's Michigan with a Hail of Blades on the Varus, so might be a poke option, potentially. Could still just be the regular auto-attack build, but Hail of Blades is sometimes a precursor to a lethality build.
Here's the thing, right? I'm seeing Javan, Sylas, Zinzao, and Gwen. I'm like, they're all diving in. They're all gonna go in as a death ball, 4 melees, find the pick, find the chains, find the flag and drag into the ultimate and just dive and kill someone. The one who stays behind is going to be, unfortunately, Mishigu. So if he does end up going for the lethality build, I think I pretty much like that, because the second you lock someone into the Cataclysm, it's just very easy to land in the poke, and then you also stay at arm's length when it comes to these team fights.
That's pretty reasonable, actually, and, you know, call it out as well. This is the airy build, of course, because it's a support Java. It's pretty standard. You max out the standard, and you basically give a load of attack speed.
Yeah, Treats would be very happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. But Bista went in for a trade on the top side, and MC was just waiting. A little bit over-eager there. MC doesn't need to recall and just gets an easy first blood in top side. MC on AP junglers, man.
I mean, MC on AP junglers, man, ×2. I will back that one up.
I'd love to offer some more, but that is the statement. It holds true.
I will back that one up, but...
You got lovely last week. You went 5-1-40. Had a great time versus Nulikki.
Right.
The other game was a little bit rougher, but he got the key Baron steal against Singularity that was in all the B-roll and all the show reels. So he's having a good couple weeks.
All right, really quickly though, Bobista has lost both of his summoners in the top side of the map.
Yes.
That means that he is very susceptible into getting ganked yet again. So he has to be very clever on how he plays his waves, not to pass that mid point in his lane, especially when MC is just about to clear his bot side of the map and could very well be heading towards the top side again. Now, you don't necessarily play towards a Zillion to get kills onto the Zillion, but if it's really easy for MC to grab kills there himself, especially since the immunity has been used for Bobista, because the Gwen is very close to the minions. You have to get into the minion wave to be able to CS. So if you're playing around these bombs and you put down your immunity, yes, it's hard to play with Diana when the immunity is up. When you put it down to get away from the harassment from the Zillion, then MC can find a pretty easy way in like he did on that first kill.
Yeah, so while you can't necessarily directly bomb her so easily, you have got options, and the slows as well to
this
defrade
is
and
so
just do
annoying,
that.
man.
It's so frustrating. Yes, you can heal, but Zilean in lane can be very obnoxious, even if before we've got loads of AP to make those bombs truly hurt.
Also, look how dangerous it is the second Aurelia walks out of lane. The second Aurelia walks out of lane, even when Slowq is level 5, you have to respect. Bobista pushed 2 waves underneath Kek's tower, so he got a pretty free back right there, and now he's walking back to his lane. The pinks have been laid down that he's missing as well, so Kek will be shoving in that lane really quickly and probably taking it back for himself. Now, I'm wondering what... Perfect. So MC, he's got the alternator, and he also has another amplifying tome, and I'm wondering where he's going to choose to use his first level 6. His blue buff is going to be up and available. And I'm looking at that first level 6 because I'm like, level 6 on Slowq, perfect. He's got the pickaxe, a lot of damage coming out of that Aurelia. You're going to have the level 6 from MC coming in as well. And then my eyes go straight to that bot lane because you mentioned it. Dr. Chaos on that Jarvan. Yes, it's a Jarvan, but it's a support Jarvan. It's going to be a squishy Jarvan.
Oh, yeah. And like that could be pretty dangerous, and the level 6 is not quite there.
Here we go.
The Nukes does go in. That's a flag and drag on very low mana, actually, from Dr. Chaos, but he does get out. But do they stick around? MC is still here, and there have been some summoners. I wonder what that might give them a false sense of security.
They have very, very low mana from the sort of Eminem. Both Dr. Chaos and Mishigu have very low mana, and they really need to shove in that lane. This is why you see Kana. He's shadowing them right now. It's something that probably Astralis should take a note here for when you need to push that wave.
Last game was not pretty.
You don't get stuck there. You call down your jungler, and they shadow you before you push in that wave, so you don't get punished, especially since Mishigu is so immobile on that Varus. So very well done right there from Eminem. They'll be pushing wave into wave into wave. Serrated Dirk also purchased for the Varus, actually gives us the green light button that Mishigu is going to go towards that lethality, which we really like, because when you have champions that create so much space for you, especially when you have 4 melee champions moving forward and you stay at the back, you want to keep your opponents at arm's length.
And much like the old adages about things like Twisted Fate, the level 6 matters when someone like MC and Slowq hit those ultimate marks you called out earlier. It's in. We now need to see how that first Moonfall is used. I can see it being used mid to get Slowq rolling. I can see it being moved down towards that bot lane as you called out earlier. Currently, though, MC potentially continuing towards the top side still.
I was about to say, I think my guess is going to go towards the bot side of the map, because Bobista is sitting there without any teleport, so you could potentially punish that if you so wish to do that, and then go for the Rift Herald. But Eminem have been really quick on their rotations. They know MC wants to do that. They know he's playing towards the top side of the map. Nukes has also done the rotation of getting towards the mid side of the map, so they do know that Eminem want to play for what else? Always the Rift Herald. Quick rotation, get your bot lane up the top side of the map, secure that Rift Herald, try to get a bunch of turret platings or whichever champion you want to. If you want Mishigu, because he's going to be the one that spikes the most in the early game since his lethality, give it to Mishigu. But securing that is very, very crucial. On the other side of the map, though, you have Fatty-chan, who's going to be taking a bunch of stuff for himself. Solo XP, solo gold, and a couple turret platings, which he shared with Nukes. That was really lovely.
What a nice friend. And, you know, he's got Crescendum there because Chakrams means tower plates disappear.
That Leona protect.
Indeed.
Okay? So she needs some gold.
And I appreciate lore-wise, you've got the melding of sides here. It's the Lunari and the Solari all coming together to prove horrible, deadly combinations. You see? It's all there. Or the trade, of course, for that Herald, as he said, is the plates down bot alongside the first dragon, which MC solos out, and Slowq continue to do what Aurelia loves to do, which
Trades with Aurelia, man.
Exactly.
Feels bad, man.
And I appreciate the fact that Royal Cannon has decided to go this Oblivion Orb.
Oh, they're looking for the dive, though.
Steal with a potential turnaround. Does steal the move for, but it's into a Vanguard's edge. The tower shots making a turnaround. Lands him Golden Duck, but he went back in with 2 low HP, and it is a 1-for-1. Make that which is fine. I nearly called it 2-for-1 because I forgot about First Blood topside.
Yeah, but this is worth for Royal Cannon when you've got 3 members diving you and you get 2 flashes and a kill for yourself. This is giga worth it for you. You also don't get to lose much in the mid lane because your jungler is most likely going to come and pick it up straight after that Scuttle Crab goes down. So good stuff from Royal Cannon right there. If I'm not wrong, I think he grabbed MC's ultimate right there. Yeah, he stole MC's ultimate, which means he locks him down underneath the tower for longer than MC wanted. And I think MC kind of walked into enemy territory all alone right there because Slowq was not ready to dive in. Nukes was a little bit on the side as well. So maybe communication was a little bit finicky right there for the side of Riddle. All in all, it's a 1-for-1 Royal Cannon. We take those.
You definitely do, and I appreciate the fact he got that final Kingslayer to just get the HP bar low enough to make sure that MC fell. Still, they do manage to delay a bit of a wave there. Canna did come in to pick it up, so of course, as you said, there was still someone around who was happy to secure the early farm, but it's still this Aurelia who's doing pretty well. Kekt continuing to be obnoxious with the shove in the top side. But as it stands, gold, yes, Riddle favored, but if Eminem can manage to keep it at this kind of discrepancy, come to these mid-game fights when all of your members can start running in with the Jarvan setting everything up, you could blow up someone here pretty easily.
So here's the idea, right? I think whoever catches whoever off guard wins the fight. But if Kekt is around to save that member that's gonna be under attack for Riddle, then the fight can very easily get turned around. So for Eminem, they have 4 melees. They've got the Flag and Drag Cataclysm into everyone bunching up on that member. If Kekt is there to save that member, it's pretty easy money for them. But Bobista is yet again...
Try to turn it around. That is still the Chrono Shift to Bay Bryce some time. And he will be okay. Gets out of double.
Snip, snip. You've got no grievous wounds, which mean that this Gwen does heal when she snip.
She does, and I thought that was going to be it. I thought it was a beautiful combo, the 2v1, and Gwen does exactly that. The pure healing and gets through and gets out. Eminem still hanging around this bot side, still got some plays to get through, and of course, the lethality. Varus was an old school counter into Aphelios before he was nerfed into the ground, and still doing pretty well to keep this Aphelios at least pinned back under tower when they're in lane.
Yeah, absolutely. You do have the shove right there. You also have the Jarvan being absolutely obnoxious every time he pulled down the flag with the Airy. So the poke is right there, not just from the Varus, but also from the Jarvan. Helps along with the attack speed as well to push in that wave much faster. And because the Aphelios is stuck with a melee support, Kekt is under trouble, and he doesn't have ultimate, but he does have a flash.
He does indeed have himself a time warp and manages to do it again and get on out of there. You all know the dance moves, so I expect to see them in chat, and we'll all move on from that one as
Dance moves?
Let's do the time warp again. It's old school Rocky Horror. If you've never seen
sorry, I'm too young. I can't.
Well, look, I'm too young for it. I still know it. It's like an old school disco move, like Macarena.
Sorry, disco 18.
I know, right?
19,
exactly.
right?
Doing your school dances. Was there no time warp? I'm disappointed. All right, well, that's a YouTube video.
We're dancing to Rihanna back then.
Fair. You know, actually, I take that. So was I.
Yeah.
Badly, because my dancing...
Back in my day.
Back in my day. Umbrella, it was around and about...
True.
You know it. That probably ages me pretty heavily, but there you go.
Same.
I know, right? Suddenly the reality of life setting here in the cast. We have got about a minute until this next dragon, which will be a Hex Dragon. And I'm going to move on from that slightly morbid train of thought.
All right, then. Let's take stock of what we've got. So, like you mentioned, less than a minute away is going to be the next dragon, which means a lot of these champions are going to be going back to base. They're going to be buying control wards. They're going to be finishing their items. They're going to be getting ready to fight. As you see in the inventory from the sort of Riddle, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 control wards ready to be used towards the bot side of the map. And basically, you want to start laying down your vision and laying down your dominance, if you will, onto that river side. Whoever walks in first has the pick of where they choose to put down their vision. The Scuttle Crab, of course, is going to be huge help for Riddle, but it's going to be going away pretty soon. So they won't have the luxury of using that to their advantage to get a vision. And now it's time for Riddle to try to face check to get into that river if they want to continue and stacking the dragons.
Critical thing here as well. Slow Q and Fadichan haven't managed to back to complete first mythics. So they are down that item. They're still going to trade in the mid lane, but everybody is here. And Kekt, taken so low, has to chrono shift himself. They'll just wait it out. No, they won't. They'll put it down
in the middle of nowhere.
Now they've got to try and find out whether they want to place. He flashes away, and that was not the best Crescent Guard I've ever seen. The Moonlight Vigil on the side will bind up a few. Re-engage a potential option, but Royal Cannon with a clutch stopwatch prevents the Vanguard's edge from hitting. Riddle down a few key ultimates. In fact, 5 ultimates down, all of them for Riddle. I'm not sure they're in a position to fight for this dragon anymore.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? They took a big trade with Eminem, but they do have double teleports. So the Aurelia has teleport if she wants to back right now. If Stalker wants to back right now and buy his item, he has a teleport to come back in. Kekt is already up and available, and almost halfway through that ultimate cooldown. It's not going to be the case, though, because they're engaging already.
Needlework, and there's a Cataclysm. It's going to be Aphelios that somehow picks it up anyway. He's got Calibrum and Crescendum. Has a lot of ways to trade this one out. Roll Cannon with the stolen Moonlight Vigil could maybe turn this one around. It's not the best I've ever seen get stunned in the world. And Fadichan secures a second. Riddle, without ultimates, still find the picks. They lose the dragon, but the double teleport comes in clutch.
Yeah, and one of them was not even used for slow queue, so it can very easily be used to pull out another play. You put him on a side lane against Bobista's Gwen, who doesn't have an item completed yet himself, and then you start snowballing the Aurelia through that. They managed to push in the mid lane as well. So 2 items all in all going to the side of Riddle, and yet again, you see the fight right here. It's a 5 versus 5. There is no ultimate for Kex, and Nukes, I think he goes a little bit too deep. He zones Royal Cannon away, but you see that MC manages to get away on a sleeve of health, and he does survive whilst the rest of the members of Eminem are running away, except Royal Cannon, who decides to re-engage. That was a bit questionable.
If that was 2 items, that Moonfall might have done enough, but that is a 1 item. Silas, who's not got boots, who's only on the Everfrost plus the Oblivion Orb. It's not the biggest damage Moonfall at this point. It kind of showed there. And Slow Q, a player that potentially we've had some doubts about the performance in earlier levels, up a significant amount of CS. Second Herald started by Eminem.
What did we mention? They're going to put Slowkey on a side lane. He teleports up an available Blade of the Viking completed. They might actually want to go for this fight. Their ultimates all over the sort of Riddle, but they're just a little bit too little, too late on that one. And it's actually Bobista who's going to be able to TP towards the bottom of the map after they secured the Rift Herald to try and contest and defend versus Slowkey's wave.
They hold
that mid lane tower, though, if he falls down, it becomes a little bit difficult for Silas to push forward. Royal Cannon, of course, being a melee. Of course, Misigur, an immobile carry, sat as the Varus is very dangerous to move forward. And same for the Jarvan, right? The Jarvan is going for the Hourglass. It's going to be extremely squishy. Yes, you do have the stasis, but once the stasis is down, somebody's going to one-shot him. Bobista.
Oh, it takes a time.
How do you like that
down forever? They're going to try and do it again, as they said. Kex takes a lot of damage.
Hold on.
But calculates it well enough, and not being outplayed by the turret again. Did happen earlier on, remember, and they've not done it this time, at least, and Eminem get away with it.
They do, because the Zillion right now is not on the map, which means 1 member less on the map for the side of Riddle, which means that Eminem get to split into 3 lanes and push them all at once. But Bista doesn't end up burning anything, and he ends up staying alive. And every time Riddle has tried to pull a play onto Bobista, you see how difficult it is. Namera also said it on the desk. Once you put down the immunity, it's just so difficult. Somebody has to walk into it, and then you still have the extra defenses from the spell itself. So even though, yes, you do have a revival, wasting it like that, Kex almost died from that play, and they got nothing out of it.
Yep, and they still lose that.
I mean, they did get a tower.
They did get the tower, so it's still not, they get away with it, as we said. They don't die, they get the tower. They are starting to take control of this map, and this Aurelia now with the big CS lead that's continuing to grow, not that far away from something like a Gore Drinker. You can see the Iron Spike Whip in inventory is going to get to a point where she's pretty difficult to deal with. Gwen later on into the game can probably think about it, but that's a long way away. Yeah, I'm looking at 3 items probably for the Gwen at that point.
Very important. What's not a long way away is in 1 minute and 30 seconds is going to be the next Dragon. And both of these teams want definitely to start stacking them up at this point, because it's going to be a juicy Infernal Soul. And which team does not want an Infernal Soul? Very important. Look at the inventories. 1, 2 stopwatches available, 1 for Zillion and 1 for Diana for the side of Riddle. Protobelt also available together with the Everfrost. A bunch of CC or movement items have been bought for the side of Riddle, as long as the Gale Force for Fatachan to get away from all these melees that want to stick with him. And Dr. Chaos,
he's in so much trouble. Does have the Zonyus completed though, and that buys time. Artificially made tankier, but it's not enough, and Fatachan secures it. The AP support, Jarvan falls down for the 2nd time this game, and they lose control. They've still got a lot of ultimates to play with as well, and they're just waiting.
You don't walk in there. You cannot walk in there. You need your Jarvan. Dr. Chaos is going to be your engage, the Flag and Dragon to the Cataclysm, locking someone in, and then piling up all the melees onto it. But Bobista walks through the jungle that doesn't belong to him.
He takes the Ignite, and that will be the Needlework popped as well. And they are going to still have to worry about how to deal with this, as MC probably will just head on straight over to the Dragon. It's 15 seconds away, and Eminem not really in a position to contest as it stands. Just look at the vision control in the right jungle. Somebody
has to reply to Slowkey Aurelia, because he's going to get hit another Dragon, but look at Royal Cannon, he's TPing on the flank.
Here we go. Slowkey has to teleport, but he's now caught kind of an awkward position, but it means that Fatachan won't be around, as Canna's going to pop the Herald. Fatachan going to have to stay in mid lane, and that might actually give Eminem a better position position than I anticipated coming in here.
Slogq is TPing in, and
Oh,
he's on the
he is.
flank together with MC. MC has been spotted though, and Bobista is just waiting on a pink ward.
Oh, what a Gale Force keeps away from the engage. Nukes is going to get knocked up, but has a chrono shift to stay alive. Fatachan into the Cataclysm, flashes away. MC chunks Mishigu, but Mishigu is alive as well. Slowq lands the Vanguard's edge though, and in as the tip of the knife makes it a 1-for-1. Not for long as MC secures another. The time warp puts Royal Cannon pretty low. MC low HP to boot. Slow
And speed up the Aurelia.
and think about going in, could be sped up, but they'll back away. Bobista has teleport, could rejoin. Dr. Chaos, Royal Cannon, can you stop this? You have no smite. MC should be able to secure this. Chain Lash comes through. There's
Oh, the tip is coming in. He's alone.
through. He's going to be alone. He's going to get a shield bash to the face. He's immune, but not for very long. In goes Royal Cannon, gets some damage back. Slowq taken pretty low. It's a 1 minute, 2 minute 3 for none. 4 for none, a triple kill for Babista's Gwen. Eminem prove us wrong on the desk.
Oh my god, that Everfrost from Royal Cannon murdered
Madness.
Riddle. They couldn't move at all, and they ate the entire damage coming in from Bobista and Royal Cannon. And we're gonna see this one more. Fatachan is trying to survive because he's been left all alone. Nukes tries to defend him, and he gets the Zillion ultimate as well. When you have to use your Zillion ultimate onto the Leona, something has gone terribly wrong. Then Kex has to walk back in. Fatachan ends up dying because the Zillion ultimate has been used on the support, and this support actually has no mana to be impactful right here. So right now we're like, Bobista, what are you doing? You're TPing all in on your own, but look at Royal Cannon. Boom! Boom! Triple Everfrost as well, locking everyone in place. And Bobista able to sustain through that with the immunity.
Baron.
So good.
That is a
and
20-minute
it also
Baron.
netted them a Baron at 21 minutes in. Riddle, you can take the Dragon. We'll take the bigger objective.
And 4-man needlework for Bobista across that. The Everfrost you called out. What a turnaround from a team that, as we said, was on a 5-game losing streak from a mid laner, Royal Cannon, who had struggled to have impact in the last few weeks, who was down to yes, who got dived a few times, and pulls off a play like that. I have never doubted this man's playmaking. He shows it up here
And
when it was needed.
I hate Gwen. It's like, look at me. I'm TPing into 4 people.
Hang on.
Yeah, no one can
We've
touch
had
me.
this conversation about your love of anime.
And
Gwen is right up there.
they're showing us the Gwen as well. Thanks, observers.
There you go. I enjoy this champion, but mainly from the
Snip,
jungle.
snip, snip.
What can I
Oh,
say?
yeah.
It's just fun. I think the sound effects for those scissors are so satisfying. But hey, my love of SFX is not important right now. What is important is Eminem, who have managed to secure themselves the Baron, have got themselves the gold back to even as a result of it, who are in a position now to really make Riddle sweat. What more can they get done with this? Because the game right now is still pretty even in gold.
So here's the thing. When you have this swing of vision, and the swing turns into your favor, only Nukes can face check right now. Yes, you have the Zillion to ult Nukes if he ends up dying, but whoever walks into face check, they're walking into 4 melees. They're walking into instant contact with a spear from the side of Eminem. So they have to be extremely careful. This is why the Baron is so valuable to Eminem, because they have 4 melees. They need to empty the map. They need to take control of the jungle and actually be the predators, not allow Riddle into their own jungle, having Nukes to face check. And if he does, then fine. You saw what happened when Kex had to ultimate
Leona.
Nukes.
Yeah, Nukes, yeah.
Fatachan just ended up dying.
Yeah, I agree, and I'll call it out as well. The result of those kills is that Bobista slingshots ahead of Slowq's itemization. The Aurelia that was unmatched and ahead in the side lane was so difficult.
Now it
to
becomes
deal with.
tricky.
Now it gets trickier, exactly like when we said, well, maybe when she hits 3 items, well, maybe you just get an item ahead. That works just fine as well. They'll get more of this standing gold. They've got a gold lead for the first time in this game.
Zoomies.
And there's no Yuumi. We don't have to mention that one as well.
That's Zoomies too, though.
I mean, I suppose. Fine. You know what? I'll count the sound effect. That's all right. You know what? The airy sound effects are close enough. I won't argue with that one. And Riddle on a defensive footing suddenly. Yes, you've got options as the game goes on.
They've gotten 2 towers so far. They've gotten mid lane tier 1, they've gotten top lane tier 1, and now they're threatening top lane tier 2. So 3 towers, 4 Baron. I think we take those. Okay, it's not going to be 3 towers, it's going to be 2 towers, but I think it's pretty worth it still, because opening up these tier 1s across the map does allow you to move a little bit further into the jungle, and especially when it comes to these objectives that they're trying to stack up, aka the Infernal Dragon that's coming up in 1 minute time, then it allows you to move a little bit further into the bot side jungle of MC, put down your vision, and this is where the flank teleports become very problematic, because now you can't leave Fatachan alone. You cannot afford to use your ultimate if you're Kex on anyone else other than your Aphelios, because your Aphelios is the most consistent damage together with your Aurelia. So your two targets is the Slow Q or Fatichan, which means that the rest have to play pixel perfect.
And honestly, like, and she never mind that. Royal Cannon was looking for an engage. Still got that Solar Flare going in. There's a Solar Flare onto Nukes, taken pretty low, but how deep is it? Oh, turn around with the Vanguard Edge, but can they stay alive? Slow Q to the backside onto Mishiku, but can't secure the kill to 1-for-1 right now. Babista is still running rampant, has got the Hallowed Mist. Royal Cannon still alive. And everyone else gets out alive. It is the 1-for-1. Both supports fall.
Very important, very important. It's not a 4 versus 4 because Kex still has his ultimate available. He can technically bring someone up twice. It is technically a 4 versus 4 versus 5. No, a 4 versus 4.5. There you go.
And there you go.
There you go.
And that's the only ultimate available. Every other ultimate was burned in that skirmish.
Oh, look at Royal Cannon. He has TP. Royal Cannon has TP. Royal Cannon has TP. Where can he TP? Where is the flank TP? It's in the middle of the seat.
It's a long way away, and that means he's not going to be here particularly early. Flash and steals it. It's now a 2-2 Dragon score, but he'll trade his life for it. And that teleport, not going to amount to much. Can Royal Cannon now extricate himself? Actually, he's pretty deep and by himself. Slow Q with minions. Unless Aurelia could dive forward, can look for it, did step forward, misses the flawless duet, and that will mean the Royal Cannon gets out without having to burn.
I think if you're Kana here, you say worth it because you don't lose anything on the map. Yes, you give 1 kill away, but it's fine, it's worth it. You get that the second Infernal Dragon, 1 more for soul point for Eminem, and this is literally toe-to-toe. You see, this is a 4 versus 4, but Royal Cannon is a little bit too far away, which makes it 3 versus 4, which means that Eminem have to back off and allow Kana to try and steal it. Luckily for Eminem, Kana does end up stealing the Dragon, equalizing the score on the Drakes to 2 versus 2. Gold, dead even. Dragons, dead even.
And that Baron brought the game back into the balance, but that's what it is in the balance. We have scales evenly matched. It is neck and neck in gold score, neck and neck in Dragons, neck and neck in turrets. Look at the gold differences there. It's pretty even across the board, aside from the top and bot laners. And Royal Cannon has pulled it back. He's doing really well. Yes, it was a bit difficult, and yes, he's down the CS, but the playmaking has been there, and that's what this player brings.
I think it's very important, especially since he's had a couple of underperforming weeks to come into performance on the Silas, on a melee champion. This is these champions which is so hard to play, 90% slow from the Zillion. You've got the revives right there, you've got Aurelia ultimates, you've got the lockdown from the Leona, playing the Silas to perfection, managed to get into the backline. The Everfrosts that he has been landing have been on point, and especially in combination with Bobista's Gwen. These guys are the reason why Eminem has been keeping this game competitive so far.
Can they break the 5-game losing streak? A reminder, to reach playoffs as it stands, you're going to need at least 6 wins. The top 6 teams right now have 6 wins. If they lose every game, you could potentially get in at 6, but that is a hard ask. And there are 3 weeks left to play. Eminem are 2 games short of the cutoff. As it stands, that's likely going to go up. They need this win. And Riddle, as one of those teams who are tied for 5th right now, yes, they got a 2-0 week last week, but it's not looked consistent. Their game versus Singularity was frankly shaky.
Yeah, I think Riddle has not yet convinced us on why they win games. Somebody has to pop off. And our question here, who is gonna pop off here? Because my eyes fall straight into Fatichan.
Oh yeah.
You're a 4, 1, and 3 Aphelios. Almost on these 3 items. He's most likely gonna need an Infinity Edge as well to be able to burn through Robista, to be able to burn through Cannon, to be able to burn through Royal Cannon. But 3 items is gonna be good enough for the team fights to come for now.
And we said it in the last game, and we asked for Chris Berg to just get that 3rd item. Maybe play then, and they fought a little early. Both AD carries right now, waiting on that Lord Dom's regards, as you were calling out. And I think once Fatichan gets there, it's going to be a big break point. It's still got to be a little way to get there, but he's got about 1.5 minutes until the Dragon's up. Baron's alive, and maybe that could force the issue earlier, though.
You see how everyone is forfeiting mid lane waves
to
Fatichan right now. They're trying to get him on a 3-item power spike as fast as possible, and he's backing right now. He's most likely going to have his item up and available. 3-item Aphelios is going to be deadly. My question here is, what are we seeing from both teams in terms of invulnerability? We've got Hourglass on the side of Royal Cannon and Dr. Chaos onto that Javan. 2 targets that cannot die. On the other side, we have only 1 Hourglass, 4 MC, no other stopwatches. Of course, we need to wait and see. Maybe the Aurelia is back in right now. Slow Q might have a completed item back in base, but most importantly, what I'm seeing is that there's just no room in their inventory for control wards. If you look on the side of Eminem, they've got 2, 3, 4, 5 control wards. If you look on the side of Riddle, sell your damn Doran's blade, Slowq. You need these control wards. You need to take control of that river. You've got 45 seconds.
Completely there with you. It just doesn't need to be there. I can maybe understand the Dark Seals being there. I understand that maybe that's an option for these people, but that Doran's blade is an error in my mind. I'm there with you. But all the same, they've still got control. They can still look for the engagement.
Oh, they're looking for it. They want Mishigu.
Maybe it won't matter. They can't quite get onto Mishigu. Summoners are up. Kana is the one person without a flash.
Look at Bobista.
Oh, that you can see both of these teams.
He has sneaked behind. They're pinging him. They have seen him.
Can he stay alive? Has got the Hallowed Mist, but he's got to try and extricate himself. Skipper slashes down. Fatachan Gale forces forwards. Can't secure it. And now the fight continues. Nukes and Royal Cannon going into the backside. Goes the damage, but that is a Chrono Shift to keep Gwen alive. She's dead though, and now the turnaround damage is massive. Fatachan with the 3 items complete can start making it wet as Canna and Mishigu against the world. The autos, the Calibrum, the sniper shots are there. Can he land a final moonshot? He's sped up, and the red buff will do its work. They get the kills, they find the fight, and Babista can't end it. Mishigu's around the back, and I think he's just going to die as well.
He wants him to.
Away. There's no flash, but there is that moonshot still, and it's just not going to be enough. He gets out alive, but everyone else in Eminem falls.
This is very scary. You don't have smite. This is lethality Varus. He levels Skew. He could be very easy to steal the dragon because he does still have a bit of vision. Take the vision down. Take the vision down. Take the ward down. Thank you, Fatih-chan. Varus is still there. They're trying to get him. Kex on the back of the pit.
This is still stealable. Right, there is your those smite. You've called it out. He's going to back away. He can't do it.
He's going to back off.
Too much zone control to get through, and Riddle secure themselves Soul Point and about 1,000 gold lead. They won that fight, but I got nervous for a second.
That was very chaotic because Bobista is flanking right there. And I'm like, this is the perfect fight for Eminem because they can bundle them all up. But because they do, MC peels so well. The Aurelia ultimate going down. And at the end of the day, Fatih-chan is just free firing because no one can reach him. The Leona peel into the Zillion peel into the Aurelia ultimate, and no one could move from Eminem. And at the end of the day, we said it. When it's all said and done, it's your hyper carries that are gonna say the last word. And Fatih-chan has said 11, 6 in kills and 5 in assists. Almost on his 4th item, which is going to be that Infinity Edge. He's gonna be shredding through these HP bars.
Oh, yes, he is. And if you've got 4 melee divers plus a long-range artillery sniper in Mishigu, if you cannot blow up the Aphelios, your job has failed. You have to
reach him first.
Exactly. And you've got the tools. You do. But you need to reach him. You see what happens if you don't at this point in the game. Aurelia now at 3 items as well is a threat as you dive in. And this is a difficult position. The flash is down though now, so maybe they can make it happen. As Babista off to this side does get that turret in the bot lane, but Aurelia's going to match. Slowq will be there.
Slowq will be matching Bobista right now because she's the only one that can take the one-on-one versus Bobista. And Eminem is actually going to pull the double TP towards the bottom of the
He won't be able to stay alive. The stopwatch is here, the teleport coming. But will it be here before the Chrono Shift can get through? They'll manage to pull it away and Riddle rotate over, but that is the teleport bot. They hit the Graviton Moonlight Vigil. Violent Clips is there and Roll Cannon is in so much trouble. He's taken out. That's it, Chan. That was exquisite stuff.
Okay, I never expected to see so much action happening towards one Gwen that's pushing the bot lane wave so their team can actually do Baron on the other side of the map or even stop Riddle from doing Baron on the other side of the map. Slowq managed to survive an insane dive right there, and at the end, it's Royal Cannon losing his life. And all this time, it's Fatih-chan playing frontline. He gets the speed up, he walks in, he puts the Moonlight Vigil down with whatever gun he deems useful at that point, and he always ends up getting 1 kill. It's a 4v5, which means Riddle can do whatever the heck they want on the map, and the number one thing that they should be doing is putting down vision around the Baron. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to pull in the TP from Kex, if I'm not wrong, right? They Slowq actually, and
it's a 4v5.
Eminem have to defend this. There's no TP on Royal Cannon. He's not going to be there. It's a 4 versus 5.
They're going to try their best. It's already going down. MC surely secured this. They've just locked up the Xin Zhao. There's no way in, but can they get out of dodge? Crescent Guard runs out. That will be the Chains of Corruption going wide. No way to root, no way to stop. Slowq gets the kill. Flashball from MC! The Moonfall is here, and it's a double for Slowq on the Aurelia.
And look at that huge wave following as well, which is all bound up. It has a cannon as well. They can actually choose to get that inhibitor mid lane tower. They can put their focus towards the top side of the map where there's also another wave pushing, or they can even choose to end the game right here because it's 30 seconds on Michigu.
They've got to try and fight it out. They're going to stick around. Riddle are looking for Eminem. What can you do? It is the Gwen who is the main source of damage. In goes Dr. Chaos. The stopwatch is there in buys time. Fatty-chan resurrecting. Look at Gwen, gets MC, but Slowq draining out so much. Already taken one, and actually they're doing it. Fatty-chan can just about stay alive, though. A double for the Aphelios, and he comes in and cleans house.
200 freaking years have we waited for Fatty-chan and all the collective experience of this damn champion to come online, and he actually has in this game.
He's not done.
Blowing up another one, and blowing up another one, and blowing up another one, and Riddle, at the end of the day, they're gonna blow up Eminem's Nexus.
Absolutely incredible stuff. It got close at the end, but Riddle pull it together. Baron aside, they managed to pick up the win and move to 7 and 6. Eminem now on a 6-game loss streak. Still holding on as a nice little flash at the end.
Well, okay, let's say there is a fight between an anime champion, like an anime character,
Sure.
and a character that has taken 200 years of collective experience to be made. Who do you give that to?
Clearly, the edgelord himself, Aphelios, with those 200 years. Great stuff. And I appreciate the fact that we ended up with a significantly closer game than it seemed at the beginning when things started to snowball.
Riddle, there's like always someone.
Always.
If it's not Kex, it's MC. If it's not MC, it's gonna be the bot lane. If it's not the bot lane, it's gonna be Slowq. It's like every single time a different member of the Riddle lineup just pops off.
They do. And speaking of popping off, we have to pop off for a quick break. When we come back, we'll have some interviews, and we've still got more games to come. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back after a victory of Riddle taking down Eminem, and it was actually a pretty interesting game and also a pretty interesting champion select nonetheless. I do have both supports to talk with me about this rambunctious game, and I would like to call in Nukes from Riddle. I believe he is with me right now. Hello, Nukes.
Hello, good evening.
We meet again.
Yes.
Okay, after a victory, obviously you played the bot lane with the Leona, but before that, I want to jump into the champion select. Zilean top. Was he like supposed to go top after you guys saw the Gwen? Or were you guys trying to just juke the enemy team and then you realized, okay, this is actually a good top laner versus Gwen?
I mean, yeah, first we pick it because it's good into Gwen, but like he can go into 3 roles, so we can play mind games on enemy as well.
Can you explain me the thought process between the Gwen and the Zilean? How does it work and why is it a good pick?
I mean, honestly, I'm not 100% sure because I'm not a top laner, but Zilean is just good into melees, and I imagine if Gwen dashes in, Zilean just slows her and she can't do anything. So I guess it's a counter pick for top.
So it's kite back, and not allow Gwen to do Gwen stuff. Talking about Gwen stuff, when she teleported into the middle of the fight on the Dragon Pit, what went through your mind after that?
Oh, I mean, for me, I was calling to go back, and then Kex was saying, go on TP, go on TP. Then I was like, oh yeah, this guy's dead. But I didn't work out, we all died.
I think nobody expected Gwen to survive that long and do what she actually did. But you guys still took the game out. You guys still defeated Eminem, one of the teams that was trying to almost reach your position right now. Do you believe you guys are at the position that you thought you would be at the beginning of the split?
Yeah, honestly, I would say so. I mean, first half of the split, it seemed like it's a bit rough, but now it's like, yeah, we're climbing back there. We might even get like top 4. We'll see.
Oh, so obviously the objective is to become like first place team on the standings and all that. But realistically, do you see Riddle finishing this split and going to the playoffs on 4th place, 3rd place? You reckon you can take the 3rd one?
I would say 3rd is hard. 4th is like, it's like 50-50. But I would say 4th or 5th, most likely.
In order to achieve that possibility to get the 4th place and secure playoffs, can you tell me what is the team that you're looking to fight the most, and what is the team that you don't want to fight? Not at all, but you would dodge it.
I mean, I would say like Vanir is top 4 right now, so we want to take their place. But I mean, the top 1 and top 2 teams, like I think they're just way above everyone else. So playing against them is really hard right now.
Okay, so it's mostly about facing Vanir and securing that spot for yourselves. Looking into scrims and practices, is the team working the way you want it to be, or do you feel like you still have a long way to go?
Honestly, I'm not sure because like every time I join a team, I kind of have some expectations, and then some of them work out, and some things even surprise me, and some things don't work at all. But I would say this team is like, we're still like not playing League of Legends that clean. Like we're not EU Masters team or something. Like we're not playing very well. So like I think we still have a long way to go.
Well, but at least having that idea behind it and know where to work on is going to allow you to get better even faster. And thank you so much. It was a lovely game, and good to see you guys getting another W. I'll see you next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. There we go. They want to get that 4th place. Obviously, Vanir is still strong on that position right now, and who knows what's going to happen in the future. Now, looking into the other side, Dr. Chaos from Eminem, who played Jarvan support, something we don't see a lot of times. Well, we saw previously, but no longer with us. I know Dr. Chaos is ready for us, so I would like to welcome you. Dr. Chaos, hello.
Hello, guys.
Hello, there he is. Pushing the Jarvan into the support yet again. Talk to me about that. I really enjoyed it. First of all, I really enjoyed it, but I want to know more about that pick.
I mean, it looked fun. That's the main thing. But other than that, I mean, we were looking for a kind of a dive comp. Jarvan support fits it well. Like there's few, like many people don't know how to play against it. Nukes doesn't either. So the lane was kind of fine. We had our stuff in prio, and later on I can just ult in, and they have like no champions to ever get out of my Jarvan ults. Problem was that we misplayed a lot, and then the Jarvan value kind of fell off because like my engages don't come through. But we had bot prio, which was nice for a blind support, and it
When I saw
worked
the
out.
Jarvan, I got a little bit confused, but then I went to the green room and I started studying the Jarvan with your team, and then I realized, wait, four other members use this attack speed. So whenever you put the flag, because everybody's melee and you go in, everybody's going to benefit from the attack speed from the flag. And you as a support are going to max the, not max the E, but putting at least 3 points on the E before you go even further. So that was an awesome pick in my opinion. Like it worked wonders, especially with the Gwen. And talking about the Gwen on the top lane, were you guys expecting the Zillion to go top versus the Gwen?
I mean, we were kind of like thinking about it. Like we didn't know where he goes. Like he could go mid-top support. Like there's nothing you can know about that one. So we didn't know where he goes. We knew the matchup should be fine, and so we didn't like bother at all. Especially since we had Gwen Zinzao into like Selena Philios. Like they can't hit those two.
It
at all.
was an interesting game, I would say, Dr. Chaos, especially because it was not a straight-up victory from either side. You guys did a lot of work as well. Gwen getting those triple kills as well. So it was really rough. You guys almost took the game away. So let me ask you this. Looking into the positions right now, we don't have a long time from now on. Where do you feel you guys are going to end up?
I don't know. I actually don't even know the standings of the teams. So like I mean I assume like where they're like around, but I don't know the exact standings. So and I don't really mind. Like I just want to play for myself and look for like with my team, for our team, and look for our stuff together. Like it would be nice if we get into playoffs, assuming we perform as we did in the week 2, week 3, then it should still be very nice and very possible. But with how we performed in the last few weeks, well, it will be a little bit a rocky road in that sense. So yeah.
Okay, I like the thought process through that one. Thank you so much, Dr. Case, for another wonderful interview, and good luck for the next game, and I'll see you soon.
Have a nice one.
You
See ya.
too, man. There you go. If the team is able to do it, they'll take it. But if not, well, they have to work for the next split. And I like that idea, like thinking about the future, not putting everything right now and, oh, we have to win. No, give yourself space to build up and to actually achieve your dream in the later stages. But now it's the time for the third one. It's going to be Vanir versus Bifrost. If Vanir take the game away from Bifrost, they may actually tie up on the third place. So who knows what's going to happen? No one! So don't skip a beat. We'll be right back. I'll see you soon. Vanir versus Bifrost. 3rd place versus 4th place. If this game goes to Vanir, they might tie up for the first time on the 3rd place. And before we go any further, what do you feel about this game, guys?
Why are we whispering?
I don't know. It's the voices in my head.
You want to talk about that?
No, I talk with my voices.
I'm emotionally available right now if you need a voice.
Aww. Thank you.
I'm also here.
No, you're too late. You're too late right now. No, you're too late. We're about to jump into Champion Select, and this is going to be one of the best games of the week. I'm not going to say it's the game of the week because last time we said it, something happened, and I don't want to talk about that.
Haru got 1 kill, and then just the game ended last time we had a game of the week. So that was kind of
horses. Nexus exploded immediately.
That was effectively just like the domino of just it's gone. Anyway, this game is...
What is the line we are looking for the most? The deciding line, if you can pick one.
Gosh. I think it has to be bot lane. I think
that's a good shout.
Chavo and Odie are both real powerhouses for their teams. There is also an argument for jungle, thinking about it. Noodle versus...
Go on, C-Boy.
C-Boy,
yes.
because I got it was like MC Boy. I'm like, no, that is 2 names together. We're just all.
I think that there's potentially a battle on every side of the Rift, depending on where they take it in draft. Because top laners can easily be played for both types,
very versatile.
Both sides of these teams. Like you can go mid jungle if you want to with Noodle and Sahira. Kevo Quickset versus Odie and Jewel. Also a really exciting matchup. So I think it really just depends on where these teams decide to take it. But if I were to give a bet, I'd follow along Nightmare and I'd say down towards the bot side of the map.
And actually, you look at some of the drafts we had earlier in the day, and we had Jinx going through the entire pick and ban. We had power picks of like the Gwen first pick. Now, I'm looking at both these junglers and I'm thinking like, well, C-Boy, Noodle, both really good players with the Xin Zhao. C-Boy's been more than happy to just take the Lee Sin and also just trying to outhand them as well at that point. Lots of different ways you could approach this draft. A lot still up in the air.
But with
Veigar
carries,
time.
oh yeah, that could be a thing as well. And I think it's like he's just super good against these comps where it's like super short range. Another thing we saw was a lot of Rise priority in some of the other leagues. We haven't really seen that today. We saw it second banned out in one of our first games today, I do believe. But with 80 carries, can't see for camera, but it looks like both of them has been gone there.
Jinx failures, yeah.
And Caitlyn has been removed as well.
Zeri.
Veigar open, but they're going for the Xin Zhao first pick. So
I'm telling you right now, Mero, you're on blue side, I'm on red, because that's all I can see.
Okay, well, I get to take a break. Well, what you got for this one? What's the counterpunch?
Well, I never would have anticipated that one, and for the love of God, don't pick Senna with it, because it's really a combo I'm not too happy about with. I actually just saw recently Tom Kench in the top lane with Moonstone.
Yes.
With Spirit Visage, which is just like this kind of beefy frontliner in your face that just passively regens up your team in a team fight, which is super disgusting to play against. Answer for C-Boy is going to be the Viego, and a lot of 80 carries. I wonder if you want to pick them up now, because if you move into the second ban phase without having picked your 80 carry, you're going to have to grab very deep in that champion pool to find them, just due to the fact that all the STS has pretty much already been removed.
Look, if you are someone that builds Moonstone Tom Kench, if you're someone that turns to that in your time of need, I want you to know we're here for you. We're here for you in whatever's hurt you, so you don't hurt others with...
I'm not emotionally available for that.
No. We have to go to the professionals for that one. But yes, I mean, Tom Kench, I mean, I haven't seen it outside of the support role in such a long time. I don't really know what to expect from anything from that. But the great thing about something like a Gnar early pick, and as much as it has a lot of downfalls, is that it allows you to kind of hold a lot of cards close to your chest and be like, actually, this could be weak side, could be strong side. Allows you to do either. Has a lot of good items you can go right now. It is a Hulkbreaker builder, which is mainly the part of that. So it gives Nilla an ability to just be there and go like, look, I'll do whatever my team needs to be, and picks 4 and 5.
Now this needs to be redemption for me with the Senna Tom Kench, because with Tom Kench no longer being the kind of support that gobbles up your 80 carries in the early game, it really does not offer a lot of peel that allows Senna to farm. And Senna AD was nerfed a little bit as well with her soul stacking from minions from 10% down to 2 point something. Like, we're talking about a very low, slow stacking on Senna if you go 80 and no longer support and at least poke it out. But you get the possibility now to take away either 80 carries from the side of Vanir or ban away some of the problematic champions, because Thresh does actually have high value into these champions now that Tom Kench no longer have a W that eats the 80 carry.
And the thing for me about what's already been drafted by Bifrost is that it's really good at things diving into them, right? Viego, if you mess up and the Viego gets a reset on the dive, game is really hard at that point. Your fights tend to snowball against against you, Senna, Tahm Kench. Obviously, when you get to mid-game, they are still a very good defensive combo. They got the heals, they got the ults to save their carries and all the rest of that. So banning out stuff which can outrange you, not commit to that dive style, and then again basically shoehorn them into getting more dive. I think I can understand that angle from Bifrost, but I think there are still options up from Vanir. They have the Victor. They can still play quite a long-range style.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, because you can pair it up with the likes of Jhin if you want to play up towards the top side. You can still pick Varus. We've already seen it one time today, and you can still opt in for something that has that long range you're talking about that pairs up nicely with Victor, essentially making sure that you can get a team fight won without even having played it, just due to the fact that you've poked down your enemy before it begun. Now, from the side of Bifrost, I think just picking up a mid laner should be the play.
It's a good day.
It is for you, but you're not on the cast. Imagine you're casting the last 2 games today and you don't get a single Ahri. It's the monkey's paws. You get Ahri, but you don't get to cast any of them.
But the bonus is I don't have to see any of them build items I'm not a big fan of, so I get to mold about that off camera.
That's
and
fair.
what I love about this as well is, I mean, so I look at the Gnar, I look at the Victor, both side lanes, which Ahri is more than happy to burst out. You already have champions to peel back. This is the kind of point where actually I feel like Ahri could go a bit more damage, maybe. We could go a bit more damage.
And if one person were to do it, would be Fury, because Fury loved the old assassin style rather than the control mage style. So if there's one guy who's going to go, I don't need to peel my Senna, I need to do damage and build the Ludens, I'm pretty sure that would be the side of Fury. Now, from the side of Vanir, they can round out their composition with an Enchanter, but I mean, yeah, you do have to engage in Gnar, so it wouldn't be too bad having that extra movement speed. It pairs up nicely with the fact that you have a Victor. It's great for this in Sao as well with the brawling. He builds step stance as well, which obviously give you more shielding value as well now. So all in all, not a bad pick that can keep the Senna shoved in. If Senna is shoved in, she's going to be having a hard time stacking those souls up as well.
I'd like this. So I'd really like this. Okay, so we have Camille now. So now if you go into a side lane as Vanir, just prepare to die. Welcome to Dark Souls, the League of Legends edition, because these solo laners are going to jump onto you if you do not position well, if you don't have vision well. If you lose control of the top side of the map, if you lose control of your mid-jungle, Bifrost have a great way to just sprawl and skirmish out the game. If it comes to 5v5s, a little bit more worried for them.
Yeah, Battle of the Nordics as well. UK Shikari coming up against Finnish top lane on Nilla there into the Gnar with an edge for the Camille as well once she really hits that level 6 laid out on the side lane. I think from the side of Vanir, they have to utilize their laning phase in a point where they can cut back how far ahead Bifrost gets in that early game, because I do believe that Nymera is right. Once you get to that open map here and it starts becoming solo lane based, 1-3-1 if you will as well, it can be really difficult for you to find that angle to finally push yourself ahead.
And it's cute to have like predictions before the games appear, but after the champion select,
Nymera's not very good on that, by the way. I don't know if you've been following the LEC.
No, it's not. Okay, final predictions really fast. After the champion select, who do you think is going to take it?
I'm going to give it to Bifrost.
Yeah, I'm staying with Bifrost as well.
They got the ability to brawl. I like it when they can outplay.
I just expect this not to be a farming Senna, but we shall see as soon as we get into the Summoner's Rift with the casters initialized in TurboLink.
Thank you kindly, oh dear desk analysts. Important match this one, Trouble. 3rd versus 4th.
What have you got there?
Some notes. 8 and 4 versus 7 and 5. Bifrost currently 1-0 in the head-to-head. If they win this match, they get the 2-0 head-to-head to their closest rival. They are already 2 games clear, or 1 game clear of the teams below them. They put themselves 2 games clear, and would have that 2-0 head-to-head against Vanir, who is that rival, as we said. For Vanir, they win this, they tie with Bifrost. And then they tie the head-to-head as well. Yep. This one matters, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so I'm just going to go from where the desk left it and say that I do also really like what Bifrost are bringing in with the drafts. I think it's very balanced. You've got the front to back. You've got a hyper carry in the likes of Senna later on in the game. You've got the resets coming in with the Viego as well as having that strong AP damage, burst damage, if you will, coming in from the Ahri. Now, what becomes a little bit problematic for the side of Vanir is that I have found that drafts always been a little bit more difficult to execute. So here you've got a bunch of peel, you've got the Jhin, you've got the Vector, you've got the Xin Zhao, You've got a bunch of sustain, because you've got the shields again, you've got the shields with the Victor, yes. You have engaged questionable. Not going to get into the back line, has to find the right angles. What really worries me, though, from the side of Vanir, is that you don't necessarily have that damage to take someone down really quickly. You don't have the consistent damage unless you're Victor, unless Sahira reaches a full item Victor, where he's going to be shredding through anyone who's even remotely tanky, like we've seen before.
Eyes on that then, because you're right, that Victor hits 3 items and it's a different story, but
Make it 4.
Yeah, well, yeah, honestly, potentially with how tanky certain members...
How late game all the Vanir games go.
Exactly, you know, depending on how late it goes, and it's true. Bifrost as well have been doing a lot of their wins in late game kind of scrambles, honestly. Some of that early flair we saw for them has gotten perhaps a touch more inconsistent over recent weeks. It's partly why this matchup getting a bit scarier, because Vanir as well have honestly been on a pretty steady rise through the rankings from being something of a no-name, perhaps I think unfairly.
A surprise, I would say.
Exactly. Yeah. But they've stepped up to be a very consistent team, and a lot of that is on the backs of people like Noodle on the Xin Zhao, who's done disgusting things in the early game, was 100% first blood rate on that as a player for the longest time. I think he's still at something like 75%, if my numbers are correct. And that
if there's a first blood for Vanir, Noodle is definitely involved.
Exactly.
On the other hand, though, I'm just really excited to see, finally, for the love of League of Legends, Fury on a much more aggressive champion, on an assassin, on something like Ahri. It's very similar to his playstyle with the Akali, right? You can slide in, you can slide back out with the dashes, you can look to get the charm down on a very key target and assassinate them. This is much more of a champion that we're used to seeing Fury do really well on, especially since NLC's last season, where he was playing the Akalis and the Silases, and now yet again onto one of these a little bit more impactful in the early stages of the game, mid laners, I would say.
And it is a little bit of that slight comp difference, the front to back for Vanir, especially if they've got the Mega Gnar and say here on a couple items. Pretty scary when you throw down the curtain call and all the zone control you get with the Crescent Guard, with the gravity fields from Victor. Difficult to deal with. But Bifrost, between the Viego, the Ahri, the Dawning Shadow from across the map, with Shikari on the Camille, can make side laning so difficult. And Seaboy actually coming from an early gank down bot lane, trying to be as obnoxious as possible. Flash for that Spectral Maw, can't quite pair it up with the Abyssal Dive, but it will force Quixith to flash out.
Oi. Oh, that's dangerous, that's dangerous, that's dangerous. That's dangerous, because remember, Devour now is on a much higher cooldown. Devour right now is the ultimate for Tamken, so you don't have it until you are level 6. That means if Audi gets caught in a very sticky situation, all he has to save himself is his summoners. Talking about summoners, Flash being burnt from Quixith, also from Seaboy though. So it's a 1-for-1, you're betting Seaboy's Flash for the support Flash. It's pretty worth it right now for Vanir, and Shikari might be under a little bit of trouble. Of course, I don't think this wave in particular is very diveable because you only have 3 range minutes to play through, but if you bring in 3 teammates, it's pretty diveable.
They're gonna have a couple minions to work with. Shikari can't clear the minions. Here's a teleport, he's flashing away, staying alive best they can. The crunch secures the kill for Sahira. But now Noodle about to fall down. Flash for the charm across the minions. That was sleek.
Oh, that was absolutely nasty from Fury, and these are the plays we're expecting to see from the Bifrost mid laner. But talking about mid lane, take it down to bot because Quixith has no flash.
He's got a chain, can just about walk away, but the flash for that auto secures a trade. And Bifrost make it a trade of kills. And actually, of course, with that Fury picking up the kill on the top side, they actually come out in kill advantage here.
Actually, there's a lot of souls to play about. There's souls for the Viego, there's souls for the Senna. It's a very soul-y map right now that's happening. But again, this is a very thin wave. There's only 2 caster minions remaining, but it's not just 2 members from Vanir, it's 3 members. And by the time Fury lands from the teleport, his top lane is already dead. But this, oh my God.
It's sleek, it's smooth, it's slick.
That was beautiful. That is Fury. That is Fury on these assassin type of champions that we love to see him. And again, but Seaboy used his flash to take Quix's flash, and here he's coming back in to cash in for his ADC, giving that Senna a bit of extra gold. This is not going to be a farming Senna, it's going to take a while. So banking in on these kills is just an extra cherry on top, I'd say.
And Noodle, who's involved in the first blood, but it came at a cost, and Seaboy just returns the gank at the bottom.
Pretty low HP. They're pretty low HP. Ooh,
Fury
Noodle.
doesn't actually have the level 6, but does manage to land a very key charm to stop himself being pincered. Noodle is forced out of the Dragon Pit. The last embrace goes wide, but the Abyssal Dive will make sure the Dragon doesn't completely reset.
Yep, this is a
Bifrost get it.
This is a thanks for the leash situation right here. / all chat.
Mantra Q.
There
Mantra
is no
Q.
smite. There's no smite. Okay, smite just came out. Smite just came out for Seaboy.
blind.
Very calculated right there. Well done to the Bifrost crew. Sprinted it straight down both side of the map. As you can see, top side of the map is
Level
just
6.
spawning for the side of Seaboy and
This is the cute.
Sahira.
That's going to be in trouble. He's just very much into Noodle, who was just waiting there. Special delivery. Noodle picks up a kill.
Okay. How many times are we going to say that Sahira is the target of a bunch of ganks and a bunch of tower dives?
I feel like we've said that a few times
If he's
before.
done something well this split is managed them out. And Noodle, he's level 4 of course versus level 6 of Fury. Doesn't unfortunately land the stun right there, which means that he doesn't get that extra damage onto Sahira from that spell and ends up going down by the hands of Noodle as well. So really well done right there from Noodle. Manages to grab, I'm not sure if we grabbed the kill or the assist right there, but we have another 1v1
Okay,
in
well, that's the ultimate down, but he'll just get out with the hook shot and manage to escape as Noodle was walking up the river, but Seaboy will now be there. Don't know whether they'll want to contest. Of course, there's a Herald coming, and Quixer takes so much damage. The double Abyssal Dive knocked up, not quite knocked down. The final auto won't do it. That is still enough healing. The renewal comes through from the W. And that is enough to keep Quixith alive.
Yeah,
W healing, OP.
Yeah, that Mantra W was so clutch and so crucial right there to put it onto duel because he would have died otherwise. There was no heal to keep him alive. There's no defensive summoners onto that Karma anymore. But what does that do? It doesn't matter if you kill them or not because you're putting down the pressure. You get a bounce of experience down the bot lane. You get to push another wave underneath the tower, which is a wave that Kevo is going to miss in experience and gold and CS, of course. And then you're banking in onto that tower plating as well. Now, Seaboy is looking for Sahira in the mid lane, who, by the way, did not use his flash in that last dive from Fury. So yes, even though we like to see Fury a little bit aggressive,
Ult's nearly up.
on this particular champion, you gotta land the skill shots.
Ult's nearly up. You can see available now. Can think about it. There is the Harrow path. Gonna go forwards. Charm misses, but they land the stun anyway. Flash away from Sahira, and he'll get out alive.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Tell me.
You gotta wait for your Viego to try and land the stun first. Because once you've tried to land the stun, you also have flash from Seaboy, but you can also get a pretty easy taunt after that from Fury. So a little bit of miscommunication right there coming in from the mid-juggle duo by Bifrost. They do manage to get Sahira's, however, flash, but at this particular point it doesn't matter because Vanir again are really fast on the rotations. They've rotated the bot lane into the mid side of the map to try and secure that Rift Herald and push Seaboy back into his jungle.
And of course, you're doing it versus Senatom Kench, who are not exactly known for their turret-taking prowess. I'm sure there'll be a Demolish perhaps somewhere in Duel's rune selections, but it's going to be pretty difficult as Nile about to hit Meganarch and maybe look for the kill here. Noodle's coming up, but Seaboy will be around. That's a stun into the wall. Does have the Hextech ultimatum, but I'm not sure they'll have time to use it. And Shikari falls for the second time in top.
He was 2 seconds away from having his flash available. He was a couple of seconds from having his ultimate available. Very well calculated by Nila and Noodle to punish the Camille before the summoner is up and before the ultimate is up. Very, very well done. And as you said it from the bot side of the map, they're not known for taking the tower really fast, but that is yet another tower plating that goes to the side of Odi and Duel.
We're left with a very close game. It's about 200 apart. The Herald and inventory is gold to go into somebody's pocket. Should be, depending on setups, relatively guaranteed. Hard to deny a first Herald push if you've set up correctly. Question is, where do they want to put it? Do they want to continue pushing against Shikari, who seems to be a lot of the sort of recipient of the early pressure from Noodle and crew?
I would say at this point, you have a very easy lane to play through, which is most likely your top side of the map. Start getting Nila ahead. He's about 30 CS up onto the Camille.
Absolutely.
Start choking down the Camille. Do not allow her to breathe at all. And snowball you now on a side lane. Sahira is going to be the recipient of yet another gank. He doesn't have flash this time.
That's a great turnaround to make Fury's life difficult. He can't get in over the gravity field.
Sahira, you're so good at absorbing pressure. What is this?
Playing it so well. Fury just couldn't find a way over the tower, and that Chaos Storm did its job. And in turn, Sahira weathers the storm. They'll back out. Noodle was around to shield as well. And Sahira survives, I think, his third attempt that they've made with Bifrost to try and get a hold of that Victor.
And honestly, it's very difficult. You're playing Victor, you're extremely mobile, you don't have a flash available, there's Spirit Rush on Fury, and Seaboy has his flash available. They have so many tools to pin you down and punish you, and it hasn't worked for Seaboy and Fury. They've put attempt down to attempt, down to attempt. Unfortunately, it has not worked for them. I think Rift Herald might actually end up going down in the mid lane as well right here, because Dragon is coming up. So if you put that as a point of pressure in the mid side, you can actually push into that river.
Trying to turn this one. Kevo's going to get rooted. They're going to go in underneath. That's the knock up. Here comes Seaboy. Going to continue trying to trade. There's a devour afterwards. And they can try and throw him back to Seaboy. Here comes the rest of Vanir. The trade continues. Duel flashing in to try and get the kill at the bottom. Fury has got Sahira at the top side. Noodle about to fall as well. The resets come through. And Bifrost chain them all together. The Dawning Shadow comes on to Quicksith. And that'll be a double for the Tom Kent, who is feeding well in the bot side.
Boom! Support who, baby? That was a solo bolo onto Kevo and takes Quicksith's life as well. And this is where the playmaking comes through. When Vanir starts splitting up, when they don't play the front to back that you mentioned at the start of the game as well, when they don't utilize all this peeling and shielding and speeding that they do have their advantage to peel backwards, and yet they're spread thin around the map, this is where assassins like Arya coming in. This is where clutch champions like Viego come in. This is where the resets start hitting, giving more dashes to Fury, giving more HP to Seaboy, giving more stacks onto that ultimate to Seaboy as well. Again, you see, Kevo is in pretty dash, trace down the bot side of the map, has to pop the heal, has to pop the flash, and then also has to deal with duel. Now, Vanir is split into two playgrounds right here. They're trying to evade the Tom Kent, which takes Quicksith away from the equation and leaves only Noodle together with Sahira.
What's going on here?
3 members from Bifrost.
They're going to go again. Nile's in trouble. They're going to try and get away. The charm goes wide, but they continue trying to hunt. Duel has Abyssal dived over the wall, but that will be the end of that. Bifrost ward off another attempt on Shikari, who's staying just alive right now.
Fury needs an Everfrost at this point.
He's got to be getting close, surely. I'm not
Pin them down so you can land the taunt.
Yeah, he needs to get a hold of that charm. The Herald now comes down in mid lane, but I wonder whether they could have used it in those earlier plays. And while the likes of Senna and Tarnkage aren't known for their shoving, they've still got first tower bot. They're still being able to play this lane aggressively with the combo of the last embrace and the Abyssal dive to knock up Kevo and Quicksith. They'll get some plates in mid. Will Vanir to kind of pull this goal back a little bit, but it's still a 2,000 gold lead to Bifrost, largely around the ability for Odie and Duel to offer pressure.
Yeah, that was a really nice quick play though from Vanir. You put down the Rift Herald, you cash in on 3 platings whilst your Zinzao is invading red buff. He managed to grab the red buff as well. So you're invading the jungle, you're putting down some of your deep vision as you can see over the top side of the map, and you also cash in on 3 of the tower platings in the mid lane. Opening that mid lane tower is always very, very important, especially when you want to move towards the neutral objectives, which are in the river, so you can further your vision into opponent territory. So it was a really quick, good play for Vanir to take some money back real quickly without any consequences.
That was important for them to try and stay in this game, because actually the gold lead has expanded right now for Bifrost. They've got 2 dragons to their name as well. It's an Ocean Soul versus a Viego who's going to be healing up versus a Senna who's already offering the healing and a fair amount of poke. It could get a little difficult if you end up in this position.
Here is where Vanir is kind of screwed if that Ocean Soul goes to Bifrost. Vanir is not necessarily a high burst team. Again, unless that Victor gets to 3 to 4 items where he can one-shot potentially someone who dives in, then yes. But prior to that, you're playing peel. You're moving backwards. You don't necessarily have the easiest engage, the easiest way in, unless Nila finds a fantastic flank. And then even if he does, you've got the Tom Kent right there with a bunch of peeling. He's got the Devour. You've got the Senna as well that can provide a bunch he can provide invisibilities, he can provide it with slows and heals and everything. So it's really difficult to dive the backline and manage to find a kill. So if anything, it's going to be Bifrost diving into Vanir, and then Vanir one-shotting someone with Sahira's Victor once the time comes much later on.
Exactly.
Much later on, though, is not going to be in 7 minutes.
No.
If Bifrost do secure this soul point, and in 7 minutes it's time for soul, then all this damage and the poke that they're going to be doing with the Karma, the Victor, and the Jhin is going to be getting healed up through these back and forths.
It absolutely will. And between Senna and the Ocean Soul, you're never going to poke people down, ever. It has to be.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was Vanir again that lost. With the Xerath that lost versus the Ocean Soul.
Versus Riddle. I believe it was. It was a mental game. We had the Xerath there from Sahira, and they hit this point where they just couldn't do enough poke. And
you were doing poke, but then it was healed up, so you used all of your ultimates, you used all of your abilities, and then opponents were able to push in. So we need to wait and see if Bifrost not going to secure here the soul point, because it's going to be very dire if that Ocean Soul actually goes to Bifrost.
Vanir, of course, if they can set up in the river and secure control, have got a lot of ways to control space between the Karma and the Victor and, you know, Jin and Omega now being able to stand in front and make things, or rather than Vega stand in front, not the Jin, clarify that, to be able to control space. But at the minute they don't have that, and they're going to struggle to do that, and then you're into a team of Bifrosters who, as you've already said, have all the pick in the world between Ari and Viego. Literally every one of those champions can pick someone off, can dive onto you and make your life very, very difficult, so you do not want to face check. And Bifrost are in a position with the way the map is controlled, with the way they've stacked dragons already, to force Vanir to do exactly that, and that is a very difficult position to be in.
Also, major props to Bifrost for all the bot lane pressure that they have exerted with the Senna Tamkens, already making Senna actually look like a pretty good pick. Duel has to flash, of course, that because it's going to be a lot of damage, and if you're stunned right there, you won't be able to pop the grey health, but that is a hero's ultimate gone, and with a hero's ultimate gone, you won't be able to find soul points. So Bifrost are just going to very easily pop down the Rift Herald, move down the river, try to secure soul point.
I thought there with the last Embrace landing that Sahira might be dived onto, but Bifrost go, no, we put down the Herald, it bought us pressure, and that will be enough for us to secure Ocean Soul point without any contest. And we're going to see now that was still a little bit of pressure in the mid lane from Vanir. They don't manage to secure that, though, and all the while, you're seeing Nile shoving at this top side. Fury was there to hold on, and he's going to prevent the Gnar from getting too much more. In the 4v4, Bifrost come on top. They'll shove into mid lane and try and maybe put a bit of pressure onto this tower themselves. But with Vanir around, not sure quite how easy this be, but they might just chase Kevo off here. Difficult to walk up to all of the pick we've already mentioned.
It's just all the safety as well, right? You go forward, you have a Devour. You move further forward, then everyone is invisible because of Senna. You go further forward, you've got charms, you've got stuns, you've got lockups from Shikari as well. It's just so difficult to try and find your way into Bifrost's composition, especially because you do not necessarily have any heavy dive or heavy hard engage.
Gale Force popped there to stop the last Embrace coming through. Curtain Call now being used defensively. The tower still falls. Is there going to be any other follow-up? I'm not sure how easy it is, especially with
here's around.
Oh, good charm from Fury. Prevents Sahira getting in too much easier. Nearly rooted in place by the last Embrace. And all the while, Shikari shoving out the top side, and Vanir pulled a couple ultimates but can't make it happen. And they get the tower and get out to Bifrost.
And that is mission complete. Now, second, this mid lane tower is down. Everyone from Vanir that wants to farm in the mid lane is not safe. When Fury's around, when Seaboy's around, when Shikari's around, that can jump from literally a screen away, you cannot have the luxury of pushing your wave too far forward without any assistance. So I think Vanir need to really heavily invest into vision. They really need to heavily play around the vision. It's going to be very difficult. You see how Noodle has to be around for Kevo to push in that wave. You see how Quickset had to be there, and of course you've got to help that mid lane wave to be pushed again because the tower is not there. So if you do get chased down, it's going to be a little bit rough to get away.
It is, and the investment into Nile early, got him that early Hulkbreaker. He can shove up well enough, but it's not winning you objective fights as this Gnar right now. And all the while, the even greater advantage that Odie and Duel got, despite the potential problematics of the lane we kind of mentioned over on the desk before the game, hasn't played out. They're now super strong. You're looking at nearly a 2-item Senna with that Spectral Sictor incomplete. You can see the gold is still pretty well for a non-farming Senna, and that Tahm Kench is mighty ahead of Quickset. Understandably, it is pretty scary right now.
So here's the issue, right? We're like, if Sahira gets the 3 to 4 items, he can possibly one-shot somebody diving in. We have seen real Victor damage later on in the stage of the game. The problem is, you're not going to get to 3 items, buddy. In less than 2.5 minutes, Ocean Soul is going to spawn. So the second you try to put down your poke damage, which is not even yet there, because all you have is Ludens into 1.5 to 2 items from the side of Bifrost, then that damage all Bifrost has to do is move out of the fight a little bit, heal up, and then then come back in. And once you've used all of your abilities, they can just start advancing again. So it becomes a really difficult game for Vanir to play because, again, they do not have consistent damage. Their carry down the bot lane is not a hyper carry. They're playing a Jhin. They're playing more of a facilitator marksman. The mid laner, yes, does a lot of damage, but it's into burst mode. You put down your burst, you use your abilities, you're done.
It's that point when in all chat you put, don't worry, we scale. That's basically where you're at. Like, if Jhin and Sahira get to 3-4 lanes, they can blow people
to be
up.
honest, you
so
can't even say we scaled versus Senna, because Senna and Veigar are one of these champions, and Cho'Gath that are ever scaling.
Yeah, Camille's going to get pretty scary as well in the later game, where you suddenly have a split push threat that's going to be quite difficult to deal with. And yes, the 5v5s get easier, but if you've lost control of the map, you're still walking into all of the pick in the world. I keep mentioning it, every single champion can jump on the face checker, and I don't think you survive that as Vanir, like flat out.
And honestly, I just really do admire how slow Bifrost have been playing this game. It's very slow, very calculated. You don't necessarily need to blow up the gold lead right here, because as you mentioned, you've got the scaling, you've got the easier composition to play around. You do have the Senna that later on is going to be impossible to deal with. No one's going to be able to get anywhere near you with all the range that you have. You hit them once, you take half of their HP, then somebody else dives in and finishes the deal, right? So you don't necessarily have to rush anything. Yes, it's on a 2,000 gold lead, but once that Oster Soul goes down, it's going to be just opening and opening. Unless Vanir can somehow manage to find a peak, they need to find someone now. They need to kill someone now so they can create this into a 4v5 and hope that they will take the soul away. Because again, if the soul goes to Vanir, to Bifrost, all they're doing it right now, they're looking for duel.
But he takes so much damage. There goes Seaboy's forced away by the Crescent Guard. OD2 is taken pretty low. He's going to try and heal up with the Honey Fruit. Not going to need to devour him, but the teleport's not coming through. Fury needs to get over the wall, has to flash over. That's a big deal. That will not be available now for the Ocean
But
Soul
they did it.
fight.
They did it. They pushed Fury away. They took his flash. Now Fury has to back and TP back in.
That's going to be the heal back out. So
where's he going to TP?
They're going to think about TPing. Noodles, remember, got no Crescent Guard. Can still keep chasing. Seaboy going to get rooted in place. They might be able to kill him. He needs to flash out. There's the teleport. Quix's in trouble. The Abyssal Dive gets a knock up onto the Karma. Not the biggest deal, get the Devour, and that will be the kill. In goes Seaboy again. The flash in from Shikari secures another. It's a turnaround. The jungler is traded. Nearly at Mega. Will he transform? Gets the massive Mega! And Vanir, who needs the items? You can still keep trading. Odie still alive. Gonna Abyssal Dive out of the way is Duel to try and keep trading. Fury trying his damnedest to stay alive. Will not be able to do it. And Noodle, who needs an ultimate? Who needs anything else? You could just win the fight regardless.
He's mini.
But look, here comes Odie. Gonna try and come back in. They can try and play it. This bot lane 2v2 that was so dominant in the early game can start turning the fight around again. The hop over, but the Abyssal Dive gets the knock up, and Odie's alive.
Odie and Duel, baby. The bot lane for Bifrost since minute 0 that they entered the Rift. 208. 5-0-3. They cannot die. Duel is bossing Vanir around.
He lands another last embrace. Wait, they can still think about stealing it. Duel's going to go in, but he's into the gravity field, and suddenly that means the Ocean Soul is still not done.
Shikari's here.
Back in. He will be able to secure with the precision code ball. Seaboy has returned. The Chaos Storm gets Yodi. The moment we try to praise them, they're still not going to be able to do it as Shikari and Seaboy do lock down the Ocean Soul. The last gasp from Vanir does not work. But my days, did they make Bifrost work for it.
Whoa!
What's cut out? Try this replay.
We mentioned that Vanir needed a pick. They needed to make this 4v5 because they cannot fight this front to back. That Bifrost bot lane is actually their nemesis. Duel walks into them, eats Quickset, kills Quickset. Bifrost is keeping the rest zoned away. Kevo cannot walk too far forward. A huge Mega Na from Nile going down here, but the very crucial thing is that Odie survives with minimal HP, and that is enough, because when Fury goes down, Duel is so darn strong onto this Tam Kent that Odie has a time to go back, heal himself up with his Q, and of course the other Ocean Dragon that they have on their back, and then they end up winning the 2v2. Nile also goes down to Minina, which is much easier to kill, and honestly, the Bifrost bot lane have been stellar so far. So here, of course, versus squishy targets and versus say Tam Kent, that's very low HP and couldn't pop the grey health right there. He's very, very strong, and he's gonna end up taking both down, but this fight has gone on for so long. Seaboy has managed to run from base. Shikari is back up and available again, and DP's in.
It's not done. Out of the one frying pan and into the fire. Seaboy gets that one. 14 kills to 8 now is the kill score. Trinity Force that Of course, on Nah, by the way, I was looking at Seaboy's items and got caught out. Viego.
Is that another jungle with Hulkbreaker?
Is it another jungle? It's time. Not going to be quite that. It is still actually a Trinity Force on Seaboy anyway, so I was right to begin with. Still Duel got caught in place. Not going to get out. He's abandoned. Well die, but he's so tanky.
He's abandoned.
What the hell? He's still going to fall out. It just takes longer.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an overextension. We mentioned how Bifrost is playing this game is slow and easy because they know they outscale, they know they have the better front to back. But right now, if Vanir keep making picks like this, with Camille on the bottom of the map and Ari on the top side of the map, then they have the freedom to push in the Senna however they want. And they're gonna cash in not only on on Duel and get his shot down, but also that very important tier 1 mid lane that we've been talking about a lot. Now,
quick one before you do keep going. Look at OD's soul stack. That's 98 souls at 25 minutes. He's getting incredibly scary right now. And you said that we're scaling for Senna. That's pretty much over the 70 soul mark.
The most ever scaling champion together with Veiga and Cho'Gath. They keep stacking and stacking and stacking, and it just never ends. So if we want to talk scaling, if we want to talk damage, if we want to talk range, Oddi's Senna is one of those. And because Duel is playing the farming Kench, he has the teleport and he's running straight into Baron.
Seaboy takes so much damage from the curtain call, and Sahira, who needs 4 items when a Shadow Flame will do that. Now the Baron has been reset, but Vanir won't go back and start it. Seaboy will get to reset, and Bifrost won't fall down.
Vanir are looking for a pick right here because Nile is mega now, and they need to use it now that it's hot. And again, Vanir have to look for a pick every single time before they make a move for a fight because they cannot win the 5v5. You see how strong Bifrost's bot lane is?
That's pretty big to here. They can't quite finish it because the gravity field comes down. Remember, this is a 4v5. Seaboy is not here. He had to heal up. Shikari taken so low. The renewal's going to come through. Stays alive, though. Noodle is going to fall down, and Fury is here alongside Seaboy. The charm lands. Watch at the back of it all. They won't be able to quite finish it up. And Vanir managed to extricate themselves with a well-timed defiance from Quickseth alongside the Flash, but the jungler is dead, and that means Baron time.
It's just so difficult because you can't find a way in on a straight stare down 5 versus 5. Vanir's way in is just so obvious. You just go straight in with the Zinza. Noodle got punished. There is no smite. Vanir want to fight this. Can they steal?
Ocean Soul means their HP bar is still at full. Nile is here, but a long way off Mega. Where's the turn? Shikari misses the hook shot. The renewal won't land. There is the Baron secured, and now Bifrost might still look for the fight. They're being hunted. Vanir. The Black Mist is down. A flash. Spectral Maw secures a kill for Odie. The Abyssal Dive will just go wide. The side steps there. Gravity Field comes down. It won't punish Duel enough this time. There is the Chaos Storm to force Seaboy to Heartbreaker away. A minute and a half till Elder Dragon, but Bifrost will have the Baron buff to shove waves and set up for that Uber objective.
And again, you have the 1-3-1 going on as well for you. You've got teleport onto the Ari that can push in the lane with the Baron. But yet again, you see how on a 5 versus 5, in a 4 versus 5 right here for Bifrost, if you're attacking them head on, they have the way to peel backwards. Boom! Senna ultimate. Everyone is shielded. Q. Everyone is healed. You want invisibility, you have that too. They cannot target you. And then Seaboy had the time to get out. Remember that Ocean Soul? Yeah, it helped him heal up. He didn't even go back to his base. He used his smite, he healed up from Ocean Soul, and he came back for the fight. So you see now how crucial and important that Ocean Soul was for them. They just walk out, heal up, come back in.
And I feel like time is running short for Vanir. Yes, Sahira is doing a fair amount of damage, but there's a Hex Drinker now in for Seaboy. That's making him harder to kill. Look at the items in for the likes of this Senna, as we said, who has been scaling away. 30 seconds until Elder Dragon. Ari shoving in the bot side, and Vanir, it is getting to last gasps. They are running out of oxygen. They are drowning in this game, courtesy of an Ocean Soul and all the scaling in the world.
And obviously here, when you pushed into one lane as well, everyone is trying to fight for that CS. Everyone is trying to finish items to try and put more damage down, but then you're all sharing the same amount of gold. Everyone is trying to fight with each other on who's going to get that last item, and in 2 seconds, Elder Soul is up. The entire bot side jungle belongs to Bifrost, and unless Vanir can make a pick here...
Find the Mega Naro to 2. Odie's about to fall. They've got him, but look at the other side. Shikari has made a trade onto Sahira. Kevo left so far away, and Fury gets it. They thought they found the pick, but the turnaround as there's a Spirit Rush. Charge still available. Noodle gonna get taken down into the GA Fury. Over the wall, gets the double. That'll be a reset on the ultimate. Nile needs to get away, but there is no Mega, no way out. A triple for the Ari. Are you not entertained? Nymera will be best, please.
Ooh.
And the souls are stolen.
Fury on Assassins, baby. Give me that any day of the week. The guy is back with vengeance. They've got an entire wave on the bottom of the map. They've got Baron buff still up and available. They've got 4 members still alive, and the entirety of the Vanir is watching 50s television, baby. Black and white.
Look at Bifrost. They move to 9-4. They move 2 games clear into 3rd place. They win the 2-0 head-to-head against Vanir. It is a gorgeous game, and they are absolutely the victors.
Honestly, what a great game played from the side of Bifrost. They knew the difficulties Vanir were gonna have to face when it came to these fights. The bot lane snowballed completely out of control. Major props to Oddie and Duo for playing an otherworldly Senna Tamkens. I mean, if Senna has looked bad in the NLC, man, Oddie makes it look really good together with Duo. And honestly, props to the entire lineup, even with the Camille falling behind, they managed to bring it back. Everyone played up to par, and Bifrost, they take the deserved 3rd spot.
They absolutely do, and what a way to do it. Some rough games in recent weeks, but that certainly wasn't one of them. Back on track, back in 3rd. Very happy stuff for the Bifrost squad, I'm sure, but we have to go to a quick break. When we come back, Archer will be taking us through some interviews. Don't go anywhere.
It is Bifrost taking another victory, securing that third place for now versus Vanir. What does this mean to Vanir? I don't know. I'd like to know, and that's why I'm going to talk with them further down the line. But now I need to address Bifrost before anything further, because as Naimeta told me, someone finally built damage on Ari. Finally, he was so happy jumping around, and you know that's not something Naimeta usually does. So, yeah, this was a good game for the Ari players, and I would like to talk with the Ari player himself, Fury, on the interview. Hello.
Long time.
It has been a long time, Fury. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing really fine. Okay, you played the Ari. I want to talk about the champion select and all that, but before that, Ari, is this a champion that you actually like to play?
Yeah, I like Ari a lot. Since the rework, it feels more of an assassin again. And of course, I like to play assassins. It's really nice to just, if you get a takedown, you get an ult reset, and it's really hard to play team fights against it. It's like a bit of a Viego, but a bit of a budget Viego.
Do we have Fury Assassin back?
Who knows?
Oh, come on! You're the one who knows. It's not me. You're on the team. I'm not the one on the team.
You will see it in the upcoming games. More, I cannot tell more.
Do you? How do I ask this? If you can't give me a reason, like you can't give me an answer. Do you have other specific champions, assassin champions on the mid lane that you're looking for? Like, are you fancying new champion assassins on the mid lane? You don't need to tell me the names. I just want to know if there's more assassin champions on the mid lane for you.
Well, there's a champion I played a lot in NLC last year, and it was Akali. I don't mind saying it because it was my best champion, and I just destroyed anyone. So who knows? I will destroy in the upcoming weeks with that champ.
It's your best champion right now, right? I know on the questionnaire you told us like Akali is your most underrated champion, is your best champion. It's a auto win for you. So do you still think Akali is viable right now, even though they took away the chem tank and all that? Do you enjoy playing Akali still?
Well, I must say I hated the chem tank build. I think it was so unskillful, so I never tried it, or I never wanted to play it. But for the meta, I think Akali is fine in the meta. I think in some spots you can play her, but she is not in the best spot right now.
Yeah. But now on the bot lane, Senna with Tom Kench. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh no, the curse of the Senna, what is going to happen? Is this something that you guys were working on? And it worked wonders.
Yeah, we practiced it through the week, and there were also a lot of AD carry bans, and we kind of knew there's not really anything that's going to punish the Senna TK lane. So yeah, we went for that option, and it paid off.
Okay, last question for you, Fury, because the time is running out, is I know that I follow you on Twitter. I follow most of the champions, even though they don't know, but I follow them. And I realize that solo queue is having like a little bit of a heavy punch on you, right? Mental.
Yeah.
Tell me something. When you play that much solo queue, because you guys have to play a lot of solo queue to practice and all that, even though you guys have scrims, you have to play solo queue to adapt. Do you think that the way solo queue is right now affects you competitively?
No, not really. I just see solo queue as something separate, and if I play well in scrims and competitive, I'm happy. Like solo queue is just a disaster. I always hate it, but I need to play it right. I'm a pro player, so.
Do you have chat turned on, or do you have like mute all as soon as you get it?
Nah, mute all.
Even the pings?
Yeah, like everything. Just want to enjoy the game.
I love it, man. I love it. Same mentality, mute all, and just move on with the game. Okay, so congratulations on the victory for Bifrost. You guys are in third place. What does this mean to you right now? Last one.
I mean, so this match was really important against Vanir because they are like one place lower than us, and we already won last time. So winning again is really good for like being on third position. And if we get a tie with them, we are like 2-0 up. So it's yeah, it was pretty good for us.
Love to see it, man. Congratulations on this victory yet again. I'd like to see what happens on the next day. Always a pleasure to have you with me on the interviews. And who knows, maybe one day you'll play Pantheon mid lane if you don't need to win that game. I don't know. because the champion. But thank you so much. Have a nice one, Fury.
Thank you.
There you go. He's back on the Assassins, baby. You know what that means. It's Fury with a kill spree. And also, who knows? Akali will be back. He doesn't want to play the chem tank on the Akali. And I got to say, I like that. I like that. Playing with Akali with tank items, it's something that shouldn't happen, obviously. But now, okay, let's jump into the Vanir side, because obviously this was an important game for Vanir. If they took this game out, they would tie up with Bifrost. So this is why I have with me on the interview Kevo. Hello, Kevo. Oh, not yet. Okay. I see him on the corner of my eye, but he's not ready yet. So this is why I got baited by it. But also, when I was talking with Fury, take that advice, guys. As soon as you go into the solo queue, mute all and move on and just work on your experience. Okay, now I have Kevo with me. Kevo, you got me?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
there you go.
Hello,
Welcome back, Kevo. Welcome back. Okay, tough game, man. Vanir, if they got this victory, it would mean a lot to you guys, right?
Yeah, it for sure was. You know, I mean, losing always sucks, and this is a really important game to win since we could be contesting like the top spots in the league. But yeah, sucks to lose.
Not that we're talking about this and looking into the champion select. They're really blue, by the way. That is. But tell me, you were forced to play outside of the Jinx, outside of the Aphelios. What did you guys? Why did it took so long to pick an AD carry? Were you comfortable with the Jhin on this matchup?
I mean, I'm comfortable with the Jhin, but like the thing is, we're playing Jhin Karma, and since like we fell behind early on, so our lane becomes like kind of useless. So yeah, it didn't really go as we planned, and yeah, the game became really rough. Like the Senatam got out of control really fast, especially when we took the fight in bot lane, and they got like 4 kills out of it. Yeah.
How do you feel about the AD carry meta right now? Because it's either Jinx Aphelios or you play something utility-wise.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx and Aphelios are like the 2 primary ones, like which everyone are playing. They're like really strong at the moment. And then after that, like you can play pretty much whatever. There's like Ezreal, Senatam, Jhin, Varus. But yeah, Jinx and Aphelios are just like above the rest. I mean, there's this area, of course, but that champ is permabanned, so.
Do you enjoy playing Zeri?
Yeah, it's really much fun. Like it's one of my favorite champs for sure. Really enjoy it.
It's really fast, isn't it? Like it's got a lot of DPM, right? You have to click a lot of times during a minute, right?
Yeah, you do. And you're like zooming around, you know, being really annoying and dealing a lot of damage. So.
I know the gameplay. I know the style of play, like to be on the face of everybody, but nobody can touch you. I love it. Okay, looking into this game, you guys pretty much lost every single objective. What was going through your guys' mind? Like, okay, the dragons are falling, even the air, all the turrets. What can we do to slow this down? Did you guys come up with the plan, or you guys kind of lost throughout it?
Well, we felt like we couldn't really 5v5, and since our Gnar was like winning side, we just decided that we will cross-map everything and play for the Gnar and just try to contest us all. And we there again, like the fight was really close, but it came down to like the wire, and we lost the fight, and they got Ocean Soul, which made the game extremely hard to play.
This to me, this to me is not like the image that Vanir showed us until now, and I'm certain that you guys will make up on the next day. You guys are amazing. I would like to see you play Zeri, because to me, when you play, it's more about the hyper carries. When I see you on the hyper carry, it's a menace. So good job on that so far, and I'll see you next day if possible, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kevo. See ya. And there we go, Vanir didn't got a game versus Bifrost, so Fury is back on the Assassins. Who knows what this means for the team? Will Bifrost be back on business as they were, or is this like one game? But after this one, we have another one waiting for you. It is Singularity versus X7. Last opportunity for Singularity to actually get into the playoffs, so don't skip a beat. We'll be right back after this short break. I'll see you soon. to the desk, and we have a special guest together with us again. It is... Okay, it is Goldberg. Apparently it is Goldberg. Trouble is back.
Thank you for the guest appearance.
We don't have a long of time to talk about this one. Singularity versus X7. What can you expect? Because this is the last opportunity for Singularity to go to playoffs or to actually dream about playoffs.
It's a complicated story with Singularity because not only is the journey not in their own hands, surprisingly going 0-12, but
yes.
Listen here, the stakes have never been higher. You're up against the #1 team.
Okay, wait, let me phrase it differently.
And you cannot lose a single game.
Yeah.
If there's a backs up against the wall situation, this is the biggest ones we've had. If there ever was a time for us to start using David versus the Goliath as an analogy, now would be the time with Singularity from the bottom end of the standings, looking up towards X7, wanting to take down the Giants. That win streak for Singularity, it might start today, it might
For
not.
you to look up at them, you need to be on the same column of the standings.
Yeah.
And then not even on that side.
I mean, it's just like a...
So, just to put it very simple, Team Singularity need every single win from now on to even dream of making playoffs. Another team has to really slip up. They need to lose, another team need to lose 6 games straight for Singularity to make it through. No. And they have to play versus X7.
But if the standings are in an Excel sheet, then you can easily move up the column.
Champion select is on, and Akali and Akram is
me in many ways,
Zeri. So the hyper carries are going to go through. Veigar is still available, and if Eminem picks if 10 picks Veigar, this could be another opening for them. What do you feel is going to happen?
Veigar's not fun. I don't want Tempt
don't
on
want
Veigar.
Veigar?
No.
Okay, you want Katarina.
So far,
I see that smile.
you just want Katarina. You can always count on that being a yes. But so far, 80 carries have been left open. Standard red side bans, all in all, coming through here. What I really liked last time for Singularity was when they had this draft where it was really easy to execute. They had a strong bot lane to play for. They had the weak side on the top side with Tattoo on the Gragas. This time around, though, that might be a little bit of a different story with the first big Graves coming through. I think that's certainly not something we would have seen coming, and especially not with everyone's favorite Powder being up.
You can lock in the Jinx Zao right now, which is absolutely unbeatable. It's just the strongest S tier double up pick that you can make. Jinx is like S tier hyper carry right now, and you're locking it in with the jungler who's literally a jackpot. He can do anything you want. And on the other side, you've got Graves.
You know what's really horrible as well is the fact that the blind, well, no, the blind picks you had to come through with X7 are just S tier picks, and you still have red side to pick from as well. So the solo laners of X7 is going to be having a field there as well. Even now, if Team Singularity wants to secure a support, they're going to be in a difficult position. And if not, then you can third pick a support from X7, and then you can start banning away some of the counters. Yeah, go on. Yeah, what's up?
If my calculations are right,
calculations.
Tattoo is hopefully going to take that Graves where he belongs, which is a solo lane.
Okay.
And he's very strong in a solo lane because he can very freely farm, and he's in most of the matchups pretty okay, except a lot of times you struggle a little bit into Tryndamere, especially if the Tryndamere is like really, really good. And Jaeger, if I'm not wrong, has played the Tryndamere previously for X7. Now,
no.
You already have...
He hasn't. But move on. Yeah.
He was adding some emphasis on your sentence.
Okay. No, but you could on this one. Now, if my memory serves me right, on that one, Pop has played the Graves in the jungle.
Yes.
And he's not the easiest to facilitate for, but you've already locked in a Nautilus, which means you already have a lane to play through if you want to transition the Gragas into the jungle. So yes, you have showed a bunch of your hands, and yes, X7 have locked in S tier picks, Zao and Jinx, but at least you've got the likes of a flex pick with the Graves where you can put him in there in jungle or top side.
Okay, that's great, but what's a flex pick that doesn't like, it's not a good flex pick into this Zao in the jungle.
Mate, don't tell me it's a Graves.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm trying to find the green light.
Okay, fair enough. And honestly, I like the Rise coming in on 3 here as well from the side of X7, because usually I'm actually not the biggest fan of the huge Rise priority we see, because I think quite often he will get outranged and he will get out-team fought, although Realm Worm is a great tool. Now you already see a low-range Graves, you see the Aphelios, you already have the Jinx for yourself, you have the better jungler in the Sinzao as well with the Crescent Strike, so having a Rise here is really not a problem.
You say you have the better jungler until a Trundle gets locked in here and the Graves goes topside.
Oh, that could be, obviously, could be a good decision considering how immobile the carries are in the backline here. And honestly, Trouble, I think that's a really good shout to pick up from the side of Singularity.
She predicts and she always gets it correct, so let's see if Pop is going to play it.
It's not a prediction. I would just really like to see the
What
Graves.
makes sense,
I would just like to see Tattoo on that Graves because I know that he's really good into finding his way into the backline. He's really good on these heavy scaling champions as well. And Pop is going to bring up once again the Ivan. It was played with Tristana in the mid lane last time. This time it's going to be Dragain on Cassiopeia.
Now this is interesting. Cassia into the Rise matchup used to be like an old matchup with these champions always been meta back then, and was a little bit Cassia favored as well, just because of the extra little range you could get, the slow from the Miasma, obviously having the Phase Rush does mitigate that. But second time we see Pop as well on the Ivern, you have good value in extended team fights. But
Make it a yes.
Now he plays Trinda, yeah. Now he plays yes, yeah.
So it's interesting with Tryndamere. Quite often when you get a Tryndamere matchup into the Graves matchup, you'll see the Tryndamere start running Ghost, and that often makes the matchup different for the Graves as well. So he no longer takes Teleport himself. He'll either have to go Ghost or Exhaust himself, because if he doesn't, he's just going to get run down in lane by the Tryndamere. So it's something where you can look to utilize the side lanes. And I will say though, I think Team Singularity still have ways to play these team fights. I don't think they're heavily outdrafted in this situation.
I actually really like what Singularity have here because everything is short range. But then you have 3 melees, and a Rise who's very short range wanting to run into you so you can peel. And if you can kill that Tryndamere in CC as well, he doesn't get to pop the ultimate at all and he just ends up dying. So I think you've got a pretty good team to fight versus such short range. Now, are you going to be able to kill the frontal really fast to get to the Jinx before the Jinx kills you? Because instead of Singularity, you're very, very squishy.
Last take. I want to give it to you because I know you want to talk. Last take, really fast.
I was just leaning forward. I was ready for the game.
There we go.
He doesn't have a last take.
That's the take. Last opportunity for Singularity to actually take a win, take it to the playoffs. It's the dream, but we don't know if they're going to be able to do it. It is Mickey Mouse versus Kratos. It is one of the best matchups, and I'll send it to you, Casters.
Thank you very much, Akaron.
Do we tell them?
Do we tell them?
Do we have? I think we have to tell them.
Yes.
So, we are gathered here today to mourn the death of the Singularity playoff stream with Dusty and Riddle winning earlier. There is no longer possible for them to make playoffs.
No.
So everything that we dreamed of is crashed, it's burned, it's blue shell time only.
I told you in our pre-show that I was going to get you on a course of X7 VODs. Maybe this will be enough. Into Singularity for the reality to set in.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do without this.
Yeah,
I'm going to do this.
So to clarify, the reasoning was with Riddle and Dusty were at 6 wins and there were only 6 games left to play. In order for Singularity to even had a chance at playoffs, they would have had to go 6-0 and have one of Riddle or Dusty both go 0-6 in the last 6 games. Unfortunately for Singularity, Riddle and Dusty did win today. So Singularity now out of playoffs contention, however slim a chance it would have been. That said, they nearly took a win off Riddle last week and they were very frustrated by the way things like the Baron went out in the later game. And X7 currently in first place. This is a chance for Singularity to instead play blue shell, as you like to phrase it.
Yes.
And make, you know, XL's job a little easier, because obviously they've got the 0-2 versus X7, but if they do drop a game here and there where they shouldn't, there's still a chance for XL to go for first.
And of course, the last bit about stakes, obviously, X7, they were here to impress, and they've kind of done that job versus JDXL, their main competition.
Monstrous.
Now, that doesn't mean they can't give us some extra thoughts, an extra question mark of, oi, you can't just be losing to a team like Singularity that are 0-12. On the side of Singularity, of course, you know, there is no promotion relegation at the end of spring. That only happens at the end of the summer split, so they are still here to develop. They still got some time. No, they won't be locked into playoffs. They won't have that experience, but there is a level of safety there for them to try and reconsider their standing in this split. Could have ourselves a level 1 as Yepe activates that. Actually, both supports going for the Aftershock, neither going for the Glacial, wanting that extra tankiness themselves. They might need it now.
Right, indeed. And of course, Xing on the Alistair is not a pick we see so much of these days. It was, of course, more popular a couple of years ago. But as it stands, it's still something that's a little bit more of a rarity, especially now we've moved more towards things like the pick champions and honestly enchanters, even in the bot side, made the likes of Alistair's melee abilities and ranges a little bit difficult to pull off.
And it was actually a very ego pick in the draft, if I say so myself, because you picked that on 4 with a couple of picks left, and it was opening up a potential Silas pick. It was opening up a potential everything. As Dragana really going in deep onto that level 2 to level 1. Of course, Cassiopeia always was a decent matchup into the likes of the Rise, slightly outranges them, has huge impact in team fights. And then you look at how they're going to deal with the rest of this team. If you're going to be the Tryndamere, you're going to be this Astra trying to run forwards. If you're stuck in that miasma, of course, you're then grounded. It makes it harder for you to navigate those team fights if you're kind of going down the absolute jaws of this team fight. If you're running straight down into them, it gets very difficult fighting into Cassiopeia. So X7, their task this game is going to be, can you stop Singularity from setting up or find different ways to approach the fight? That's what I'm keeping my eyes on. Okay. Singularity looking to deny that.
And of course, for X7, they've got themselves some very mean-looking side laners. Rise and Tryndamere, known for their ability to play side lanes and to outplay people coming in to try and stop them. Rise also turned to Porp and Haru. Last week, Haru put on a clinic. He absolutely eviscerated JDXL in the early game, running rampant on the Hecarim, going 9-0, and stomping out a game that we thought could be close, could be tight, that JDXL may be even favored into, and X7 put doubts in their abilities quite heavily to rest in that week. On the other side, Porp pulled out the Ivern a couple weeks ago.
With a Tristana, yes.
Yeah, did quite a good job with it, honestly. Was making things happen in the early game, but Singularity have not been able to convert early plays, early leads sometimes, into meaningful mid-game proactivity that gets them far enough ahead to contest.
Yeah, but you know, you look back to that last game, which Singularity had on the other side, and you think, okay, well, they had a really good early game versus Riddle. They were winning in the 2v2. They were solo killing. And of course, you look back to Spike even picking up the Zeri game a couple of games before that. I think that was against Astralis, sadly, and a loss to them again, but managed to pull off some really good, feel-good moments, if nothing else, getting, 8 or 9 kills on the board. This could be a very big confidence booster for all of these players. Porp putting down that mark on the scuttle, zoning out where Haru is, and largely just trying to farm up into relevance. And that first, well, actually boots first is really important on the Ivern as well, to get the lucidity, get yourself some extra ability haste to spam out more shields, and trying to survive through to that point where Jinzhou is, of course, really strong pre-level 3.
To explain why I'm chuckling there a little bit, I thought you were going to say Cassiopeia, but wait, Cassiopeia can't buy boots, and I was just being dumb, was actually where that was.
Okay, look, I know that sometimes my predictions are called into question. I know that some, I like to put out some hot takes, but that one I'm fairly sure I wouldn't have done.
It's literally impossible. Yes, no. Snakeskin boots could be an option for the side of X7 if they come there.
Do you remember when Cassiopeia's passive wasn't the move speed, but it was the stacking AP and everything? Really, it was crazy, absolutely crazy. You ended up getting effectively a death cap's worth of power at the end of it, like that little evolving passive. Luckily, we don't have to deal with that anymore, so I don't have to remember exactly what it did because it's no longer relevant. Isn't that nice?
I'm happy for you.
I am.
I honestly
less happy for
the game,
Sing.
as we've got a bit of a play in the bot side. Yepe having to flash out. Spiky though, with the grab from the Inferno, can make a lot of hell as Kasing has to flash out. Good early gank there from Porp, forces all the summoners out of X7's bot lane. Spiky though only has a flash remaining, so like Singularity are super happy with the amount of summoners
so
they have.
This is one of the X factors of the Ivern, but it's not there to help mid.
Gane gonna try and stay alive, but wait, the turnaround could potentially be there. Porp goes forwards, but is just about okay. Throws out the Pengu dab. No Schliegums in this game as the name of that emote comes through.
Level 6 from Jaeger.
Oh my days, that could have been scary, but the mocking shout not quite enough.
Okay,
Will be burning the ghost in trade with Jaegers though.
Yeah, I was wondering if that should have just been a full dive at that point. Of course, both popping that ghost. Level 6, level 5. And Tatui somehow falling behind in the XP here.
Does not have Ghost, does have Flash. Both of these people have Flash. The mocking shout had come to come through, and Jaeger throws out the collateral damage early to try and clear the way, but it means there'll be an early reset. There's no teleport, remember. This is Flash Ghost Graves.
It is, but now, of course, both of those ghosts are gone. I'm actually very interested in seeing how Jaeger itemizes into this matchup, because Graves should be going Hulkbreaker first in this matchup. That's my belief in it. It stops the Tryndamere having such rampant kill pressure. But if you get a lead on that Tryndamere and you get up to, or you can build a Hulkbreaker yourself, you go towards a Gale Force, something like Navori Quickblades afterwards. If you go Hulkbreaker to Hulkbreaker in this matchup and you get 2-3 items, Graves doesn't have that much ability to stand and fight. We've seen that not necessarily in EU, because we've only seen a couple of Tryndameres. We've seen it across some other regions. Of course, we're both very familiar with the LGL, with the Hulkbreakers taking over. PCS, very similar. LPL somehow avoided it. But either way, you look at how the Tryndameres have been playing it out on the western regions, and actually they haven't been building that well into the Graves, and the Graves is managing to survive. Porp looking to survive and is in a lot of danger.
And he's going to try and play it out as best he can. The Brushmaker comes down, but I don't think there's any way you get to outplay that. Guerrilla Warfare not going to work, as at the top side, Jaeger flashes and gets the kill onto Tui. That is a problem. You called out the Tryndamere getting a lead. That's exactly what we were worried about.
Exactly, because now you have a lead on the Tryndamere, you have a lead in your mid-jungle 2v2 to boot, because Dragana already went down. Maybe bot lane can be the saving grace.
Yepe managed to find a hook, but Nate starting to be able to trade this out. Remember, there's not a lot of summoners to go around. The double Graviton route comes through with the Binding Eclipse, but Spiky with the Infernum and the Crescendum, they get too much more. Another hook lands, though. Kassin goes down, and maybe they can run down for more. Spiky flashing forward. It's an onslaught of Crescendums, and they'll get a double onto the Aphelios.
Okay, so one of the lanes stands up and is accounted for. It's Nata and it's Kassin that bite the bad end of that trade. It's going to be a huge wave loss to this tower as well, but overall X7 still not unhappy with the state of the map. Sure, you give up a couple of kills. Yes, they're to an Aphelios, but the top side of your map is still running rampant. Singularity picking up a dragon, have to see how that carries on through the game, but X7, make no mistake, I still feel like they're in control of this game. It's early days, but still giving this much gold to the likes of the Tryndamere and everyone on the top side, a very dangerous prospect.
Absolutely, and let's see what happens in the bot side, because Yepe actually had a significant HP disadvantage, but lands a gorgeous dredge line.
100%, and we know that the bot lane of Singularity really stepped up against Riddle. They were 2v2 killing. We know that this bot lane has found their comfort now. They're starting to find these trades, and to succeed at this level, considering the expectations for this team, against a team of this level too, is still, again, one of those feel-good moments for Singularity, though the results are obviously not what they wanted. Now the question is, what can you do with this lead? If you're going to play that blue shell, we're going to keep using that term. If you're going to do that, you need to start really utilizing this gold put on the Aphelios to its best extent.
And again, this is one of the reasons why we see a little less Alistair these days. Once the Aftershock is down, you can re-engage, particularly pre-6, and that's the kind of thing that can happen. And shout out to Spiky as well. Great weapon management. Went from the Duskwave and the Graviton into the Severum and the Crescendum, got the Flash Onslaught. That's just well played on the Aphelios.
See, this is great because you know that I know all of Aphelios' weapon names and the ability names of it. Now, I know that most of the audience probably doesn't give a damn about Aphelios' ability names.
Yeah,
because it's just like, oh, which one's the one where you spin around flying out with all the red guns and stuff? Well, okay, we'll try and educate a few people through that. If well, if you didn't care, I mean, you might still not, but we're still going to tell you anyway.
Yeah, well, that's kind of our jobs, in fairness.
Okay, that's a good point, well made. I don't really know how to respond to that apart from, well, yes, it's a fair cop, you got me.
Got a little bit of interesting positioning here from both bot lanes again as the focus remains down here with summoners beginning to come back up again. But of course, Spiky did burn the flash, and that was the summoner advantage that Singularity had. It could turn around as a disadvantage as Dragane does manage to outplay that one a little bit, but good play around the bush there to control the control ward. Maybe I should have chosen a better word there. Either way, still looking at a very hefty advantage for the Tryndamere, and a pretty scary Rise as well, who's going to continue to be pretty scary with this ghost on the teleports.
The bot lane was the one hole in that net, and Haru was making sure to try and patch that up with a bit of vision control. Haru's still spotted. But I love how Tempt is playing this. He's going down towards the bot side. He's got himself a ghost. He's got himself an ultimate. He's got himself an ability to impact this bot lane.
Jaeger spot the ghost, he's got himself an Undying Rage, and he screams like Grog Stonejaw, I would like to rage! Bot side though, it's a 1-for-1, it's actually Spiky picks up a kill and stays alive. That's still Natu who picks up one back, who gets excited. A 1-for-1 right now, Dragane has come down here. Daisy summoned, but the stone golem falls, but Haru was a trade out for Yepe. The HP bars were a little dicey for Singularity, but they do stall any further dives.
They do, but I mean, that's actually one of the better case scenarios on the bot side for Singularity, but Dragane, no!
That's such a bad position, gets taken out. The petrifying gaze means nothing, and instead it's a monument put atop his own grave, turns into a statue, rather, does the Cassiopeia.
So this has been the story for Singularity, and also, again, credit to X7 for feeding off of the mistakes, you know, really just preying upon them, because Singularity, they get themselves a decent trade on the bot side. Actually doesn't matter towards that top side. That gold lead blowing out of control. So at least you'd hope on the side of Singularity that they could maybe maintain something on the bot side. They do get a decent counterplay to this. Once again, jungler is in place, but it, again, is kind of turned around with everything that happened afterwards with Dragane just stepping a bit too far.
It is, and of course they did at least stop that Herald as you mentioned, but this here, look, that ward, that single ward there as they see...
It all started with that ward, that damn ward, but they didn't track the Alistair.
They saw temp recalling, they thought they could
temp recalling, thought they could get a catch. Of course, Cass still had that flash, still had the ult, had the W, has a lot of damage at this point. Trying to find those micro plays, instead finds himself a not so micro death.
That's a lot of gold going now into X7's pockets. Jaeger got a second solo kill, as I mentioned. I made the Vox Machina reference for a reason. That Berserker is off the chain right now. Looking more and more like he's got some very scary magical weapons in inventory with the Gale Force in. Bot side, though, is Singularity's one saving grace, because Spiky did pick up a third kill, but Dragane being kind of forced to retreat a little bit here, but Singularity might want to contest, honestly.
Okay, well, Yepe walking up into a difficult position. See, the Singularity are trying to contain and control something around the mid lane. They know that if these Realm Warps start coming out and even faster and faster rhythm, it's going to be difficult for them to play. Nata is not going to get caught. Porp is going to get trapped off. Potential for Kasing to go in.
You can see Daisy just playing block and making things difficult. Kasing can't quite get far enough forward. Tempt on the other side does get hooked. Needs to be a little bit afraid, knocked up with the depth charge. I apologize, Moonshot went wide. Daisy falls, and I think they want to retreat, but wait, Kasing got rooted, he's gone too deep, does have himself an unbreakable will to make him sure he's safe. He walked forwards! That was risky, he just goes down, that's a fourth kill to Spiky.
Haru?
Haru going in, but gets rooted by the Binding Eclipse. At the other side, Porp down to no HP. Petrifying Gaze comes through, but they won't be able to secure the kill. Spiky has to flash away. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but the kill, importantly for Singularity, ends up in Aphelios' hands.
It does, but again, look at the rest of the map. You're getting another wave pushed in. It's a bloody standstill yet again in the bot side, but the Tryndamere is starting to pop off. Jaeger has that gold. We talked about, oh yeah, this matchup, very important to see how the Tryndamere itemizes. It's very important to see how far ahead he can get. And as much as Singularity are trading as good as they get on one area of the map, and they're trying to punch upwards, X7, they're finding the advantages where they've been given to them, and they're using them well.
Oh, yes, they are. Over 35 CS and 2 levels is this Tryndamere ahead. Every time we look over, it's Tatui in a dangerous position.
Gosh.
You can see the gold discrepancy is monumental. Bot side is the one change. There is a lead for Spiky, but Tempt, Haru, so much difference as Jaeger could maybe think about doing it again, but not quite yet.
And he briefly popped over to the individual gold there, of course, a huge advantage in that top lane.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know that Fort Knox actually had a 7 attached after the X on the end of that name, because that's what Jaeger's dragging around with him. It is a whole bunch of just bricked gold. Just
gold reserves for a small country.
No, he's got bricks of gold in a burlap sack, and he's whacking Tatooine around their face with it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I keep making all the D&D references, but right now with the 2-0 start, like, he gets the rage, he's got himself a nat 20 every time he hits. It's a critical strike. See, it works. And, like, there's not a lot this Graves can do. He's got the steel caps, he's got himself a phase, but he's going to be in a 1 versus 2 as Jaeger, and I think he might still outplay this. The Ghost is down, the Enduring Rage is still available, throws down the Mocking Shout. There will be the Death Dodge, stops him, gets the kill anyway. He'll die in trade, surely, but it'll be Yepe that picks up the shutdown. And that is a frustration for Tatui, and Tempt is here to maybe continue the pressure anyway. Nata and Kasing could be the sacrifice of Spiky coming over. Remember, he's got a Moonlight Vigil that goes wide. That means there's no Graviton binding Eclipse to hit, and they'll back away as Haru summons Herald number 2 in the top lane.
And I always thought of the Graviton Aphelios ult much like the Varus ultimate, Moonlight Varus you might even say. But remember, that skill shot used to be the slimmest in the game and so damn hard to hit, but Spiky kind of missing a bit of a sitter, whereas Tatui sitting under this turret. I mean, even a 1v2, the Tryndamere starting to really flex those muscles. This was a matchup that was left alone for a little too long, perhaps. You can start to stabilize it with a bit of pressure, but of course, Porp was called all around the map, and with that early death himself, couldn't end up stabilizing it. See what happens when you let a Tryndamere go completely off the chain.
3-1 gets the kill in a 1v2 at the inhibitor turret. You're looking at Tempt, who is, despite some potential challenges with range discrepancies into the Cassiopeia, has done very well in that lane. They've managed to get most of the outer turrets. They are, only the bot lane remains, and Jaeger will make short work of that, I'm sure, in moments. The only place which has been a little bit back and forth is this bot lane, and even then, X7 have made some successful plays there as well. Really, Singularity's hopes all rest on Spiky, and he's doing okay, but I don't know how easy it's going to be, and bluntly, X7 don't have to commit to a 5v5 where the Aphelios is
and that's
anyway.
the big thing. That's exactly the point I wanted to make next. You've completely read my mind in terms of X7, they might have to fight against a fair Aphelios as well. They're fighting against the Tryndamere right now with Singularity.
Go back in, it's going to be a 2v2. Jaeger's got the Undying Rage, the crit strikes are there, can keep going on to Porp. That is a Super Mega Death Rocket, and that is a double kill to Jaeger. 5-1-0. You just can't stop this Berserker. The king is in town. It's not just the Freljord he wants the crown in the NLC. It's another turret, and X7 can do no wrong in these side lanes.
They absolutely can't, because Singularity can't get there in force. They can't get there in the 5v5. We mentioned that so early. It was so obvious that Singularity wanted to fight front to back, play with all their pieces in the same area of the map, and X7 have just not given it to them. Yes, they've traded occasionally, but these are the fights which they love to take, and Singularity, they're playing right into them.
Turn around to avoid the Petrifying Gaze, and then the Gale Force and the turnaround. It's just too clean.
I mean, yes, you can see that the miasmic to go down to stop the first spin, but you have to be stood on it to stop it. He walks off of it, spins back into it. And the poor Cassiopeia really had nothing more to say after that.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like, less like a sword spin, more like an Apache helicopter at this point, as that Tryndamere spinning slash. So much damage.
I'm not sure he's going to be attacking at 3,000 rounds per minute, but maybe the same amount of damage as something like a mini gun. Singularity trying to launch their own alpha strikes towards that bot side, but not able to find anything themselves. And again, that's just been Singularity finally have their own members stacked up in one area. They're trying to get towards the dragon, but at this point, they're 10,000 gold down. Like, this isn't a last hurrah. This is trying to weakly raise a flag as you see the onslaught of cavalry charge coming towards you.
Exactly, 17 minutes in, it was 10,000 gold. It's a minute later, and it's not changed, unsurprisingly, but Navori Quickblades are in. The 2 items were in to attempt a long time ago. Nata's at 1.5 items, been doing just fine. There's a stopwatch in inventory for Haru, and Singularity, you've got perhaps this chance to fight before the item discrepancy gets too big. They want this Infernal Drake, but I don't know how easy it's going to be. Kasing! It's a 2-man headbutt pulverize. At least Spikey stays alive. Can he turn it around? He's got Severum and Crescendum Red and White. Good night, but it's actually Singularity that's falling down. The double spinning slash deletes 2. Petrifying Gaze gets 1. Haru is traded back, and that is a lot of chakrams around Spikey, but he needs to stay alive. Rune.
A quadra? Penta?
Secures the kill. It is a quadra kill for Tempt. They're going to try and get him in. It is a mocking shout, and Tryndamere finds the pentakill. Is it Thursday yet, apparently?
Oh man, hail to the barbarian king. Jaeger stamps down his authority, and this Tryndamere, you left him alone. He turns up to all of your members. This is not a champion that is meant to be able to team fight, and yet they are so far off the handle. Spam out your T-Tours as he takes a whistle-stop tour across all of the members of Singularity.
There's just no stopping him. Jaeger, we've had some questions about him occasionally, but we've always known he's a man to go for the plays. The pentakill in this one, the T-Tours, the cinematic overtures. This is a horror movie in slow motion.
Oh gosh, look at those hard cuts to the spins, and he was cutting very, very hard.
He's got himself 90 minutes.
Got himself 3 items just before 20 minutes. I mean, that was with a team behind him. You know, I wonder if he could do that again without a team now.
He's a Dark Souls boss. He's just going to come at you. You're going to need to dodge roll and hope.
We saw that gold there. He's on 12,000 gold.
Lord.
12,000 gold. He's gone into practice tool and clicked the gold button a couple of times. Whereas Tattoo is sat on like somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000. He has almost doubled his lane opponent's resources. Singularity, they're trying to go back to the Pinata, but they're the ones getting hit by the baseball bat.
And 1-0 Tempt manages to pop the phase right with the Ghost alongside himself, and he gets away from the depth charge, but now the turnaround comes in. It might be another set of kills. Nata picks this one up. No second pentakillers yet for the side of Jaeger, but it's a double. Maybe they can look for another Jinx instead. Spikey needs to stay alive. It's Tempt that secures that one, but Haru is chasing further. Porp is going to dash away best he can. There's not enough room. A double for Tempt, a double for Nata, and a very large Baron Nashor that will be their prize. And all the while, Jaeger and Tatui with no teleports are in the bot lane. I think Jaeger might just look for a dive here, potentially. He's still got that 2-level advantage. The mocking shout forces Tatui away, and I don't think he can even think about contesting a 10-1 Tryndamere.
This is not having your cake and eating it. This is eating out the entire buffet. This is
This is going into the center of London, center of Tokyo, saying, here are my fat stacks of cash, I want the bakery. It's like, own the shop.
And Jaeger has, credit to him, gone and got that bread. He is insanely powerful, but every single member of X7 is at this point. SNG say, sweet, we have a 4v4 without the Trinity. That's 10 of their kills gone. Well, yeah, I mean, take 10 kills off the board, and you're still behind in gold. You're still behind in the amount of kills there too. Viking, I mean, tries to go fight through, has himself the Infernum, tries to get that AoE through that front line to the back line, but, I mean, there's only so much the Ivern can do, and he's left to become mulched paper at the end of that fight too.
And don't get me wrong, Infernum and Gravitum, the purple and blue guns, you can do a lot of AoE routes. You've got some good ways to set things up, but when you're trying to run away, when you're trying to heal up, it's not the easiest at that point, and there wasn't a lot he could do even with the Gale Force, and got a bit challenging, really.
And as much as we have occasionally said to X7, you know, particularly in the mid-split just before this, saying, oh, maybe they weren't taking some of their games seriously. This one, they are seriously turning up to play, turning up to impress. This is going to be a 1v3 with the Trinity, but they haven't shut him down. This is a double summon ultimate Trinity. I don't think you want this fight. I think you want to disengage from this Singularity.
They're thinking about it anyway. Yepe's just recalling.
Let him go. Let him go. Don't try it.
They're going to try. That's Daisy over the wall, but you just can't think about it. You've got to leave it alone. He literally...
He's three-shot Daisy.
Wait, with merely a two-shot. He was left on 11 HP after 2 auto attacks. That is unreal. He's got Ghost Pop. He's going to chase down Yepe. There's no way to stop it. It's a 6-level discrepancy for crying out loud. All the while, X7 are in the base. It's a flash. The talent strike. Poor pass to flash out. He gets him, does Jaeger. That'll be a double for Nata. Jaeger is here. There's a Realm Warp onto Spiky. Yeah, you've got Crescendum and Sever. It means Jack, all a quadra kill to Nata. Who cares about lane? X7 in 23 minutes prove why they have a world championship on their roster. It is not a victory. It is a trauma experience. X7 devastate the game.
Blunt force trauma, 12-1, undisputed top of the table, putting down the competition.
We had some questions about X7 a couple of weeks ago. They came in last week, they cracked their neck, and they went to work. Here in week 7, that work has not stopped. They are a lethal threat.
You know when a Grandmaster in chess goes to a tournament, they don't even watch their own board. They're looking at someone else, their actual rival across the table. That's what they're doing here. They are looking at your other regions, thank you very much, and saying, look at my board, see what I'm doing.
All you teams at EU Masters, maybe want to be afraid. We've got another game to go, and we've got some interviews yet, so don't go anywhere. Artrom has some interviews for us still.
Back to the NLC, and obviously Singularity are out of the race for the playoffs, but still, we got ourselves our first pentakill of the split. Jaeger with the Tryndamere, one of the most champions in the league, but still we got a pentakill, and this is exactly what we need to focus on. Lovely game by X7, just taking Singularity by surprise. And I remember when we did the interview with Nias and he told us, like, okay, we're having fun with the other teams. We're not playing as seriously as we should. But I think they just ditched that idea out of the window. They're now looking to take some legs and arms. I don't know what is X7 thinking about it. But obviously, I'm going to find out as soon as I talk with the analyst, Pietre. I think I'm saying that name correctly?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, thank you, because I didn't got your name. Okay, so welcome, pleasure to meet you. And you guys were not playing around on this game. Can you talk to me through the process of the champion select and the Tryndamere versus the Graves?
So we were a bit surprised. Enemy first pick Graves. We didn't expect that. So we assume it's Flex pick. So the problem is they were blue side, so we could get good matchup anyway on solo lane. And when enemy locked Ivern, we were sure he's top side. So yeah, Jaeger played this matchup many times against top ERL players and always taunted when he was on Tryndamere. So yeah, we were pretty confident he will win the lane. And yeah, even Haru was surprised because he even question mark pinged top lane when he got solo all the plays 11 minutes in without any jungler involved.
He took all the plates, he took the kills, he took the game by surprise and the pentakill as well. So tell me, you as an analyst, you have this information. What do you feel is the counterplay for Tryndamere, and how can you deal with that champion?
So I think mainly CC, good matchup. Yeah, I would say that's about it. Don't let him split, get mid control, and yeah, just lock him in place. And yeah, this game there was not much CC and any option to deal with this champion. And yeah, we were completely sure when it was R5. We were like everyone was on the same page. We want Tryndamere. He can 1v9 this game, and
I gotta say, there's not a lot to talk about this game from the X7 perspective because you guys completely destroyed the game, and not only that, I think you're pretty much secured for the playoffs. So I'm going to start talking with you about that because you are an analyst. So tell me, how do you prepare the team from the perspective of a best of one to the best of three scenario?
So I think we generally trying to more focus on ourselves rather than enemies. So yeah, that's only also from my perspective to play around that. So what we do well during best of one and what we do, how we can imply it into a longer series. Also, yeah, we have to be more ready during best of ones or more surprising picks like Ivern, let's say, and Mastery. We already played against. I think during best of three or best of fives, we can be more prepared on more standard things. So yeah.
Okay. And now that you told me how do you prepare the team, how do you prepare yourself? Like, how do you prepare you? Because most of the times we talk about the players, we talk how they prepare themselves for the game, how they practice throughout the week, but how do you, an analyst, prepare yourself to a best of three?
Okay, I think it's mainly the best thing. I think the best way for analysts to prepare a team is to ask what players need and coaching staff, what they need from me, and I think I just need to adapt whatever they say they need from me. I can deliver, and that's about it. About preparation against enemy team, about improving ourselves. Yeah, it's just adaptation from analyst perspective.
There's a lot of study on the background, like preparing your team, preparing the picks, what they pick as well, how they play, and giving all that information to the players because the players are usually concerned about the gameplay. So you allow yourself to study the enemies and give the information of the enemies to your team, right?
Yeah, generally it works that way. Right now we are not that focused about our enemies. We are really focused on ourselves, on our practice, about what to do better as a team, less thinking about enemies right now. Maybe during playoffs we will change strategy, but right now we are only focused on our practice and how we should improve.
Okay, interesting take. I love it. Thank you so much for the interview, man. It's a pleasure to always talk with people outside of the player base because you get a better perspective on what the people do on the background, and we don't see it on the game, but it's actually influencing the game. So thank you so much, and good luck for the rest games.
Pleasure for me too. Thank
Pleasure.
you.
X7 completely taking this one by surprise. Not surprised by just a Storm and Jaeger on the top side with the Tryndamere. And just as he told us, if you don't have CC, well, you got to deal with it, and you got to take all those critical strikes that RNG, you got to roll the dice and hope for the best. And it didn't go the way they intended. On the other side, though, on Singularity, I have Yepe with me, the support, the Nautilus, and I would like to talk with him about what happened and also about the future. Yepe, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Welcome back. It's a pleasure to have you back on the interview. I know it could be on better terms. I know it was a bad game versus X7. Also, the last opportunity to get into the playoffs. How do you feel?
I mean, all of us kind of figured out when we started losing to Astralis, and like last week we started losing when we still had like both XL and Bifrost and X7 up. That is most likely not gonna happen, but of course, we still talked about like the miracle run. We are not really devastated. Like we played bad against the teams we are competing the playoff spot for. So yeah, we're okay with it.
Not only that, the champion select itself seemed a little bit more fresh, and you guys played accordingly to it. It was not like the Mastery with the Tadic, where you didn't have enough movement speed to give to the team, allow Mastery to go to the backside. On this matchup specifically, it seemed like the team was ready to take it on. So you have new staff with the team. Tell me, is the plan looking for the next split, or you guys are still looking for something on this split?
I mean, the big goal is next split. Like we're gonna hit hard next split, but we are not giving up this split either. Like we want to show that we are here to compete, and that we're not just a run-over team. Except X7 just kind of did that, but that's like a one-time thing, right? But we showed life in the bot lane today, and we're gonna do that every single game from now on. Me and Spiky started figuring out how to talk to each other and actually play bot lane together. So the other teams should start being afraid of us bot lane. So now we just need to like steamroll a bit harder bot lane so we can carry.
I mean, your AD carry was 4-0 versus X7. That is something to take into consideration, that it is working on the bot line at least. So tell me now, enough about the teams, enough about the split. I want to know about you. Yepe, what is your dream? What is your objective right now?
Oh, that's two completely different things.
Okay.
My objective right now is to, like, at the start of the split, everybody was like putting me bottom tier of the tier list. I'm not totally disagreeing with them, but I want to show that I have the potential to be like a big player. You know, like I'm not somebody people can just say he's bad. And my dream, yeah. Like I kind of have two dreams, you know. Like one dream is to live happily ever after with a cute girl and get some kids, and the other dream is, of course, to go pro in league and like live completely off that.
Okay, I love it. I want to see that in the future. And well, congratulations no matter what. You guys looked stellar today. Even though you guys lost the game and lost the ability to go to the playoffs, the team certainly seems a little bit different. And who knows, until the end of the split, you might get the W and show everybody that you're actually a really good support and people will take it. I know you are, so thank you so much for this interview yet again.
Thank you. It's
always a pleasure. And with this, Singularity out of the run, but this doesn't mean that they'll just stay idle and cross arms. No. We'll have to see and wait until the end of the split. But now, for the next game, we have JDXL versus Nulikki, the last game of the day. So be sure to stay around, and I'll see you soon. Welcome back to the last game of the day. Week 7, day 1, JDXL versus Nulikki. This could be the run for Nulikki or JDXL taking another one and securing the second place.
I think there is room for upset for Nulikki in a game like this, but make no mistake, it is very JDXL favored coming into it. But I think if Nulikki are playing the cards right in terms of getting the comfort, that is Astralis in a winning bot lane, with a top side of the map that can facilitate him in a team fight when you have a lead to play for rotated around the map, that's where you can become scary as Nulikki. But my biggest worry for them is one individual in the mid lane on JDXL.
Yeah, I think this is going to be most likely like a bleeding lane, if you will, for Nulikki as well, because Avro likes to play a lot more of the passive lanes in the mid lane. You play the Corki, you play the Orianna, you play the likes of Victor, and Eminem loves it when enemy mid lane is playing passive. He's either gonna solo kill them, or he's gonna be like, fine, I'll just shove my wave up your tower, and then I'll just roam together with Dan and get kills all over the map, or even solo bolo enemy jungler when he's doing his raptors or something. So I think they're gonna need to find a way to neutralize the threat that Eminem is, but I'm like, this guy has the entire page of champions.
The thing is, you can't, that's the thing, you cannot neutralize Eminem in champ select,
Yes.
and he's so dangerous when he's on red side. So you might as well just like, not ban anything against him and just use your resources elsewhere. So I think what Nulikki are doing with their first bans are totally fine. You're taking away comfort from Samulate by removing the Varus, you're removing the backline dive from some of the junglers. Volibear still left open for Dan though, so I'm not even too sure if these two junglers are fine, unless they want to first pick the Volibear on the side of Nulikki.
You can also Zinzao here if you're Nulikki, or pick the Jinx for Azita.
Yeah.
Because B1 Jinx has been like the go-to. It's gonna be the Karma?
It's interesting. So it is something that can function since Caitlyn is...
Jinx Zao again.
Yeah, well, Caitlyn is up. I do think so, and that would mean that you can go in with a lane that kind of just want to make sure the Jinx doesn't get to play the game. We saw Dusty go for the same kind of team comp, but I am with you, Trouble, all the way. Like, giving away that rotation with a Jinx at a strong jungler can be very dangerous, especially because even the likes of Thresh still are.
Although I was about to say, I wouldn't be surprised if Dan chose the Volibear over the Zinzao. Bruh, stop.
You want to talk about that?
No, just stop. Stop digging
So
the
here we love to
knives
talk
in my
about
heart.
Hover. So Katarina
Stop.
would be a great pick right here due
Stop.
to the
I'm not
fact
looking.
that it wouldn't be.
Has she changed yet?
No, but you will now.
Okay,
Okay, now it changed. Okay, there you go.
So for the record, Trouble has said that if a Katarina gets locked in, she will literally push Nightmare away from the caster
Yes.
and take away his card.
Yes, she said that.
I'm not too sure how
Please
that's actually going to
pick
function if it
Katarina.
works, but okay, so with Jinx taken away, you go for the other side of the coin. You get that other good AD carry, Aphelios on that end, and then you take the Xin Zhao here. But once again, having that red side with the third pick coming through with a support here, you get the Jinx with the Lulu. You can start banning away the Thresh if you want to take away the safety net, or you can start banning away some of the good champions from Avagnail, like the Rakan or like the Leona we've seen him perform on.
I would ban away the Victor here. I would ban away probably the Victor, maybe the Corki as well for Aero, but definitely the Victor, because I feel like having Karma, having Xin Zhao to provide so much room for your Aphelios, and having Aero on Victor, who's been a menace so far on the champion. He's so good at piloting around his ADC. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for the likes of Volibear to step far forward.
And bans are coming through. So far, it seems like they're targeting the top side of the map here, and actually a Twisted Fate getting removed as well, which is quite interesting considering the nerfs, but I think it also just a read from the side of JDXL that they understand that mid lane is not going to be a pressure point from the side of Nulikki. They want to move it elsewhere on the map, and when I say elsewhere, I specifically mean bot lane.
I'm thinking Tryndamere here. I'm thinking that
It's
the
banned.
Twisted Fate...
banned,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Okay. Thanks guys. I can't see from here. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then Initialize gets banned as the second champion as well after opener today. That does leave open in position to just... Normally with a team, I'd say they just pick up a control mage and they play around the Jinx. With Eminence, though, it's a bit of a different story, although we did see him play a lot of Syndra in the beginning, and Syndra wouldn't be a bad disengaging champion coming into the picks of Nulikki here.
You can also go for something like an Ornn here. Lux mid lane?
So Lulu is available. She can be played as an enchanter in the top side as well.
Yes.
But there's a lot of things that can happen with this Lux. I'd be very surprised to see this Lux go into a solo lane just because it's really volatile and you don't know what you're picking it into. So
On the other hand,
I'm
do you
baffled.
really want to break apart Jinx Lulu
I'm
bot
baffled.
lane?
I'm baffled. That's all I can say. I'm baffled. It's a JDXL draft. Okay, it's
You never
chaotic.
know. You never
That's
know.
what it is.
Unless this is like Cries dancing around with a Smite Lulu top, and then you break apart the power duo that is Jinx plus Lulu. Like their push is most of the times unmatched. And like, yes, if Karma goes down bot lane with Aphelios, if he has the Infernum, the push is like really high. And yeah,
I mean,
that is great front to back yet again for Nulikki.
If they pick this, yeah, it would be beautiful. Once again.
JDXL, I hope you lose this game.
Until they lock it in, and then you hope they win.
There's no way. There's no way you play Katarina into Ornn and
there you go.
Syndra and Xin Zhao. There's just no way in hell.
Okay, let's-
I don't care how skilled Eminence is. You just don't.
Okay, surely. I mean, you're
I
right.
stand by my
This
statement, by
looks
the way.
wouldn't this looks wouldn't be bad into Syndra because of the range difference. Like going Lulu into Syndra, you'd have a very hard laning phase. So I think Lux just have to go against that one. I'm still super surprised to see this blind picked on 4. But it does have the range against the likes of Aphelios and Karma. It does outrange majority of control mages. Against the likes of Ornn, it's a quite difficult time if they do get ahead of you. Like, once again, Nulikki got what they wanted from their draft, right? You have a weak side top of the map that can play for the bot side. You have the Syndra as well to kind of help keep them at bay, although there is decent range to play for, but you have to pick potential as well. And JDXL draft, I mean, Eminence, will you be able to get a solo kill on Lux in the laning phase?
One thing's for sure, that's his 12th, I think, unique champion that he's played in the mid lane, and the Lux is very powerful at stealing a lot of the objective as well and giving you vision and
Can we
zone
have
control.
like a Ben 10 of Eminence just going through different champions to go through? Like, I swear this man is just coming up with different champions every week.
And if he gets a lead, it's an easy champion to get more solo kills because there's no one around. You just ultimate and take another one. So let's see what happens on JDXL versus Nulikki. Last game of the day. No Katarina though, so it's a good game. I'll toss it away to the casters right now before I'm endangered.
It's definitely a good game because Katarina does no damage right now. Trouble can tell you about that if you've seen her solo queue records. Just saying she's not able to defend herself.
I have a complaint to make. So, for those of you who are not in the know, I request... So, I love dinosaurs. And it's going to be a long one. But I learned that from my childhood, I missed out on a particular game called Turok, Dinosaur Hunter. Now, you might notice that sounds quite a lot like Turok, and he didn't even pick or ban Renekton. I'm most displeased. But however, quite happy with the weirdness coming out of their comp again. Lux into Syndra. If Syndra gets control of that laning phase, Lux just does not get a chance to recover. However, very flippy on both sides. If you have to walk into vision control established by the other team as either of these mid laners, it's going to be very, very difficult to come back. Both of these teams have been very controlled about the way they play team compositions, but Nulikki have had a weaker early game than JDXL. I think the mid jungler is going to be super interesting to watch in this game.
To go back a second, is Sothot's Destroyer of World, Devourer of Breadcrumbs.
Oh, of course, yeah.
He counts
all hail the Devourer of Breadcrumbs.
Actually count as reptilian enough to be a dinosaur.
Oh, right. Okay, well, in that case, I consider your debt fulfilled, Turok.
There you go. He sorted you out. I mean, I do want to admit, though, that, you know, to quote a certain Don, it's a very niche 90s N64 audience you're trying to acquire there with your Turok.
It's an important audience, I think you'll find.
Was it GoldenEye? Was that the James Bond game that was all the rage on the N64 back in the day, if I remember correctly?
See,
I never had an N64.
Yeah, we never had that growing up.
We didn't.
So,
we never had.
So, let's go check in with what's happening at level 1. Because we have double enchant support, not really looking for level 1 engages. You do have the ability to, you know, maybe hookshot or maybe light binding or the like, but you're more likely looking to set up for defensive vision and the like on that. You can see that mana flow bans have been established in the mid lane. Both of them traded a skill shot.
Mana flow band acquired. Do want to call it out as well. The desk highlighted that mid lane match. For good reason. M&S in his last week, yeah, they kind of got rolled by X7, but that was Haru doing Haru things. And even then, M&S still got a solo kill on the one champion he's played twice, LeBlanc. Got that onto Temptable. Did a fantastic job.
You know, because both of these teams went into that 5-man fan to try and get some vision early, and then Nulikki back off enough that they don't see the ward going down to see that Sidere starting on bot side. Jungle information started JDXL. They have that jungle tracking established, and that can potentially be a problem for Nulikki.
Also want to call out there has been no sweeper swap for the side of Nulikki.
Well,
that ward is staying there. It's not going. You're absolutely right. As M&S stepping forward, trying to try it as much as he can with the passive. I forgot what the name of the passive. Sunlight. No, that's Leona.
That's Leona.
It's the other one that's very similar, where you do more damage.
Luminosity.
Luminosity. There you go. Another
I'd imagine so.
There you go. We'll stick with that and hope. I know the rest of Lux is just the passive.
See, the thing is, I actually really like Lux the champion. You know, I remember watching a lot of clips from Froggen back in Season 2.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of people I know from the older days of League actually remember that champion quite a lot as one of the real fun control mages back in those kinds of seasons. But it's rare that we've seen it come back to the mid lane. M&S very much pulling something very deep out of the barrel to come get this. Of course, actually over preseason, Lux got a lot of good buffs, particularly that E, their EP ratio, which means that actually, whereas Lux used to struggle with clearing backline before that E, has a lot more lane control at this point. You see, trading quite well, just dodging out on Syndra's Qs and stuns in that mid lane, whereas bot lane actually also very willing to trade.
Very much so. We need to keep an eye on M&S. Keep our eyes, of course, on the bot lane as well, where Azitul for Nulikki has been their consistent carry, especially now Patoshka is on the Ornn, not something like the Jax, who's been their other seriously big carry on things like the Gangplank. Eyes turn to Azitul, who's got the Karma to back him up in terms of shields, who is on an Aphelios of all things to try and make the magic happen. And Zamalek on the other side is a young AD carry, but is one that has sometimes been a little over-willing to go for the solo kills.
Potentially. So the thing about Zamalek is that I was so impressed with him earlier into the season. He's had a couple of bad games back to the jungle as duking it out into Sidere, okay.
He's got the red buff, the flash forward, but there's just M&S here. He gets the Skull Crab, but I think he's still going to trade his life. Don't pull a C9 at MSI Blabber. He's here in the NLC, and Desidere pulls a unfortunate Scuttle Crab cosplay.
Crustacean acquired, though it's the kill on the Scuttle Crab, which is completely not worth it. Desidere comes into there and says, okay, right, maybe I can get a smite, turn it around with a HP without realizing that he doesn't have first mid lane roam. I mean, M&S has a heal anyway, where he has this combat summoner. If that had gotten any closer, all you end up doing is blow that and still dying for the attempt. So Desidere, no flash, does at least get that Scuttle, but seriously good trade from Dan on that side. And now we were talking about mid-jungle being so important for this mid-lane matchup. Well, you've just given a double buff over to Lux. That's extra mana sustain. That's the extra vision, of course, being, well, extra pressure because your jungler is ahead, can get to those camps a lot quicker now because the other jungler is dead. That's so important for this matchup.
And of all people on JDXL to give a kill to, MNS has to be by far the worst person to do it. The man has been a monster. He really, really has. As a reminder, he is still the global solo kill leader. Global solo kill leader.
And it's worth noting.
Not the LPL, nowhere else, just him.
And in a lesser amount of games than anyone in the LCK or the LPL as well. It's worth noting. And of course, very different levels of competition, but still, you compare these are still challenger players all the time, still grandmaster players, still very talented players, and MLS is just wiping the floor with them. So he's got himself, he's just walking a 1v2, he's got the double obviously set. There's like, sweet, you can walk up Karma, that's fine. I don't really give I don't care.
And there's still 2 pots, still 2 biscuits. It's got the red buff for passive healing. You can take those strikes, especially with the shield, right? It's very difficult to deal with this Lux right now, who can poke from so far away with that E-max, as you can see, because that is the max when you're in the mid lane.
Yes, and while there is the ability to... Okay, well, there is actually the Dan has flash, has the ability to come out and stun his dodge.
Oh, the light binding is hit, though, and now they've got to try and work out it. There's the shield. Gonna turn the wind because Lightning does have the heal, does have the flash. Abagnale is going to be here. Hasn't burnt either summoner, and does pop the heal afterwards. Maybe thinking for a turnaround because the speed up is there. Abagnale so low. MNS still there, still got flash. Finds the light binding, and he's already got a second kill because he was the one who got Abagnale. There's no mana for Desideret. And the desired thing dies.
Oh, and this is a capitulation in the mid-jungle from Nulikki. MNS trades so well in the early game that it buys Dan the ability to go towards the scuttle first. It buys the attention of the enemy jungle after that point to say, we have to shut down this Lux, and it has gone from bad to worse. Pressure goes towards the top side. Patoska in trouble now.
He's got a Call of the Forge God. Maybe he can find the way, but he's not going to be able to as the Hextech ultimatum prevents him from being able to get on top of that ram. Flashed over the wall, but a hook shot with the last of Cries' mana secures the kill.
The bot side
is getting flashed on. Has burnt the heal, has got ignited. As a talk, going to get the heal to keep going under the tower. Abagnale going to take so much damage, but the tower aggro juggling is good. Abagnale has got to find a way out, though. Flashes.
Secret agent Abagnale.
Uses the blast cone, gets out, and it's Zamalek. The man we said can sometimes get caught out. Getting caught out,
and this is now... well, dare I say it's similar to the last game, but we saw that Singularity had losses in all their lanes apart from that bot lane. It was 1 out of 3, and sometimes that ain't bad. And Nulikki have at least some gold now onto the Aphelios. It is at least into a volley bear and a Camille. They're diving into you. You have some ability with the Karma Shield to turn things around. But as you're saying, you know, one of the things I truly believe Aztor is the best Aphelios in our league. I think he's definitely up there at the very least. You can see that he has the right weapons for the job, and that is disrespect from Zamalek, but still, Gravitum used well. 2v2 on form Nulikki for Nulikki in the bot side.
And that's all well and good. But on the other hand, I am looking at a 20 CS discrepancy, 2-0-1 Lux in the hands of MNS, who's just, you know, manhandling this game right now. A reminder as well, Nulikki went 0-2 last week. They are 4-8, they are tied currently with Astralis. I believe, and I'm trying to think if I've got the scores correct. They are 3 wins off something like playoffs as Aero has to flash the final spark there.
And you know where that all starts from? This is a thing which I'm going to get into the nitty-gritty of this mage matchup, right? But you've got both... You know, actually, no, we're going to do that. We're going to fight about junglers. Sure, that's more interesting.
Away, there's a Stormbringer. It's a level 5 to level 6. It's just the invade. That's a super mega death rocket that deletes the Xin Zhao and JDXL. Their jungle control, as ever, proving immaculate in this game.
Forgive me for thinking that after your mid laner just had their flash blown stuck under turret, maybe your jungler wouldn't be going in to contest that red buff when you've also not got the bot lane in lane. I was thinking, okay, cool, maybe we'll have a bit of time to kind of calm down here, but Desideret, not for the first time, not for the second, it's the third time caught out and put down.
Ever since that flash for the Scuttle Crab gave first blood over, it's gotten risky. No Calibrum long-range order to follow up on that Moonlight Vigil means that Zamalek does stay still alive, but does have to back and will probably lose a plate or two. But this blind pick Lux gonna look at potentially a second plate here. Clearly just confident enough to pick that and has done very well with it so far.
And one of the great things about going early Sork boots is that Magic Pen does apply to towers too. Gives you that extra tower damage. Patoska going for a kill combo.
That's the knock up with the Searing Charge into the follow-up knock-up from the Call of the Forge God. Nice combo, throws down the Spellbook Ignite, but now going to try and find a way onto that Camille, who just turned it around, has got a second part of the Precision Protocol to decapitate the Forge.
Oh, it's a close run thing. He's trying to play it around with the Spellbook Ignite, trying to get maybe a second Brittle Plug. I liked the first part of that trade when he walks back and is like, you know what, I'm going to stay out of your auto range, not let you stack up that Q. First half of the trade is good. Second half obviously goes abysmally after that point. Both solo lanes very heavily going in the favor of JDXL.
Very, very much so. It's at least 20 in each. It's 30 now for M&S. It's going to be the Herald started as well, and it's fallen apart relatively early here for Nulikki. And I said they are 3 wins off playoffs as it stands. This was a team that had been improving, but this kind of position where you're at right now is not what you want to see, as the Super Mega Death Rocket does go well, but Abagnale dies in the 2v2. They can think about running onto Azator, who's got no flash, no heal, but they won't chase even more, and that's a kill in every lane, it feels like, all the time. It's a Herald coming in. M&S is going to get first tower.
You know, this is the power of going for those Sork boots first, trading well, and being rewarded for dodging and hitting skill shots. M&S just brutalizing the mid lane as he has done for such a long time. Now, as we were saying, global kill leader in solo kills, matched the year-long record for solo kills over the entirety of last year in the NLC. That was Kerberos, had 26 over the entire season. He's already matched that as far as I'm aware. Looking to push the ante up even further. And JDXL, you know, we know that they are confident against the lower teams. Actually, it was X7 that sometimes let it slip a little bit and had to fight their way back in with their real brawn potential. But JDXL seemed like they had always got the better measure of all of our lower table teams. And Nulikki, as you were saying, they need to get an upset. They need to find wins from somewhere. Otherwise, they are seriously struggling to find themselves safety in a playoffs berth. But this is not looking like the game they're going to do it.
Cries thinking about going in, does not manage to muse a stun. The second Precision Protocol so damaging. Hextech Ultimatum is there. Car's gonna flash for the kill, and it's 3 on the board for Cries. He's looking to show M&S that he too is a solo kill machine. Light Binding goes wide, but that got a little bit close.
A little bit close to yet another kill for M&S. He's I think Abagnale's playing with fire here. Gets hit.
He's just dead. Surely he's gone. Another solo kill.
Another solo kill for M&S.
He is a solo kill machine. Yeah, like, you know, we were joking about maybe doing a skit at some point about this guy. Like, he's like the Shia LaBeouf of mid lane. Like, you're about 30 CS down. It's the solo kill machine M&S. My God, there's blood everywhere.
It's less of an actual cannibal, more of an actual solo killer. It doesn't quite scan, but you can kind of see the idea. But M&S, you know, once you give these leads to such high damaging champions, we talked about the vision control. You just walked over a control ward. You know he's got vision in there, and he's over the corner of the wall. You don't even get to see the start of that skill shot. Nulikki, they're going for the ult. I mean, he's 2 levels up on you. There's a Dan here too.
Oh, there's Dan around. That's the tower turned off. It's the Hextech Ultimatum that's not required because that was a hook shot. I apologize. As the Super Mega Death Rocket was just there to salute the rest of the team members getting the kill.
And as much as I'd like to praise JDXL for getting all these solo kills, and we absolutely do, and well, all these kills just in general, right? I mean, they are running over this game, but they are currently without a tower being lost. I mean, of course, it's so early in the game, plates are still up and available. Nulikki have 1 kill to their name, and it feels like an absolute capitulation. It is so difficult for Nulikki to come back into the game against so many champions that can just brutally outplay.
Oh, no, not again! Oh, but that Crescent Guard keeps it alive. Desiderate does survive, does steal the blue, but had to burn the ult to do it. M&S pretty low on mana, of course, and maybe that could hurt, but it's a minute and a half till this mountain, so there's a lot of time to reset for that. And right now, it's not a necessity, all things said and done, to have your Lux with the mana. She can back when she wants.
So, I would love to check in with the state of the game, but it feels like JDXL could chuck any member in any lane, and they're still doing pretty okay at this point. And
2,000 in each solo lane. That's the differential in favor of JDXL.
It's a lot of gold.
Yes.
A whole lot of gold. At that point, you know, like we said, we mentioned the Fort Knox of, or Knox 7 last game, or JDXL looking to match that financial gains as that's a restart, that's a recall stop, that's a dead bot lane.
It is. Here, a Kickerson down. That is a jungler and a support versus the bot lane, and they don't feel quite confident
all right,
for that.
fair play. I mean, you are running into pretty much the perfect weapons for the fellows to do that. They haven't got the Volibear ult to turn off the turret, but they have a Lux ult.
They do indeed.
Potentially to follow up.
That's the Severum Crescendo, just not enough damage! So much in trade from M&S, though. It is a laser beam from hell. This battle station is fully Operation Color that laser green because it's destroying Alderaan.
It's almost like a million Azators cried out and was suddenly silenced. Eminem taking more plates, gets himself a little bit of damage on the tower, and, well, I mean, quickly into the replay. About as quick as the death happened itself. It's a clean CC chain, doesn't have a cleanse. I mean, it's just simple as you like at that point. You've been stunned within range of Lux. Oh, right, we missed that. Okay,
well,
thank you, observers. We were too busy looking at the light show on the bot side and saying, oh, wait, that's a blade to the heart of Desiderae.
If you recall, Desiderae had to burn his Crescent Guard to steal the blue buff and still didn't have it up as a result of that, and that's now a 5-0 Camille, a 3-0-2 Lux, and a monumental gold lead at 14 minutes of 10,000 or so. They are 500 goals shy of that.
Oh, you want this?
We'll get a call of the fourth quarter. It's a 3v1. Cries might be in trouble here. Does get knocked up and about to turn it around. Azator. Oh, no!
What?
You do not get a kill in a 1v4 like that, Cries.
He just did, Sam. He just did the thing that he shouldn't be able to do.
I feel like someone needs to go and check for scripting, because that shouldn't happen.
Well, bring out the Cho'Gath. Hits the Q2, and they take just too long to shut him down. And what a styling performance by JDXL, showing exactly zero mercy.
There's none to be found. It's a 2-1 Azator. That's the one saving grace, and it's a paltry one. Let's watch the replay again.
So if you are easily disturbed by this kind of footage, close your eyes now as we see Cries commit many crimes onto the sovereign nation of Nulikki. He uses the Q knockup to get a quick hook shot. That's how he gets it. That's how he gets it.
No, it's not done. Dan to the top side. Asdor gets out, but it'll be Abagnale that is the price. Zamalek picks that one up, and the one person who's doing mildly okay is Asdor. He's down 40 CS.
At that point, Sam, I don't think you can call it mildly okay.
Relative to the context of this game,
you know that this is fine burning room gif. It's that, except you're also on fire.
Yeah. This is the point where you realize you look outside the window and the town's on fire, and you look upstairs and there's like the moon is crashing. I know Diana's not in the game, but the point stands.
I know there's there's another meme format. It's like, what's going on, Jerry? It's like, it's the ninth circle of hell, Jerry.
I did study Dante.
Oh no, the Doom Guy music starts again.
Oh, rip and tear until it is done, and Cries is doing a lot of that. Doom Guy is here, but it's a Hex Rift, and that might actually be the Cries overstepped. And the Doom Guy falls. No resets available, can't get the healing off murdering people.
Okay, fair play. It's a good turnaround for once in this game. Third kill on the board as Eminem
steals the rat.
Takes the Krugs. It's about sending a message.
Yeah, they thought about that one. Didn't pull out the final spark. And he's still going to be able to shove up there. He's just so untouchable, it feels like, in these games right now.
And that, I mean, look at the second item from Eminence as well, gone for the full magic pen. Large amounts of AP, has a Dark Seal in inventory too. And, you know, Eminence hits anyone but Ornn and they are one shot. If you don't have a Crescent Guard, you are one shot. And the fact that Kikis can walk up like this is actually kind of scary, because as much as a polymorph isn't hard CC, it's enough of a, if you hit with the Glitter Lance into the poly, you're probably going to get the Lux on top of you. You might just die.
Eminence is within a screen and a half. You're going to get followed up on.
Tactical nuke incoming.
Basically, we've gone through a lot of like old school 2010. Oh my, this is actually old school now. That's a scary thought. Video game references.
I mean, it's funnily enough because I grew. It's funnily enough that I played a lot of those games growing up, so they're part of my core of my humor. It's funny how that works.
Funny indeed. Dan and Kikis in a 2 versus 3 realistically scenario, just continuing to do what JDXL does best. One of their hallmarks, of course, is their ability to control the junglers. M&S still got the flash, still got the heal, flashes the scout of the week, and now Desiderae needs to outplay this turnaround. Does have the Crescent Guard, stops too much of follow-up. There is a loosened Singularity, not so loosened Singularity, final spark that comes through afterwards, and it chunks out Nulikki, but none of them die. They don't get much around as that Super Mega Death Rocket chunks them out to about 5% HP, and Cries on the other side is still just unbothered by this Ornn chunking out these inner turrets.
And again, very similarly to that last game, you might be kind of surviving and trading punches on one side. You're losing in a split push matchup on the other side. Plus, you've not even stopped the push here. You've delayed it, not even that much at that. M&S almost has the final spark back up. Gravitum does hit.
It does, but they're not going to get too much more from it. They can't
even capitalize.
Is the Stormbringer, though, into the final spark. It's off cooldown. It's 2 dead already. Call the Force going to try and turn it around, but there's nothing left to be found. It's 3 dead. Patoska's in the backline. Aero flashes forward. Doesn't even get the kill. And it'll be Zamalek who picks that one up. Cries, gets onto Patoska. And Nulikki, they're just completely eviscerated, destroyed, left in the wake of JDXL, who grind them into dust.
Vitrified, turned to glass, shattered, ground back down to the sand from whence it came, and Nulikki, it just blown away on the wind.
They might be glass, but it's just a focusing array for this.
So funnily enough, it was actually too graphic to show on the replay. We're not allowed to show another clip of that violent tendency.
What we saw there was the void that Nulikki just got sent to.
Yes, I was wondering. So what you're saying is Nulikki will come back next week as Kai'Sa.
Exactly.
Okay, love to see it. It's funny how the Kai'Sa player in the league actually ended up dealing this to them, because oh my word, that must have been about 2,000 damage or 1,000 damage in just one skill. Just blink. Blink and you miss it, and
fast as light.
Oh, poor Pataska. We knew the well, although not for a very long time in this particular life, as I mean, Camille things.
Camille things. It's been Camille things for most of the game. It's a 7-2 Camille. It's a 504 Medjai's built.
Oh no, you mean a totally normal notebook?
A totally.
There is nothing wrong with that notebook.
Nothing
I will hear nothing of it.
If you don't get that reference, you should have been watching the LEC and the NLC.
Yeah, borrowing. Oh no! Not like this!
Solo kill number 2, there it is!
Oh, the totally normal notebook gains even more pages to its collection, and as a tour, he's tried, bless him. He has really tried, but when you are this far down against this kind of team, lights are out in a flash of it.
It is 14,000 gold at 20 minutes. It's a kill a minute for JDXL. MNS's cooldown on his ultimate is nearly off again. He's taking a Hex Gate to go farm some wolves and set up for this top end of the turret. They're going to try and get a trade onto Zamalek and Dan, who were in the 2v4, but the turnaround is still pretty good. Zamalek actually dies, but Dan gets one back in trade. Cries isn't there, and they're going to try and turn it around. MNS has got that final spark again. He doesn't need it. He's godlike. He's got 19 stacks to work with, and a laser beam from the heavens. He is an orbital weapons platform to throw some more out. Cries gets 1, he gets 2 in fact. And they'll pull away to make sure they do this one by the numbers. They're waiting for the minion wave, and they'll look to close it here.
Oh, hit him where it hurts. JDXL, I mean, if X7 were looking across the board, JDXL on the other side of the hall, they lock eyes and say, meet you in the finals, hey?
If your name is not X7, don't even think you can match up to this team. They are just so domineering from ahead. They're not quite done yet, as Nulikki will still hold on a last gas defense. They will chase JDXL out. They won't push for the end right now, but it is all over but for the weeping, as MNS is still playing Haunter.
No! Not again!
It's 3 solo kills.
Do this. You can't keep doing this.
He is at 29 solo kills in 13 games. This man is a monster. He must be brought to justice.
Have you seen this man? Wanted poster.
Do not approach.
Actual murderer.
Yes. Do not approach. He's armed and dangerous.
He just stood there with a magical flashlight, threateningly.
If you thought magical girls weren't lethal, you haven't been watching the right anime. As MNS throws up the age rating on League of Legends to clearly R, as this is just a present Azador going to try and survive, but he can't flash out of the Hextech ultimatum, and the ultimatum that was delivered was doom. There will be a Guardian Angel that's popped, but Desiderate is now going to deal with the mighty Stormbringer. All the while, the charges continue. Laser beams keep raining down hell. There ain't enough sun protection in the world to deal with this. No sun cream, no sun oil, no way to survive the onslaught, the UV rays, just too intense, and JDXL will absolutely annihilate Nulikki in 22, nearly 23 minutes.
Now, I might have said in a certain pre-show, which might have happened today, that go back to week 1 in these games, these last 2, well, we would have thought of them as not very one-sided. Maybe they're less so now. Well, I mean, I apologize to our top 2 teams. As much as these bottom teams have improved, and they have, this was domination on a level we have rarely seen in this region.
Our top 2 teams are terrifying, I think it's fair to say. I hope you've managed to recover from that bloodbath. I certainly still need a bit of time to do that. That's why we're cutting to a break. And when we come back, we've still got some interviews, we've still got a post-show, so cool down with us.
Welcome back. It's the post show, and obviously I'm not alone. I have Trouble and Goldberg with me on the post show yet again. The duo. Welcome back.
Hello.
Oh, okay, this is how we do it. This is how we do it.
This is how we do it.
Obviously, you all know by now what we do is we have interviews, we play a game, we show what's going to happen on the next day, and we wrap it up. But before we do it, this game was a little fast, wasn't it?
It was crazy, and I think a lot of that came down to the fact that you had one winning lane until it was no longer a winning lane because JDXL just started to collapse on bot side. As soon as Eminem rotated around, it was basically just, as the casters mentioned as well, moving Death Star as soon as there was a planet or player they wanted to destroy, laser from afar, taking you down to 70% or 30% HP.
So here's the problem.
He wasn't running cheap shot, he was going biscuits. That was the big problem.
You're playing an Aphelios, and all power to you, Azitar. I think you're a great Aphelios, and I think he's a great hypercarrier when he gets resources, and he did get a bunch of resources. But when the entire map is falling apart,
you can't do anything.
You can't expect too much from an Aphelios. Yeah.
That's the thing. It looked really dire when he was just chilling down bot. There's a volleyball Lulu behind him. Laser comes in from the locks as well, and just kind of, I guess I'll die.
That's the meme. We do have one interview today, and it's going to be with the winner, Cries, on the top lane, the Shogath cosplay with the Camille destroying the Ornn. Hello, Cries.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Welcome back. So, do you have anything to say to the JDXL?
Yeah, I do. One sec,
okay, this is on Trouble. I'm not going to do anything. Cries, good luck.
There. That's my reaction to your draft. That's it.
Was that Katarina or?
Yep.
Yeah, that was not my idea. I'm sorry for that.
I know,
it's on my
Chris.
couch.
I know that it wasn't your idea. You're a great guy. I knew it. I knew it wasn't your idea.
Katarina can be played top, by the way. He's just as much to be blamed as all the others.
Yeah, you like Sunfire and stuff, right? Like old boy style.
If you could, how would you describe Katarina as a champion, Cries? Just
I don't know. I don't think I've seen her in like 500 games or something, so it's been a while.
There's a reason
for
for
sure
that.
Mechanical champion. But I honestly don't know. I haven't seen her in so long.
So last time it was played, it was right after the rework. Well, it was 2.5, 3 years ago now. Faker played it for the first time. He played it like a couple of times, 2 or 3 times. He got absolutely freaking stomped and never touched it again. So, and recently there was actually a Showmaker interview as well, where because Showmaker was like a main Katarina, they asked him about the champion. He was like, "It's absolutely trash. I'm not touching it." So does that reply to your question, Asham?
There we go. Katarina is on a good place right now. Looking into this game, though, Cries, it was a solid victory, and we were talking about, okay, this actually has some sort of room for one of those upsets, but you guys were stellar. Obviously, Eminem were just lasering people away, but you as a Camille playing versus the Ornn, that was an interesting matchup for you, wasn't it?
I mean, I played the matchup a lot, so I kind of knew how it would go. This time it went better than expected after like the volleyball gank, which made me snowball really hard. So that really helped a lot, but yeah, this matchup is really familiar to me.
Tell me something. On the scrims, does M&S play other champions, or is just smurfing on the NLC?
I think M&S has a tendency to play champions he has not played before. I think that's what he aims to do. But he for sure plays all the picks and scrims and stuff. But
I got a question actually. So I think at this point it's quite clear that there's a big skill difference between JDXL, X7, and the other teams in our league. How do you keep the same kind of motivation moving against other teams that you are just better on paper on? And how do you keep taking steps that's going to make you improve as a team? Is there something specifically you guys have set up for that? Or are you kind of just taking each scrim day and each week by week?
I mean, we just play our game. We do our scrims every day and then just improve from that. I don't think our opponents really matter to our improvement, but we just we haven't scrimmed NLC teams actually. We only scrimmed other URLs. So yeah, we just improve from that.
Nice. A certain dominance in Europe before we even step onto EU Masters. I really like that,
Exactly.
guys. Nice. So I want to touch on a subject. My champion and your champion has one thing in common. They have the highest grievous wounds percentage in the game. I'm talking, of course, about Katarina and Kled. I know that you're a Kled connoisseur. Can you please tell me where he stands right now in the league and if we could potentially see it?
I haven't played Kled in a while. I think I played him like 2 months ago, maybe. But I don't think he's a very strong pick, honestly. I think maybe he could make use of Hulkbreaker and somehow become meta. But I think he will need like a few more buffs for that.
Okay.
Cool. They're both trash. They're both trash. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. 60% Grievous wounds. It doesn't matter. They're both trash. It's fine.
Makes me sad because sadly I'm a Pantheon main. Sadly, this is the word that I should use. And I was thinking about turning to Kled, so thank you for saving me time. It's.
I mean, you can play him, but maybe you won't have much success. We'll see.
He screams a lot,
Wanna
so
give it
that's
a
my
try?
kind of champion, you know.
Next content piece, Cries coaching Archerum live on stream. It's going to be great. Looking forward
That
to
would
it.
be good. There's not much you can do to save me, though. But okay, are you ready to play a game again?
Yeah, sure. Let's go for it.
So let's go. It's Pick, Van, Dodge. We have the cards right here. So we'll have 4 plays today. And after the play is done, Cries will tell us if he picks the play, if he dodges the play, or if he bans that play and he doesn't want to see it ever again on his life. So let's start with the first clip, Cries, and you tell us afterwards, what do you think? You first, okay? So let's roll the play. And what do we have? The first one, eventually, on the big screen, and it's appearing, okay.
It's a little bit far away. I can't
It is
see
a
the
bit
names.
far away. That's
I
why-
can't see what's happening.
Oh.
Was that Nymera on the name tag? I didn't quite see it.
It was Venser, and Cress flashed, but he missed. I mean, obviously, it was a bit unfortunate that he did not hit that. I don't know if he would predict Venser movement or something, but if that would hit, I think it would be a different story. But unfortunately, it didn't hit, so I think it's a ban.
It's a ban. Oh. Yeah.
I'm gonna choose to dodge, like Venza dodged
He
that
dodged.
jump.
Yeah. Everybody's dodging it. It's like
a joke.
I
guess you could say either Venser or I don't think Venser dodged it. I think Cress just missed it, honestly.
Listen, we're casters.
Listen,
we're
man.
building up a narrative
Yeah,
here,
we're
okay? He
optimistic.
dodged it.
We're optimistic here, okay? It was a really good play and dodged it.
To me, it's like,
Okay.
I met it, no
Fair enough.
charm, please, no thank you. Move on. Okay, next play, let's roll the second one for Cries. Oh my lord. This is one that
Ay, 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 ay.
So when you TP versus 4 guys, you're supposed to die as a top player.
I don't know, man. I've died a lot of times into 4 and 5 guys. I've died instantly.
But it's Katarina.
Maybe it's the champion's fault.
Maybe
I
it's
don't
the
know.
champion. Cries, pick a side. Yeah.
I mean, this has happened like so many times when I play Gwen. Like people just try to group up on me, but they can't group up on a Gwen that's TPing. It just doesn't work. So I'm not sure if it's a ban or pick, honestly, because the team should know that they can't really one-shot Gwen. And well, they were close, but I would say a pick. Because why not? Gwen played well.
You want to do it together, Gulvolk?
I mean, I have. I'm just saying.
We're banning Gwen, I'm assuming.
I
no?
was gonna say yes. I was gonna say there's a reason why Gwen is usually banned on red side. I think they should have followed this tip and kept it to that trope.
There's only 2 modes that Gwen works on. One is banned, the other one is immune.
Okay. Question for you, Cries. Would you nerf the W on Gwen, the resistance?
I think so, because it's kind of a ultimate ability. I would say it's the best basic ability in the game by far. Maybe Veigar Cage comes after, because that's also a strong ability. But yeah, I would nerf it for sure.
That was literally my exact next question, but he said it for me. I was about to say, is Gwen W stronger than Veigar W as a basic ability? But he said it himself, so okay.
This is exactly like Rito. I don't know. Okay, third one of the day for Cries. Let's see. Oh, it's the
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah,
Tom
baby.
Kench quote
It's
support
it's
quote.
Kench being hungry here. Yep.
When you are a
I
support
love how
for
nobody's
so
paying
long,
attention to Kench here as well. He's like chilling. He's like voyaging around the reef, flashing about. No one pays attention to what he's doing. Suddenly, like Kench kills the entire team.
You're not going
That's
away.
Thomas Kenji in a nutshell.
Nom 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 nom. This is
Yeah,
like a
that's a pretty-
50-second
But wait,
play.
there was more.
There was.
There was more.
What do you do, Cries?
I would say it's a pick. Like Kench played well. He ate them, he licked them, he did everything he should have done. So I think he played pretty well. He was pretty fed as well. So yeah, seems good.
It seems good. Yeah, summary. There you go. Oh, it's going to be a pick. Pick. We are in agreement
I think
today.
we have finally a team that made sense when they played Senna Tamkien's bot lane. And I was really happy to see that work.
It's the classic lick and stick. Those champions could not
the
get
what?
away. The classic lick and stick. They get slowed and you stick on them because they can't get away.
A lick and stick.
The fourth one should be an amazing play. Let's see what's gonna appear on the screen for the fourth and last one.
It's the opposite of the lick and stick. This is the spin to win.
Helicopter.
Helicopter.
Set sounds. And the first penta. He didn't do anything. He was just spinning. He only attacks once to get a penta. Once. Okay, twice. My bad. I misplayed.
I'll have you know, Tryndamere is a very mechanical requiring champion. You right-click a lot.
I've heard any champion that spins requires high mechanics.
That sounds biased, but Christ,
He's gonna go with you because of Jags, so...
What do you say about this one?
I mean, this play was obviously not that impressive, but I would say that people underestimate how hard Tryndamere is to play. I think he's harder than people think he is, actually. But this play was probably a pick because it's a pentakill, so I respect it.
Yeah, you tell them, Cries. All the spin to win champions are how to play. You tell them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Except Garen. But...
It's a big pick. Big pick. How dare you?
I'm a top player. I hate Tryndamere. I have PTSD every single time.
Have you tried playing meta champions? Usually work when you're not having a good time in the top
Have you
lane.
tried not abusing Karma?
I don't play Karma.
You used to.
Well, just a little bit.
I'm trying to have fun with all the other champions that are not picked, you know? They need some love. They need some attention, okay? I mean, I'm Diamond and I'm playing weird stuff on the top lane. Nightmare is...
Okay, no need to shoot him down. He's not even in the room. That's just so rude.
Okay, Cries, it was lovely to have you here back with us.
Wait.
Wow.
Cries, before you leave,
Oh,
tell
no.
your coach and your jungler that I'm no longer a fan of them. That's it.
Okay,
Tell
I'll
Eminem
let
to
him
roam
know.
cheap shot instead of biscuits on looks. He had 3 biscuits 16 minutes into the game. What was he saving them for? Tea time after the game?
I will tell him that as well, don't worry.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you so
much,
much.
Cries, the errand boy. I'll see you next time, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh,
And-
love it when the wave.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, we're teaching the players to wave every single
It's
time.
just good manners, good etiquette when saying goodbye.
I love it.
Why are you laughing?
Or you can
I
be
love it.
German, or you can be German and be like, so. And just get
She's leaving away as we are about to jump into the standings to understand what happened today and how the teams actually fared out with each other. So far, nothing much has changed aside from the fact that Dusty are now on 4th place alongside with Riddle and Vanir as well. 1 game difference.
That's the thing, right? The gap is widening between the bottom teams as well. Astralis, Eminem, and Nulikki not able to pick up any wins today. Vanir was ahead of Dusty and Riddle, all of a sudden behind. And now they're competing against the hungry bottom teams that want to get up and get that 6th spot. So the tables are shifting all the time, and the run for playoffs is only getting closer.
And I was about to say, we have what, like 2.5 weeks left?
Yeah.
We need to start picking up victories right now. Because I'm seeing already 3 teams locked and ready to rumble. I don't see Bifrost, no matter what happens, getting locked out of playoffs. And obviously JDXL and X7, no one can reach them at this point, so these 2 are safe. And then when it comes from the 4th place down, you have 7 and 6, 7 and 6, 7 and 6, and you're 3 games away with only 5 games remaining for the second half of the split.
Yeah.
So you need to win 3 out of 2, but then also pray that the other teams are losing theirs.
With this in mind, let's take a look at the schedule for week 7, day 2. Dusty versus Riddle. Again, people fighting for the same spot. Bifrost versus Astralis. This could lock Astralis out of the playoffs. Let's see how it fares. Vanir versus JDXL is an important one. Eminem Gaming needs...
Vanir wins.
Sorry, is that copy pasta? Was that something?
Yeah, this is a new copy pasta now because of the Katarina. Eminem versus X7, they need this victory, but obviously X7 are looking for blood. And Team Singularity versus Nulikki are going to face off each other again, but on different occasions.
I have the feeling that Singularity are going to pick up a very important win, but important for their opponents.
I was gonna say they're not picking that up. They're giving that away.
I'm thinking Singularity is going to completely ruin someone's playoffs run right at the very end.
Well, they got some heavy points to make then and just take them away. I don't know, I got some information. I don't know what I got, but I think it's time to wrap it up for the day. I hope you had fun, and I'll see you on Wednesday for week 7, day 2. Thank you so much for tuning. You are amazing, and I'll see you soon.
You're amazing.